I think it kind of is. Yeah, yeah. And I think Maul is just like, she's good at sort of really. Um, I think Jen's, yeah, the first panel.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to be starting in a few minutes. I just wanted to say we will be having this live streamed on YouTube, and the video will be saved, and that's where a lot of people are going to be watching today. Students will be coming in during their class times. The panelists, we have the mic set up right here. You don't have to grab the mic. You don't have to lean into the mic. We will pick you up, and if something's going wrong, we will let you know. But you can just talk like a normal human being. So yeah, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to come ask me. My name is Lane Marie. And if you need reimbursement for your travel today, please come see me.
welcome everybody. I'm David Barbe. I am the director of the music business program here at the University of Georgia, and we are pleased to have another Artist Right Symposium. This should be a great day. We have a lot of great minds here today, and this should be interesting and informative for all of us. We're grateful for all of our guests who have come here to speak today. We should have some students coming in here pretty soon who I believe are probably shaking the cobwebs loose. And yeah, we're grateful to have the opportunity to have this here and excited for the day. The driving force behind this, as many of you know, is my colleague, Dr. David Lowry, and I will welcome David to the podium right now.
Thanks, David. Okay. Well, welcome to the, I guess this is our third Artist Right Symposium. We sort of had a virtual one during COVID, and some of you participated in that. Again, yeah, so welcome to the University of Georgia. Thanks for coming to an in-person symposium. I think it's really important for people when we're discussing things like this, artist rights, the music industry and stuff like that. It's great to have people here in person, and I know some people are still straggling in because this building is very hard to find. So, or this lecture room is, this event room is very hard to find. So, in fact, I think there's somebody trying to figure out how to get in out there right now. But anyway, thanks for coming in person. We really appreciate it. I had some prepared remarks, but they're over there on the desk. So what we're discussing today is essentially, the title is probably a little overstating it. It says, The Future of Authorship in the Copyright Office. We're going to talk about two things today. We're going to basically be talking about songwriter royalties and issues with how they're set, how they're collected. And many people may not know this. I think my students are coming in should know this now, but a large portion of songwriter royalties are set by the Copyright Royalty Board, which is in the Library of Congress, but it's essentially set up by the Copyright Office, right? So that's really what we're discussing when it comes to songwriters. And then, as this is a music business program, but we're also curious about something parallel that is occurring. That's an argument or a battle that's being fought by authors, book authors, right? Currently, right now. At the start of the pandemic, the Internet Archive launched their a national emergency library, where essentially they began to just they took scans of books and just began loaning them to people without any sort of ebook license. And, you know, it's a really special kind of altruism when you're helping the world by giving away other people's stuff. But some people see this as an altruistic move on behalf of the Internet Archive. I don't. That's my opinion. So we're going to also, the first panel, we're going to discuss what's going on in that world, because we see it as a backdoor attempt to sort of create the same sort of compulsory licenses that we have in the music business that have been problematic for artists and songwriters. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be compulsory licenses, but it's definitely been difficult for songwriters, performers, right, the rights holders. So we will also discuss authors' efforts to sort of quash this attempt by libraries in the Internet Archive to kind of create a backdoor compulsory license for ebooks. We should keep an eye on that. By the way, if you noticed, I do have an opinion about things. We hope that we're going to put that right up front, right? The Artist Right Symposium definitely takes positions on how artists should be compensated and rights holders should be compensated. That said, we also try to offer a fair platform to people who might disagree with us and stuff, and we try to get a good representation of different viewpoints across the music industry, digital service platforms and stuff like that. So that's that. Welcome. Oh, by the way, if you're curious about the University of Georgia Music Business Certificate Program, we're unique in that we are in the business school. And so we have a lot of, business schools tend to emphasize professional experience. So we have a lot of people who are in our program that are actively, running labels, studios, playing in bands, producing records and such. I think we're unique in that way, and the fact that we're a certificate program requires students to attach their certificate to another degree. So we have people who graduate with music degrees that have a music business certificate, but we have accountants and management and strategy majors. We have journalists with music business certificates. We have, you can't imagine. It's just all over the place. And because of this, I believe our students have developed a really good reputation and are exiting our program and immediately going and working for agents, the big agencies, big labels, the DSPs, music publishers, PROs. It's kind of all over the place and pretty exciting. Finally, Georgia being Georgia is probably a source of a lot of the music in the United States. I think we punch above our weight. Would you say we're a net exporter of music in the United States? Like there are more Georgia artists, songwriters, performers, producers, and such in the music business. We are overrepresented in the music business, and so the state is making efforts to support the music industry. You may have heard our story about the movie and television business where we've become Hollywood here, sort of, at least for the production side. We're trying to do something similar for music, and I'm going to bring my good friend, longtime colleague, Mala Sharma, up here to talk about some of our legislative efforts here in Georgia. And Mala seems to know everybody. Mala's one of these who grew up in Atlanta and knows everybody. You grew up in Atlanta, right? Or Augusta? Augusta, okay.
James Brown.
Home of James Brown. So anyway, please welcome Mala Sharma, who, are you the CEO of President of Music, yeah. Georgia Music Partners? It's like our RIAA.
Thank you, David. And to all the students out there watching, go Dogs. Dogs are on top. We want music to be on top in our state, too. As David mentioned, I am the co-founder and president of Georgia Music Partners. We are an advocacy coalition of music industry professionals here in the state of Georgia. We represent the some odd 90,000 music industry professionals that make a living in this state, not just labels, not just artists, but the entire industry as a whole. So that includes songwriters, producers, engineers, record stores, labels, venue owners and operators, recording studios. I'm probably repeating myself. And we, simply put, we're music lobbyists. But we, lobbyists in the good sense of the word. I think it's great to be here today, just on the heels of yet another nail-biting election around the country. We're not through here. We've got another month of ads, but one of the things that I'd like to really touch on that I think is important to all of us, especially those who are immersed in artist rights protection, but just, in public policy as it relates to music, is that we need to exercise our rights, not just on election day, but year round. And that's what Georgia Music Partners does. Last year, we were able, after I think 3 years of attempting to, we were able to pass two pretty significant bills through our partnership with the Recording Industry Association of America, and that is the TIMA bill, which is the Truth in Music Advertising, which is essentially a name, image, likeness protection for legacy artists. And I'm sure we'll start hearing more and more about, artist rights and protecting not just your music, but also your persona, your brand, your image, and how we can plan for that and think about that as technology continues. We were just talking about AI, but we're also, in the world of NFTs and virtual reality. How do they protect themselves, in the metaverse? That's something that we look at and we're trying to get ahead of, so that it's not a situation where, 20 years after the fact, we're having to come back and protect our efforts. We also passed the True Origins of Good Act, and that is really for streaming. Anyone who's streaming albums in the state of Georgia. It's really a protective measure for the state to protect small labels, digital streamers who own the rights to music, keeping other folks from distributing that and allowing the state to prosecute. So we were very pleased with that. This session, as we plan our legislative agenda coming up, we start in January. We have focused the last few months on a statewide music study committee where we helped lead the efforts for a bipartisan joint House and Senate study committee. And we came to Athens and met with several Athens music business folks here. We went to Macon. We hosted a virtual one. And our goals right now are looking to be that we're advocating strongly for a statewide music office. It's very important. Georgia's music industry contributes over $5 billion in economic impact to the state. And we've got cities all around. I mean, Athens was, the number one indie music scene in the world. And you've got Macon, Georgia, which is the home of soul and Southern rock. From Augusta, as I mentioned, we've got James Brown, Jesse Norman started there. So we've got statewide so many assets with regards to music that we're looking for opportunities to not only highlight those, but to build ecosystems on them. And one of the, other driving pieces of legislation that we're looking to try to get working, as David mentioned, was a tax incentive similar to what film has. And this incentive, although we passed one in 2017, the bill that we walked in with was not the same bill that walked out, so it hasn't been working. And we're looking to make some changes so that it does attract opportunities here for record labels to come and use our recording studios and to get a tax credit for that, because they're bringing projects that would not normally come here and helping create jobs and growth, potentially for some of your students here as well as live tour origination incentive, so that tours that originate here in Georgia would also have that opportunity to receive an incentive for the jobs that they create. As I mentioned, we partner also nationally with a number of organizations, the Recording Industry Association of America, the Recording Academy, Songwriters of North America, and we kind of are the grassroots, if you will, boots on the ground people that kind of help spread the word about other bills that perhaps are are becoming a priority at the national level. And so right now, I'm just going to share this. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar, but Hank Johnson from Georgia introduced a bill. It's called the RAP Act, Restore Artist Protection. And that is essentially, protect the songwriters' music and their creative license cannot be used against them in court. I believe there were over 500 cases in 2020 that were adjudicated using rap lyrics, against the artist. And so the argument there is, Johnny Cash did not shoot someone and watch him die in Reno, and Bob Marley never shot the sheriff. So that creative license should not come at a price to the creators. Also, the HITS Act is something that has been circulating for a number of years, hoping it gets some traction this year, and that's the Help Independent Artists Succeed Act. That bill would allow artists to take 100% deduction on production costs for the year that those costs were incurred, instead of spreading it, amortizing it out over a number of years. This is something, again, that film already has in place, and it's something that we think should be afforded to the musicians as well, and production companies. Also, the American Music Fairness Act, which I'm sure you guys are all familiar with. Just having terrestrial radio pay for the royalties for the songs. So, there are different ways that we all look at artists' rights and protecting, and our purview is really to try to build up the ecosystem while also protecting artists and the industry as a whole so that they can succeed. And I think that's it. Am I allowed to take questions, or do we want to? I mean, if anyone's got any questions, if not, we can. Oh. The one that is for the, so that's a federal one. Yes. Yeah. And then we've got a statewide one that we're also working on. And I think there's about 10 other states that already have statewide incentives, whether it's for touring or recording or scoring. Yes. Well, thank you, but we've seen how, the film credit started off in Toronto, and then it was copied and replicated throughout the state, and now globally. And it's really helped the movie industry with growth. It's helped them expand and do more. And so while we're working on this in Georgia, we also partner with other states as well, because it is a rising tide. And I think we're all looking for ways to help us continue to strengthen our businesses. Yes, David.
Should I take it?
Yeah, just say that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. So, yeah, I know New York City and New York State also offer tax incentives for film and TV. I know many folks have quibbles about that because it is New York City and New York State. It's hard to believe that Law and Order wouldn't want to be in New York, I'll just say. But my question that I did want to ask is, are there any other states with sort of music offices that you're sort of like proposing or might model this on?
Yes, Texas is the gold standard, without a doubt. Brendan Anthony and his team there, that music office, I think, has been in place for over 30 years. And, they have frequently chimed in and supported and used their relationship with the governor and the state leaders to help push, that they were a driving force in the Save Our Stages. I think John Cornwin was one of the co-sponsors. They have helped push through music modernization. So, I think that not only do they connect the cities around their state, but they also kind of help at the federal level as well.
Okay, thank you.
Good question, thanks.
All right. Well, thank you, Mala. I think we'll take a short break here, and then we'll get our first panel up on the National Emergency Library. And we'll be right back, okay? Thank you, Mala. Yes, we did. I just I looked around and could see it, so I was sorry to get a chance to talk to you.
That's the camera up there.
It is.
Okay. I know who I'm talking to. Test.
Dialogue, just personal.
So John, has the Internet Archive swallowed up any of your books?
Mine are too old at this point. And I'll be.
But they're an archive.
I know.
They're saving out-of-print books.
But I'll be talking about how they have for a lot of my members. So, yeah, they don't spend a lot of time worrying about borders. That's for sure.
Hi, Mary. Good to meet you.
I just, my introduction is kind of like an attempt to
So remind me where you're a professor.
People call me that, but I'm not really a professor. I'm the copyright officer.
At the end, we'll open it up to the
Copyright
audience.
officer, right.
So basically, when Georgia State started to happen,
A
lot of
total
people
15
panicked.
minutes between what you say and the comments
NOVA
among each
is
other.
a
I think
private
we-
not-for-profit,
Yeah, fine.
so
8 to
we
10,
don't
and then
enjoy
we'll
sovereign
have
immunity
comments
like
among
Georgia State.
Right, yeah.
15
So
minutes
if
and
we
next
were
person
to get
15
caught
minutes, and
doing
then we
what
open
Georgia
it to the
State
audience.
did, we'd be on the hook for an untold amount of damages.
Right.
So
So you're the first copyright officer there?
I'm the first copyright officer there, and basically I'm the fair use cop. So if anybody has a question about whether something's fair use or not, they email me, they talk to me, and sometimes I say sure, and sometimes I say don't you dare.
Okay.
So it runs the gamut. And
Well, I hope that's good to know. I'll get your, because if I ever have a question about what people consider fair use at universities, because I imagine it's changing as the fair use law changes.
well, the problem with fair use is nobody knows what it is, including the judges.
No, I know. Yeah, well, that's the whole problem.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I even,
How far
And
can
maybe
we
the
push
Supreme
it?
Court will give us a little guidance.
I like
I'm
old
I'm just afraid they're going to mess it up.
Well, there is that potential just as well. So, but
I think I told you already, after everyone's presentation, 8 to 10 minutes, right? We'll have a little exchange among ourselves,
okay.
and then move on to the next.
There's questions, right?
the questions or anything else anyone else wants to say among ourselves, and at the end we open it up to everybody.
Oh, okay. Because I thought the questions were good, so there's a lot I was
There's a
thinking
lot.
for the
There's a
questions.
whole
Yeah.
lot. And you can, you know. Yeah,
Are you going to
it'll be-
ask all the questions?
What's that?
Are you going to ask all the questions?
Not necessarily. I'm going to see how many are answered automatically,
Okay.
and then
Got it. Okay.
depending, as appropriate.
Because I'm not going to get into fair use
Right.
in the
Right.
first 8 minutes, but I think we should discuss that at
Fair-
some point.
fair
Whether
use.
it actually is fair use.
Okay.
Do you want me to cover it in my?
I figured you would cover that, right?
Oh, I can cover it. But since there was a question.
It might
I-
just come up in conversation,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I can, whatever you
I'm
want me
certainly
to
going to
cover.
mention it because it's part of the redigi decision. So
Right.
what
I
are you
figured
gonna
somebody
talk
would
I'm going
would
to talk
be
about
doing
the
that.
legal aspects of it.
Oh, you are? Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So, and I
Well,
have-
then I'll leave it to you to,
All right, hello. So here's our first panel. Our first panel is Libraries versus Authors, the Internet Archive's Controlled Digital Lending and Fair Remuneration for Authors. And you know what I love about this panel title? Our office manager, I assume Allison did this because she knows how to spell everything correctly. We Americans usually say remuneration, but it's remuneration. And it is correctly spelled up there. Anyway, for our moderator today is Janice Pilch from Rutgers University, Mary Rassenberger, CEO of the Authors Guild and Authors Guild Foundation, Stephen Carlisle, Copyright Officer, Nova Southeastern University. But I understand you have a background in the music business a little bit too, right?
Yes, I do. For
Okay.
30 years, I worked in the entertainment business representing music clients.
Okay, excellent. Including a couple of my favorites, but we'll go into that later. And then John Deegan, the Executive Director of the Writers Union of Canada, is the chair, and International Authors Forum, United Kingdom. Okay, handing it over to you, Janice.
Thank you very much, David. And good morning, everyone. Welcome to this opening panel of the symposium, in which we're addressing an issue that has broad implications for the rights of all creators of copyrighted works, the case of the Internet Archive. Songwriters and musicians continue to contend with mass piracy, with copyright laws that don't sufficiently protect against infringement, with low royalty rates, and with digital music services that privilege their profits over your livelihoods. But when it comes to books, what happens when the digital service being built is a freemium-style universal digital library, operating without permission or payment, but modeling itself sympathetically on traditional libraries that lend books lawfully to their patrons? What happens when a Silicon Valley enterprise cultivates an aura of being a trusted, law-abiding public social institution, a library, and even registers itself as a nonprofit library in California, but otherwise shares similar goals with the world's largest tech corporations in expanding the growth of the internet economy in ways that compromise the rights of creators? The Internet Archive, formed in 1996, just after the internet was privatized. It started as book scanning in 2004, competing with entities like Google and Microsoft for access to print library collections to expand the viability and profitability of the internet. Over time, it scaled up its book operations from free access to public domain books to quietly introducing free copyrighted books. It currently makes available about 3.5 million in copyright books for free using a system called controlled digital lending, an activity that is not permitted by copyright law. During the pandemic, the archive opened its program to unrestricted global access through a more aggressive initiative, the National Emergency Library. There were immediate protests. The archive insists that controlled digital lending is a fair use. Others think differently. 4 major publishers filed suit on June 1st, 2020, and the National Emergency Library was shut down about 2 weeks later. The lawsuit is poised to determine whether the archive's controlled digital lending that does not fall under a specific copyright exception, provides no revenue to authors, publishers, or other rights holders, and competes with authorized publisher versions of books, could possibly be called a fair use. As for traditional libraries, to complicate things, many have contributed their books to the Internet Archive and support controlled digital lending. In recent years, library associations in the US and elsewhere have vigorously supported the technology industries, framing their support as being in the public interest and for the public good, even when it opposes the interests of authors and rights holders who are fighting for their rights. Hence the title of our panel, Libraries versus Authors. I'm Janice Pilch, member of the library faculty and copyright education librarian at Rutgers University and a defender of creators' rights. I'm speaking in a personal capacity, not on behalf of Rutgers University. We have a powerful group of panelists to guide us through the issues. Mary Rasenberger is CEO of the Authors Guild and Authors Guild Foundation, who has practiced law for many years in the private and corporate sectors and in government. From 2002 to 2008, Mary worked for the U.S. Copyright Office and Library of Congress as Senior Policy Advisor and Director of Program Management for the National Digital Information Infrastructure and Preservation Program, established by Congress in 2000. Mary also helped to establish the Section 108 study group convened by NDIP and the Copyright Office in 2005 to update copyright law for libraries and archives in the digital age. Stephen Carlisle is Copyright Officer of Nova Southeastern University, who has many years of private practice as an attorney in the state of Florida, specializing in copyright and entertainment law. Stephen publishes on copyright law and is the founder of a cutting-edge blog on current copyright issues. Stephen was a legal intern with the U.S. Copyright Office and regularly testifies very effectively in public roundtables and in written submissions to the office. John Deegan is CEO of the Writers' Union of Canada and chair of the International Authors Forum in the UK, together serving and representing over 650,000 authors worldwide, and is an outspoken defender of authors' rights in matters relating to copyright. John is a poet and novelist with 3 published books and has worked for many years as an arts administrator, arts funder, and policy advocate on cultural issues. Each panelist will speak, we'll have an interchange of comments, and then at the end we will open up to questions from you, the audience. And so we will begin. Mary, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Janice, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for inviting me here. So I'm CEO of the Authors Guild, which is a national organization, nonprofit association for professional authors. We have over 12,000 members. Writers of all genres, including journalists and authors of fiction, nonfiction, poetry, pretty much any kind of book you can think of. We are also do a lot of lobbying for the good. We promote the rights and professional interests of authors, especially with regard to copyright, free speech, and fair pay. And we believe that a democracy requires a diverse and robust literary landscape, and that you can only achieve that by protecting authors' rights, their moral rights, and copyrights. So Janice asked me to talk about, give a little background about the Open Library. And before I start, I just want to make two points. One, I want to talk about Open Library and not Internet Archive. And that is because one of the things we're dealing with is a huge, AstroTurf organizations on the other side, a lot of money going into PR defending the Open Library. And one of the, they're spreading, I would say, confusion or some misinformation. And one of the things that they're creating is fear that this suit is going to shut down Internet Archive. Now, Internet Archive also has the Wayback Machine, and it has nothing to do with this lawsuit. So I'm going to refer to just Open Library. It's not Internet Archive generally. I also just want to comment on the title, Libraries versus Authors. It is so tragic that that's the title and that's where we are right now. We consider ourselves friends of libraries. Most authors grew up going to libraries, love libraries, speak in libraries all the time. We do not consider ourselves on the other side of libraries in general. I would say this lawsuit and a lot of the anti-copyright movement that you see in libraries really is directed from some of the library organizations, and in particular certain organizations that are funded with tech money. And it's really, I just say it's really too bad that we've come to this point, because we like working with libraries, and right now we do a lot with on book banning and other issues with libraries as well. So we do have a lot in common. I don't want us to be, because the press also tries to portray us as or the PR machine that we're up against as being anti-library. We're not. So Open Library, it's a website operated by the Internet Archive, and it provides access, as Janice said, to millions of books. It acquired these books from donations, mostly from libraries that were deaccessioning collections to make, create more shelf space. And it scanned them, sent them to China mostly to scan them, and then it puts the scans online on its website, openlibrary.org, for anyone in the world to borrow. And the way it works is that you click on a book, you check it out. It's got a lending tool that says that you can have the book for 14 days, but what it actually really does is it downloads the book onto your computer. So after the 14 days, when it says your loan is up, it's still on your computer. And it's not, it will literally take you 2 minutes to find it. So it's, and today you can find pretty much any book you want on Open Library. When I checked yesterday, the page comes up on the homepage, and like Amazon, it gives you some recommended books. The books it gave me were 2 Colleen Hoover books, her 2 big bestsellers. I think they're the top-selling books in the country right now, as well as a number of other bestsellers. When Open Library started, as Janice said, it justified its unlicensed use. And to be clear, when it makes the scans, there's no licenses. It just goes ahead and does this. So it justifies it by saying that, well, there's a market failure. These older books, there's this 20th century black hole. These books aren't available as ebooks, so we're doing this great public service by scanning them and making them publicly available. And of course today, those books are available as ebooks mostly, and it's now got many, many current books too. So when they launched in 2006, they were focused on the public domain. I was at the Library of Congress at the time, and they were scanning some public domain books from the Library of Congress. We were aware that they had arrangements with a couple other institutions where they were starting to think about scanning books that were in copyright, but they were older books where it was just arguably fair use. But by 2010 or 11, they started getting bolder and scanning in copyright books. By 2016, 17, they were starting to scan more recent and more commercial books. And that's when our members started taking notice and we started getting complaints. So in 2017, we actually we the Authors Guilds, reached out to Brewster Kahle. I worked with a couple council members who knew him, and I had known him when I worked at the Library of Congress, and we assumed, because in the past he actually really had tried to do things in a way that at least was not, even if it pushed the boundaries of copyright, like with the Wayback Machine, it did so in a way that was very respectful of copyright owners. So we initiated these discussions with him under the presumption that he was going to be respectful of copyright ownership. And he talked the talk. He convinced us that, yes, of course, he was going to get licenses and put money into acquiring books. At the time, they were up for a $100 million grant from the MacArthur Foundation. And when we pushed and said, well, exactly how are you, going to be spending money on books? He said, well, we've got $40,000 of the $100 million in our budget to buy books. Infinitesimal amount. So we, when we finally realized that this was going to be unlicensed, was unlicensed and would continue to be so, we did offer to help. We said that we could get licenses directly from authors where the rights had reverted to them. And I should, just because I know many of you are in the music business, not in book publishing. In book publishing, almost every contract has a provision that says when your book goes out of print, and it's defined in various ways, you, the author, can get your rights back. So that's what I refer to as rights reversion. And most books go out of print at some point, which means the author, the publisher's just not putting any effort into marketing or selling it. That's a very general way of defining it, by the way. Not the contracts are all very different. So we did help to get licenses because we realized that a lot of these books were older. Some of them were out of print. And Open Library was saying, well, they have no value to anyone. And we understood that, of course, they have value to authors because we work with them every day. And it is authors today have to put together a living from a number of different sources. Book income is simply insufficient to support most writers' livelihoods. Our last survey was in 2018, found that the median income for U.S. authors was just over $20,000, and only $10,000 of that was from their books. So bringing your out-of-print books back, retooling them, republishing them. A lot of them are self-published. It's really important income to the authors, which we explain to Internet Archive. So I just want to mention the Open Library's vision. It's the ultimate goal of Open Library is to make all of the published works of humankind available to everyone in the world. While large in scope and ambition, this goal is within our grasp. So this sounds really wonderful and noble. In the same way that if you had a supermarket where everything was free, that would be really wonderful and noble, right? Because there are a lot of people who can't afford to eat. But if you were to have a not-for-profit that provided free food, you would have to buy the food or get it donated. You wouldn't just go take it from another grocery store, right? Nobody would support a not-for-profit like that. But that is, in a sense, exactly what Open Library is doing here, and yet it is getting tons and tons of foundation support in terms of grants for major foundations. I know we want to move on. I'll just say a couple more things about controlled digital lending. So the theory under which Open Library is working is called controlled digital lending. So after our back and forth, and we pointed out to Brewster that what he was doing actually was not fair use or legal, he convened a group of academics, which we would call copyleft or copyright minimalist academics, and they came up with this theory, controlled digital lending. Now, it's really a practice whereby you have a physical copy of a work, so let's say a book, but it could be any work, and you digitize it and lend that digitized version instead of the physical version. If you had one physical copy of the book, then you can only lend one electronic copy at a time. If you had 3 copies of the book and you digitized them all, you could lend one physical copy, 2 digital copies, like that. But you're limited to the number of copies, physical copies you started with. Now, the white paper, though, that was developed by these professors presented a theory for why this is legal fair use. It does, however, make some erroneous assumptions about the book market and shows a lack of understanding of how non-academic authors earn a living. It also runs counter to some prior court decisions. So just want to mention that after that paper came out, we did survey our members to see how many had books on Open Library. Thousands responded that they did. We published a blog on how to get your books taken down. Open Library complied with those for a little while. Right, that was before the CDL paper. After the controlled digital lending called CDL paper came out, they actually stopped taking the books down and just responded, sorry, this is fair use. And as Janice said, in 2020, March 2020, they stopped restricting the number of loans, so that was no longer controlled digital lending, just whatever books they had up on openlibrary.org were available for anybody to use, no limit on the number of people who could read them. The Authors Guild responded with an open letter complaining about this. Brewster Kahle had justified the National Emergency Library on the grounds that these, otherwise the books weren't available, which was not true. At the time, publishers and authors were doing everything they could to make sure that students had access to books. And it was, of course, within the rights of the authors and the publishers to grant access, not Open Library to decide that it was their role to do this. So we had almost 6,500 people, writers and supporters, sign that letter almost instantly. There was a lot of authors were very upset about it. And then we could not afford to bring a lawsuit, but in June 2020, as Janice mentioned, the publishers brought a suit, 3 publishers. Discovery is now complete, and summary judgment motions were filed in August. We filed an amicus brief that over 20 other organizations signed on to. A hearing date has not been set. The last I heard, the judge does not have to have a hearing, so we'll either find out there's a hearing coming up or she could just issue a decision. Do you want me to finish there or talk a little bit about the problems with the theory?
Maybe we will hold that for later.
Okay, sounds good.
Since we're running. I just have one question, which I want to ask all panelists. Internet Archive calls itself a library. Other people call it a website. Other people call it a pirate website. What do you think? Or do you dare to say?
Yeah, no, we call it equivalent to a pirate website. Yes, it calls itself a library. Yes, it got the state of California to designate it as a special library. But it's just a website. It's a website that doesn't get licenses for the e-books. Real libraries get licenses. Real libraries have a limited group of patrons that they serve. Real libraries actually follow the law. So I do not consider them a real library.
I'm going to get into that a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
I think the word I use is sham. Yes, there it is, sham. Yeah.
Good.
So.
Well, the other thing you have to understand is there's a lot of wink, wink, nudge, nudge going on here. The theory is if you've got one book, you can loan it to one person and nobody else can check it out. That's the theory. However, and this comes out directly out of Internet Archive's brief, a nonprofit that works closely with the Internet Archive, Open Library of Richmond holds legal title and maintains physical possession of many of the print books in its physical archive facilities. For simplicity regarding ownership of print books, we use the term Internet Archive to refer collectively to the Internet Archive and the Open Library of Richmond. Okay? So it's the Internet Archive and this Open Library of Richmond. But like they say on TV, but wait, there's more. They also have partner libraries in which they scan the availability of books in their partner libraries and then allow this to be included in the total number of copies available for the Open Library to loan. Now, in theory, partner library is supposed to remove the book off the shelf of the library when it gets loaned out by the open library. Do they actually do this? Here's what the brief says. The Internet Archive trusts librarian to comply with Controlled Digital Lending's basic own-to-loan requirement and does not need to peer over the shoulders of the librarians at Georgetown, Johns Hopkins, or the Boston Public Library, which means, sure, we took it off the shelf, which goes to this sort of ongoing point that John is making, is it's a sham. And that's basically what it is.
Stephen, this is a good time for you to continue on the issue of the legal issues at stake in this situation.
Okay, I realize that I'm dating myself here, but does anybody remember the original Napster?
Sure.
Yeah. If Napster was illegal, isn't the Internet Archive also illegal? It would seem to be that that's the case. And how about Grokster? People remember Grokster? Well, if Grokster was illegal, isn't it the Internet Archive, open library system illegal? Well, yes, it is. And the reason why is that it does not comply with what's known as the first sale doctrine. And this case, or the theory behind the case, has already been decided by the Second Circuit Court of Appeals for the United States. It's called Capitol Records versus Redigi. And if you read the motions for summary judgment and the memorandums of law and support from the author's side, Redigi is on every page. If you read the Internet Archive's brief, it's like it gets one mention on one page. And the rest of it's all fluffed up with, look at this wonderful service that we're doing. Look at this wonderful things that we're providing. As Mary said, yeah, wouldn't it be great if everything was for free for everybody? I think Karl Marx kind of had the same idea somewhere along the line. Now, what you have to understand is what is the first sale doctrine. Okay, under the copyright law, when you sell a physical copy of your copyrighted work, with it is transferred the right to republish that one copy. So, and indeed, this is how libraries operate. They buy a book, they put it on the shelf, and they can loan out that one copy to a patron. This was the same idea behind the late lamented Blockbuster Video, who you may remember. We bought a movie, we rented it out to movie, but you're limited to that one copy, all right? So, what did Redigi do? What Redigi did was an attempt to create a secondary market for digital music files. You bought something from your iTunes and the song didn't grow on you, you don't listen to it anymore, you want to get rid of it. Well, Redigi said, we'll buy it from you and you can, or we'll provide a marketplace where you can resell it to somebody else. But the fatal error here, and what the court pointed out, and the fatal error in the open library is the first step in doing this is you make a copy of the item. That's the fatal step that doesn't get you anywhere. And that's what the Redigi court ruled. And it's interesting to say that the Redigi opinion is written by Judge Pierre Laval, who is the father of transformative use and fair use, and even he said it wasn't fair use. Okay, here's what Judge Laval said. We conclude that the operation of Redigi is effectuating resale results in making of at least one unauthorized reproduction. Unauthorized reproduction is not protected by 109A, which is the first sale doctrine. It violates the rights holder's exclusive reproduction rights under 106.1, which is the right to make copies, and unless excused as fair use, is infringing. Now, so the Internet Archive and the Open Library runs into the same brick wall that Redigi did, because their first step is to make a copy of a physical book. That violates the author's right to control how copies are made and does not qualify to allow them to republish that copy in a manner which is compliant with the first sale doctrine. Again, because the first step is you made an illegal copy. Once you get there, you don't get first sale doctrine anymore, and that's what the Redigi case says quite succinctly. Okay. Now, they're all wrapped up in saying, It's fair use. Well, I'm going to have to say nobody knows what fair use is, including the courts. I don't agree with much that Larry Lessig says, and he's one of those, what I call copy wrong people, not copy left. All fair use gets you is the right to hire a lawyer, because fair use is sort of my job at Nova Southeastern University. That's why I'm the copyright officer. If there's ever a question a professor has on whether what they're doing is fair use, it comes to my desk. And I make fair use judgment calls all the day. And every day, I have a digest that sends me every single federal court case that says copyright in it. And I can tell you copyright is fair use is all over the map. There is no anything that you can say, oh, it's definitely fair use, because the courts are they're just scattered. And hopefully we'll get some guidance from the Supreme Court in the Andy Warhol case, but fingers crossed on that regard. So when you're examining fair use, you have to look at 4 factors. And it used to be the market effect on the copyright owner's work was the most important one. And you can understand that if you're an author and these people are running around making copies of in-print books, that's a sale you're not going to make. And what the Internet Archive and the Open Library is really doing is harming the libraries along with the authors. Because if you can get any book you want through the Open Library, why are you going to go down to your local library? They're going to lose patrons, they're going to lose funding, and they're going to get shut. So that's one factor that kind of gets muddled up when you look at the briefs. Because the open libraries thing is, well, these books are either out of print, so they're not being loaned, or we have lawfully made a copy, when they haven't, right? And so since we're lending these things, and an author has no right to participate in the lending fee, if there were to be one, there's no revenue lost, ignoring the fact that they are illegally digitizing books of which they have maybe some right to and maybe not, right? So when you have to look at the whole of it, what has emerged in the area of fair use is an idea called transformative use. And this has become the tail that has wagged the dog over the past 10 years in fair use litigation. The idea that somehow it's been repurposed into a different area makes it fair use. Now, when the Supreme Court decided this, they were looking at a parody case involving the Two Live Crew and their parody of Roy Orbison's Oh Pretty Woman. Now, what fair use says is we should have fair use because of criticism, commentary, news reporting, teaching. Parody is a form of criticism or commentary, right? Where in making a digital copy of a book that's in print, a commentary, a criticism, what is it assisting? It's not assisting anything. But the brief of the Internet Archive is replete. It's so transformative because we've shifted into another medium. Well, that doesn't get you anywhere because, once you've got a digital file, you've got a digital file and you're not shifting anything, especially when you're making that copy illegally. So this is, like I said, this case has already been decided, and it's the Capitol Records versus ReDigi case. You don't get anywhere by making a copy of something that already has a physical presence. So once we get down to there, again, here's come from the ReDigi case. ReDigi makes no change in the copyrighted work. It provides neither criticism, commentary, nor information about it, nor does it deliver the content in a more convenient and usable form to one who's acquired an entitlement to receive the content. What ReDigi does is essentially provide a market for the resale of digital music files, which resales compete with the sales of the same recorded music by the rights holder. Therefore, the characteristics favor Capitol Records and not ReDigi. Another thing, this is what the Internet Archive is doing. They're not only competing with authors, they're competing with libraries. And the first step in that is making an illegal copy, all right? Now, here's the most important point, all right? The fourth statutory factor is the effect of the copying use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. When a secondary use competes with the right holder's market as an effective substitute for the original, it impedes the purpose of the Copyright Act. So here we have, this is a market substitute, right? We've got this digital file out there, transmitted for free, which competes with the author's right, and competes with the library's right to make this kind of use. And as Mary alluded to, I have a brother who graduated with a degree in computer programming. And what he told me this, and I've never forgotten it, when you delete a file off your computer, it does not go away. All that function does is removes the pointer that tells the computer where to find the information. So the fact that there's this time limit here, after which the file is no longer quote unquote, the file is still there. And you can still get that file if you know where to find it. That file will stay on your computer until the computer overwrites it with new information. And again, this was the problem with the Redigi case. Okay, you sell it to Redigi and they delete it on your computer. It's still on your computer. It may still be on your iPhone where you can replicate it and get it back again. So all of this is just, it's a big song and dance, and it doesn't hold up legally.
Thank you, Stephen. And yes, Mary, you
I just wanted to, that was great. Thanks, Stephen. I wanted to just add a couple of points. One is that there are cases, including Judge Laval's opinion in Google Books, that expressly say that format shifting is not a transformative use. So we've got case law on that. The other thing is the harm. This is another issue we're fighting in the press. People say, well, how much harm can there be from just, the open library copies? When courts look at harm under fair use, they're supposed to look at what happens if that use becomes unrestricted and widespread. So the question isn't just the harm from open library. If the court would decide this were fair use, any website can call itself a library and do the same thing. And you have to look at what's the potential harm from that. That would decimate the ebook market.
It's interesting that you say that, Mary, because I was just about to make a comment and say it's clear from Stephen's comments that there is precedent that this is not a legal activity, and yet libraries and organizations like the Electronic Frontier Foundation come out and say things like, and I'm quoting, Internet Archive has asked a federal judge to rule in our favor, that would be for the tech industry, for Internet Archive and libraries, and end a radical lawsuit filed by 4 major publishing companies that aims to criminalize library lending. If you could comment on that, criminalizing library lending.
No, this case has nothing to do with traditional library lending, nothing. But they're trying to win this case in the press rather than in the courts. Yeah. And they do have AstroTurf organizations that have a great deal of funding that are there solely to fight this in the press. So,
do you all understand what Mary's meaning by AstroTurf? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good. So thank you for asking that. But that's the kind of stuff we're dealing with. They're trying to make it sound like the ability for libraries to function is going to be affected by this case, which is not true.
Well, in fact, libraries themselves will say that if controlled digital lending doesn't succeed, they may be forced to close, And so you've got all of this, fear and, desire to win, as they say, in the court of public opinion, right?
Yeah, and I hope we have time to get to this, because a lot of what this is about, I think, for libraries is that the cost of ebooks, library ebooks, is greater than the cost of consumer ebooks, and actually that's how Internet Archive has used that concern also as a way to convince libraries that controlled digital lending is something they need to use.
And there are very good reasons why those prices are different. So.
There are very good
Yeah,
reasons
yeah.
for it, yeah, but there's this whole other fight in the background,
Yeah.
which hopefully
We'll
we
get
can
to
get to.
We'll get to it. But right now, we'll move on to John Deegan,
Sure.
who will discuss the effect of the Internet Archive activity on artists and creators.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for having me here. Thanks, David. I've never been to Athens, Georgia, but I had a chicken sandwich last night that I'm still thinking about. So I'm going to come back. Definitely. Thank you. I flew here yesterday from a place called Tekaronto on the north shore of Lake Huron. It is the traditional lands of the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe people. And I'm very pleased to be here on what I believe to be the traditional lands of the Creek and the Cherokee nations. So thank you very much. In the great introduction from Janice, I am a lot of things. I am not a lawyer. I'm coming at this not with legal expertise, but I do deal an awful lot in my daily life with contracts and legalities of writing and publishing in Canada. But really, I come at this as an author, so I'll be speaking from my own experience and opinion for the most part. So that if the question is, how do authors feel about Internet Archive and Open Library, I have a question back to David. Am I allowed to swear? Yeah. Okay. I'll keep it as polite as possible. It's really effing hard to write a book. It takes about 3 to 5 years. It's a gamble. It's a gamble for you as the author. It's a gamble for the publisher. There's absolutely no guarantee that the publisher is going to provide you with an advance that will cover those 3 to 5 years. As a matter of fact, it almost never happens unless you're Michelle Obama, and good for her. And then once that's done, your book is thrown into the Thunderdome of the great entertainment spend. So you're up against film and television, you're up against music, which we all know does very well. Well done. So really, your chances of earning back that 3 to 5 years of work are pretty slim. So what you're in the business of doing on a practical level is joining the long tail and trying to earn back the work that you've done over a series of books, over an entire career. And for that kind of endeavor, every tiny little income stream matters. And selling individual books to libraries matters an incredible amount. Licensing your ebook rights matters an incredible amount. It's a very, very delicate ecosystem to be working in. And into that ecosystem has wandered a tech bro, essentially saying, I don't care, I don't give a shit about this. I'm going to disrupt your entire ecosystem. I'm going to disrupt how libraries work. I'm going to disrupt how your ebooks work. How do authors feel about that? They're quite unhappy. They feel really, and we've touched on this a little bit, that a very traditional and a very loving relationship between authors and libraries has been broken, and that there's been a real deliberate attempt to drive a wedge between our communities, between libraries and authors. Authors, Mary mentioned this earlier, authors love libraries. For a while there, when you're going to university and you're a baby author, you are practically living in the library 12 to 15 hours a day. It's a special relationship, and I know that when authors get their new books out, they do two things. They go to their local bookstore and they look for it on the shelf, and then they go to their local library and look for it on the shelf there. And if they're really smart, they'll get their friends and family to say, I couldn't find this book at the local library. Could you please order it for me? And so that, every little bit counts. Authors develop by using libraries. And in my experience, at least, in that special relationship between authors and libraries are very, very responsive to concerns that authors have. A bunch of years ago, the Toronto Public Library System, which is my home library system and one of the largest circulating library systems in the world, by the way. Their board thought, we could save a lot of money if we purchased extra copies of some of our best loaned books secondhand from the public. So if you had a pretty good version of a Stephen King or a Margaret Atwood that you hadn't really cracked the spine or something, they would look at it and they would say, okay, we'll buy it from you and we'll throw it into circulation, and that way that adds more books to our circulation. Well, I had to sit down as head of the Writers' Union in Canada. I had to sit down with the Toronto Public Library Board and I had to explain, well, when you do that, we don't actually get any royalty from that kind of secondhand sale. And authors depend a great deal on those primary sale royalties to libraries. So if it would be okay with you, could you get rid of that program? And at the end of that meeting of the board of directors of the Toronto Public Library, they voted to get rid of that program. And to me, that's emblematic of the symbiosis, the mutual respect relationship that is there between authors and libraries. That doesn't exist between authors and the Internet Archive. You say the word library around an author and there's this glow that happens, there's this wonderful feeling that happens. There is no glow when you say open library or Internet Archive around authors. And the reason for that, and here's where I get to my good word, is that it's clear to all of us that the librariness of open library and internet library is a complete sham. It's a painted screen that is hiding actually an industrial operation. So they're basically saying, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. We're just a library. The University of Toronto Library, Robarts Library, where I spent 15 hours a day for a long time, they've given up an entire floor to the Canadian operation of the Internet Library, an Internet Archive, and they installed these giant industrial book scanning devices, and they've hired some graduate students to sit there for 8 to 10 hours a day scanning books. There's no acquisitions librarian carefully going through the publisher's catalogs and deciding what they're going to acquire and what they're not going to acquire. This is a book gobbling machine. They have crates of books over here on this side. The student grabs the book, puts it on the scanner, it scans the entire book within 5 to 10 minutes, and then they throw that book into the crate on the other side. They don't care what the title is, they don't care who the author is. It's not about books. It's about content, it's about machine-readable content, and what are they doing with all of that machine-readable content? They never talk about that. Mary mentioned 2016 when this all really started to become a problem for authors. Mary and I are in touch an awful lot on these things, and thank you to the Authors Guild for all the work that you've done on this. Because IA is for the most part centered here in the United States, we don't have an arm to deal with them. So you're our arm. So thank you very much. When we started really hearing a lot of complaints back then, 2015, 2016, I did a search for our chair's book. And there it was on the Internet Archive. And if you looked at it in the front matter of the book, you could clearly see a stamp from the Boston Public Library scanned along with the rest of the book. Our chair was Eric N. Tam at the time. I'm pretty sure him and his publisher, whatever deal they made with the Boston Public Library, it did not involve removing that book from the Boston Public Library, throwing it into a crate, shipping it off to San Francisco, and never seeing it again. And yet that's exactly what happened. My latest chair, Ria Tregabov, did a similar search, found all of her books, sent takedown notices. The archive dutifully took them down. As I was preparing to come here, I said, can you just do a quick search and see if they're still down? Of course, they're not. They're back up. They're part of the controlled digital lending system. She sent another takedown notice, and she got what was essentially an FU back from the Internet Archive, saying, we're just going to keep doing this. The last point I want to make, and I know I'm just a little bit over time here, but I think it's really, really important. The Internet Archive is a very wealthy organization in a very wealthy country with a pretty good book market, actually. The Canadian book market is 1/10 the size of the American book market. It is absolutely essential that Canadians be able to publish their books in Canada for Canadians, collected in Canadian libraries, sold on Canadian bookshelves. And here we have a giant American organization just completely disrupting that marketplace. I was recently talking to authors from Uganda, and in Uganda, they're really at the infant stage of building their own domestic market. The Internet Archive completely disrupts that and is on the verge of actually destroying that market.
Yeah,
I'll leave it
if
there.
I could just add one thing, this is another, John alluded to it, but this is the other side hustle of the Open Library. They offer a digitization service to
Right.
other libraries. If you want to preserve this book, we will digitize it for you for a fee. And as a part of that fee, we get to keep a copy.
Yeah.
So, so we digitize this, you get your copy back, but we get a copy too, and this now goes into our available book space, which again
And
is...
they earn $30 million a year for that service. It's big bucks.
But they're the good guys.
Yeah, but they're, and we, the Authors Guild, have been painted as the bad guys because they think, we're in cahoots with the publishers who, are really big bad guys. But, to your point about in other countries with the, these, very early or, small publishing industries trying to get started up, there are so many pressures on small publishers in the U.S. right now, too. And I won't go into all of the pressures, but the push against copyright and Internet Archive is certainly one of them. And we see this because more and more we're seeing the small publishers just can't pay per the contract. They're just not paying their authors, or they're just going out of business. And when that starts to happen, we lose diversity of books.
John, you mentioned and described very well the industrial process that goes on in libraries, with entire floors or large rooms being used for this digitization process. And of course, Internet Archive isn't the first organization to do it. This goes back to Google, the original mass digitization, which some of us remember. Other people might not remember, beginning in around 2002, when Google sort of came into, you could also say, occupied the library space, set up shop in a very secretive effort to get the books, take them to facilities, get them digitized for its initial big mass digitization project. And one of the questions I wanted that we wanted to pose here was, is there a continuum here involving strategic litigation by tech enterprises to incrementally undermine copyright law and get more and take it one step further? Google is still doing this, by the way, as is Internet Archive. But what about the incremental development of mass digitization?
Absolutely. I think, again, I'm not a lawyer, so I'll let the lawyers be more authoritative on this. But just in Canada, we've just gone through a long process of taking one of our universities to court for mass copying and scanning and not paying licenses for that work. So we took them with many layers of court, as you do here. We took them to federal court, showed a whole bunch of evidence of what they were doing. First of all, they said they were working within very strict guidelines. We argued, first of all, that their guidelines were illegal, and second of all, they weren't even following their guidelines. They were going far beyond what their guidelines said. So we won at federal court. They took us to the Federal Court of Appeal. We won at the Federal Court of Appeal, but their end game always was the Supreme Court and some very, very technical arguments about Canadian copyright law. And the Supreme Court essentially bought that hook, line, and sinker, and now the whole question has gone back to the Canadian Parliament. So we've had 10 years of uncertainty around our licensing structure in Canada. And when I say uncertainty, I mean legal uncertainty. There has been a real certainty, which is that we're not getting paid. We're not getting paid when our works are being copied and used at an industrial scale level in the school system across the country, which was the standard before that.
I'm going to deviate from my legal position here and offer just a more broader opinion. And I'll have to preface this by saying these are my opinions. They are not the opinions of Nova Southeastern University. What I see is this is just another example of what I call the big tech playbook, which started by Google and now has been adopted by others. And that's do it anyway, duke it out in court later.
Yep.
And you can see this in other tech ploys where effective enforcement is either marginal or not really attainable. Take Uber. What's Uber? It's a taxi company, and it always was a taxi company. But they tried to say, oh no, we're new, we're different, we're a platform. But what they did was compete with taxi companies in an illegal manner. And what they did was, we're gonna go in, we're gonna do it, we're gonna become huge, and we'll duke it out in court later. The same thing with Airbnb, right? They would get people to, marginally illegal rent out their homes in a way that becomes so widespread and so huge that, they become a force to be reckoned with. And you're either gonna fight them or you're gonna say, oh, it's okay. And I've done holidays in Barcelona, and I can tell you people in Barcelona are pissed at Airbnb. They hate them with a passion because for an Airbnb person, you take your unit that you could rent for so many dollars to a person who lives in Barcelona for a month. But if you go on Airbnb, you make that in a couple of weeks. And so all of the residential housing in Barcelona is being swallowed up by Airbnb. And it's the same tactic. And you even see graffiti on the walls in Barcelona saying, your vacation is my misery. But this is the tech playbook.
Absolutely. And I do want to get to the issue that Mary wants to discuss and how all of this relates to an additional development going on, which is the state ebook legislation. Mary, you want to discuss this? Yeah. But people might not even be aware of it. There are two big things going on right now, the Internet Archive situation and also the fact that across the United States, libraries are engaged in an effort to sort of do an end run around copyright law to establish state laws that set artificially lower rates for ebooks sold to libraries and establish a sort of compulsory license that will effectively lower the cost for ebooks sold to libraries, that further destroys opportunities for authors and publishers to earn money from their works, and that even impose civil and criminal penalties, including imprisonment on publishers or booksellers for setting their own prices for ebooks sold to libraries. Two of these laws in Maryland and New York have failed. Others were on the books. I don't think they're doing very well, but I know that, Mary, we should discuss this.
Sure, yeah. So I brought it up because Internet Archive is using there is a dissatisfaction among librarians, as I mentioned, about the cost of ebooks. And you can kind of get it from their perspective. And you can also, sort of from that perspective, understand the appeal of controlled digital lending. Libraries have limited budgets, as do we all. And in this world, they need to buy print and ebook copies, and it's not as though their budgets have doubled to be able to buy two copies of, two different formats of each book. And they want to satisfy their users. When a user comes in and looks for a book or wants to take out an ebook online, they want to have it available. So they're being forced to make some decisions about what they can acquire or not. There's more than I can possibly say about this, but there is a movement to try to decrease the price of ebooks for libraries. Now, this is one area where the publishers all have different ebook models. They mostly go through an organization called Overdrive. So, and Overdrive, not the libraries, is the one that's actually serving the ebooks up. How many of you have ever borrowed an ebook from a library? Okay, so you know what, yeah, so you're actually going through Overdrive when you do. And, but the publishers set the terms. Some have, like $35 for a license for a year. HarperCollins, I think, has 26 lends. So for each license of a book, the library can lend it out 26 times. They're different models. But what some librarians want, they want to be able to buy ebooks at consumer prices. They don't want to have, or they want to have permanent, they want to be able to buy them permanently and not have them, the license, have to renew the license after 26 lends or a year. So there, these state bills, they're actually, without naming names, I'll just say that a lot of the same individuals that are supporting the open library lawsuit and that are even on the boards of some of these AstroTurf organizations are also behind this push for the state legislations. Bills have been introduced in 5 or 6 states now that say, as Jenna said, that as a publisher, you have to make your books available. If they're available in electronic form at all, and not just books, it's all textual works, then you have to make them available to libraries on reasonable terms to decided by, presumably, the state. So we've objected to these laws all along because, one, it brings in self-published books, which, is a huge, very onerous on the author. They don't have necessarily relationships with Overdrive. It's not simple to create a library lendable ebook. It also includes things like blogs. I mean, they're way overbroad, but they're also unconstitutional. And I met with ALA to explain it, and clearly they're getting advice from somebody else who's not telling them this, that it's the copyright law, as many of you may know, is a federal law, and it preempts expressly within its own terms, it preempts state law on issues relating to the subject matter of copyright. So you can't have a state law that is, in essence, a compulsory license. So, of course, in Maryland, we fought it out in court. Well, the Publishers Association did, and we filed supporting documentation, and the court agreed that it was unconstitutional. In New York, we convinced Governor Hochul in her very first few months that to veto a bill that had already been passed because we were able to say it's unconstitutional. Oh, and by the way, Maryland's already declared it unconstitutional. But still, they keep pushing for this legislation on a state-by-state basis. And, on our side, we're small organizations. We don't have the kind of money they do. We don't have the ability to fight it out in every state. We're trying, but I think that's kind of part of the strategy.
Hey, Janice, so we got 10 minutes left, and I want to make sure we're going to get some questions.
Yeah, we are right now. I just wanted to explain something to people who might not understand. There are 2 ways that books become ebooks. One is if they're created as ebooks, like the publisher versions are. They're created to begin with. And the other is that they're scanned from print, which is what Google and Internet Archive is doing. And so these 2 situations together lead to a situation where one way or the other, the price of born digital ebooks will get reduced, and the print books will be scanned, and you get ebooks of all sorts for free or at a reasonable cost. And that's really, what's going on in these two situations. But yes, we do need to move on to questions as promised.
And I just want to make one more point before we do, because this is important for everyone to know. So, open library, we've been talking about books and texts. They also have film and music. And, these industries, it's coming next. So it's not just a book issue.
Yeah, that was brought up in the briefs for summary judgment, and the Internet Archive's response to that argument about, well, it's going to be books and well, there's going to be films and music and everything else next. We're not there yet.
We're not there yet.
Yeah. Not that we're not going to do it, but we're not there yet.
I just looked up in the textbook for my music publishing class is available.
There you go.
With no license.
Ask them to take it down. See what happens.
I had one quick question. In the rest of the world, aren't normally library lending fees paid to authors, right?
Yes, John, why don't you
Well,
take that?
we have something in Canada called the public lending right, and I'm sorry that you don't have it here in the United States. Yeah, and it's basically a government allocation. It doesn't come out of the library budget at all. It's essentially a publicly funded support for authors, and what happens is every year an agency goes through, does a test of the library systems, looks through their catalogs, looking for David Lowery's book, and when they find David Lowery's book in like 7 different libraries across the country, you get a certain amount of money for every hit, essentially. And that is absolutely crucial income to authors in Canada, and it is directly threatened by the activity of the Open Library.
Questions from the audience? Anybody? Chris Castle. I see Chris Castle from Music Tech Policy over here. I'm going to hand you the microphone. Have you got it? Oh, you're much better.
When all this started back with Google Books, I asked myself, what is their motivation? Like, why us? Why does that bully always take my lunch money? What is the point of this, right? And I discovered that there's a technique in computing called corpus machine translation, which is where they use very large bodies of text in different languages that they know has a high certainty of following on each other. In other words, if you get a copy of Being and Nothingness in English and another copy in French and another copy in another language, that sentence 3 on page 212 is probably the same, starts out with a high degree of probability of being the same concepts, the same words in different languages. Then that leads to robotics, and that leads to AI and so on. So have you all ever given thought to like why are they doing this? I mean, surely the motivation can't be what they're telling us it is, right? That's too simple. Have you given any thought, or have you been exposed to any information that would lead you to think that there's some larger purpose behind all this legal activity and lobbying activity than just what appears on the face of it?
Hi, I'm glad you brought that up, because during the Google Books case, I was actually in private practice and had a client that was very aware of the fact that what Google was doing with this corpus was teaching its computers how to read and write. That was the real purpose behind the Google Books search database. And, and that was something that unfortunately the publishers and the Authors Guild early in the suit just didn't understand the value of that, right? So they called it non-consumptive use, and they were fine with it. And that is what the court ultimately said it was fair use, those non-consumptive uses. So, you asked such an interesting question. What are they doing here? Maybe it's more robotics learning, I honestly don't know. I do think that it's a lot of hubris, and it's the idea that, there are a lot of real believers at Internet Archive, and I think Brewster is a real believer, and he created this Wayback Machine, which has proved to be tremendously beneficial, and now he wants to create a database open to the entire world of every possible text, and soon it's going to be music and film, and but from my perspective, and I'm sure John's, it breaks my heart because, and I talk to these people all the time and explain, there's a reason we have a copyright system, because it creates an ecosystem where people can grow up thinking, I'm going to be a writer. I'm going to go to school and learn to become a better writer. I'm going to get an MFA. I'm going to write that first book. And there's, if I'm good enough, there's a market. It allows publishers to get, to start up and invest in books and publish them. And it is, as John said, this is a pretty precarious, it's certainly a precarious profession, as being a musician is. It's also a precarious industry for most publishers other than the really big ones, right, that are owned by multinational corporations now. So it doesn't take a lot to really impact the future of publishing. And they don't get that. They don't seem to understand that, actually, fewer great books will get published as a result. There will be fewer professional trade authors. And this is one distinction we haven't made yet, is that their trade books are what we call commercial books, fiction, nonfiction, as opposed to academic. So there is an organization called the Authors Alliance that represents a small sector of academic authors who only care about getting their books read. And that is because the academic market is, for many books, very, very small, and there's absolutely no money in it. So those authors don't make money from their books. They make money from getting read and getting cited by others and getting promotions and getting tenure. So we totally support and understand their desire to get their books read and make them available openly and for free, and that's always the author's choice, right? But they have no empathy for the fact that there's this whole trade publishing that is extremely important, where authors have to earn money from their books. So I just find it's heartless what they're doing, heartless, and also I think really short-sighted. And then I'll wrap up just to say that, the one word that hasn't come up yet here today, because it's not on the agenda, but is artificial intelligence. Mm-hmm. And mm-hmm. That's, is this related to development of artificial intelligence? I don't know, but that's the next thing that we've got to watch out for, and we have to be proactive because, as Janice explained in her introduction, a lot of these new technologies, they become de facto before we, the creators, and our industries do anything about it, and then it's too late.
John.
Is this on?
Yeah.
I just want to add this because of what Chris brought up, but I was a mathematician graduating from University of California in 1984, and a very nice man, although had a compelling person, but had a little bit of a sinister edge from a three-letter agency in Washington, D.C., came and talked to all of us mathematicians about how the new frontier was computational linguistics, and that we should all come and work for him and learn computational linguistics. What I'm getting at, it was a military imperative in the Cold War. and I don't know what sort of secret funding went on and stuff like that, but I believe Google grew out of those efforts by the United States. So I imagine if it's not a plan, it's certainly helpful to the defense established in the United States that we develop artificial intelligence, own the information space and stuff like that. So whether that's why this is happening or not, there is that factor to it. There is that component to it. So anyway, sorry.
I think it's 100% artificial intelligence is behind that colorfully painted screen that I talked about earlier. It's not about libraries and about authors. It's about machine readable text for sure. And to answer Chris's question, why do they keep taking our lunch money? Why are they aiming at us? It's because we're small and we're weak, and they're huge. They are bullies essentially, and they know that they can bully us. So.
And I will just add to that, I think the internet cannot escape its origins as a defense intelligence project. Not a lot is said about that. I think that may be what Chris is getting at. And the words that I've heard used repeatedly are that the aims for all of this are to subject every form of communication to the mediation of technology, every form of communication. And so there you go. But we have it's 10:50. We probably, one quick question if there were one.
Yeah, one more
And
question.
we'll
Anybody?
end.
Anything from the metaverse? Anything?
Okay, so thank you, Chris, for
Hey, Michelle.
opening that volley, and thank you for following up. Because if it's a truism that we tend to make our battle plans for fighting the last war, what can we do to fight the next war? Thank you.
Well, I personally think we've got to be in Congress right now lobbying for legislation on artificial intelligence. And I mean, there are two things I can tell you right now that I think we need. One is that it is not fair use to use creative works to train AI machines to create competing creative works. Okay, that I just think that needs to be in the law somehow. And the second thing is that there's got to be an entity responsible when a person or corporation responsible when AI infringes. Because before long, we're going to have artificial intelligence machines becoming infringing machines, and the creators of those machines, or maybe the creators of the machines that created those machines, are going to be able to say, no volitional conduct, not liable. So we also need legislation on that.
And I would agree, we would go further, that we need to have a serious push at the Copyright Office level to simply deny copyright protection to works which are created with artificial intelligence. First of all, because they're not created by a human being. Second of all, because of the scraping that's gone on. All of this is just a rewash of what it's learned before. And I've already taken this position in my blog a couple of times that there absolutely positively should be no copyright in any work created by artificial intelligence. And what it's probably going to have to come down to is we're going to have to redraft the registration forms. That's going to have to simply ask that bold question: was any part of this work created using artificial intelligence? If so, you have to identify which parts.
Yeah.
And I will just say that we need to be more educated on this issue. Most people don't understand what's going on. Jonathan Taplin wrote a book called Sleeping Through a Revolution, and that's what most people are doing. They have no idea what any of this is about. We need to educate ourselves and be more aware. John, do you have a final comment?
Yeah, just to Michelle's question. Our Supreme Court in Canada threw our troubles with copyright back to Parliament and said, you know what, we just don't understand this law. It's not precise enough. So we have to be very, very precise about what we say in our copyright laws and what we mean by them. And we have to think far into the future. How is somebody going to try to get around a corner and get in, a back door on this? And that's how we fight this fight into the future.
And can I just add one more comment? Sorry.
Sure.
And that is, I think most importantly, we have to make sure that our legislators and the public understand the importance of creators and creative work. Somehow that message is not getting out there, that, technology is cooler, it's more important. Societies exist, our cohesion is in our cultural works, in our creative works. And artificial intelligence, as Stephen said, it just rehashes what's already been done. There's no new emotion, no human thought, no expression of what we're undergoing today or how we, imagine our future. So that's not a world I think any of us want to live in, where all of our arts are created by artificial intelligence. So let's get the message out there. And I also want to say creators need to unite. We're pushing for collective bargaining in the U.S. for freelance creators. I see Rick Carnes is here. He's part of our coalition. And we got to stick together. We've got to get out of our just, being in our individual fields and, make it clear that we, all of us, all creators, are fundamentally important, not just to our culture, but also to the economy.
And just to amplify that, I just got back from a 3-week travel through Italy. And here I am paying money to see a painting that's 500 years old, right? Or maybe I go to a symphony to hear something that's been composed by Mozart, who's been dead for hundreds of years. These are important things, and they live and they breathe and they inspire and they live on. And we've got to protect the creators.
All right, well, thank you very much. Janice, I really appreciate you coming here and organizing this panel. John Deegan, Stephen Carlisle, and Mary Ratzenberger, thank you so much. Please come and visit us again here, okay?
I'm going to take this. It's freezing. I should have worn my jacket.
Would it have made as much sense?
I mean, oh.
Oh, I'm good. I've been approached by some legal fund that wants me to run a class action, and I need to talk to you about whether that's a good idea.
Oh, it can be a great idea. We'll discuss that. All right, you can put our mics live. All right, students, please come in and take your seat. Good evening. Good afternoon, sorry. It's such a dull day today, so. Somebody threw the winter weather switch. Saturday was perfect here, and now it's cold and rainy. It's Georgia weather, so welcome to our winter. Hey, some of you know me because I'm your professor, or I'm somebody who wanders into your classroom and talks for approximately 70 minutes. And makes funny jokes, I suppose, to me, anyway. All right, so today I'd like to welcome you, first of all, to the UGA Artist Rights Symposium, the UGA Terry College Music Business Certificate Artist Rights Symposium. This is the third time we've done this. We're going to have another number of panels today. Today's panel, or this panel, will be about the Copyright Royalty Board. Most of you who are here already know what the Copyright Royalty Board are. Those of you who are my students and watched the last two lectures or attended the last two lectures also know what the Copyright Royalty Board is. But let's go ahead and go around the table here and get a quick introduction from everybody, like a good 30 seconds. So we start down here with David Turner.
Oh, hello. I want to say thank you, David, for having me here today. So my name is David Turner. I do a music industry newsletter called Penny Fraction that I've been doing for the last 5 or so years. And in addition to that, I work at SoundCloud as a strategy manager, and probably could stipulate that my thoughts today are just going to be speaking for myself and not for my employer. And I'm really happy to be here this morning. And also, I will say, being from North Carolina, this is kind of perfect winter weather.
I'm Rick Carnes. Hey, Michelle. I'm Rick Carnes, president of the Songwriters Guild of America. It's a 91-year-old organization formed on Broadway, 1931, in a writer's strike. Hard to believe, isn't it? And we have been responsible for, actually, in that strike, we got the first songwriters contract with the publishers. So that was where we began. Ever since then, we've been involved in legislation and also in adjudicating cases regarding copyright.
Hello, I'm Crispin Hunt. I'm a songwriter and a record producer primarily, but I was also chair of something called the Ivors Academy in the UK, which is the largest trade body for songwriters and composers. I'm a board member of PRS, which is our ASCAP or BMI. I've also been a board member of PPL, which is our neighbouring rights collect CMO, but we don't have a sound exchange yet in the UK, and we desperately need one, and we'll get onto that later.
Right.
Sorry, I also played I don't know if you've heard of 2 campaigns that have been going on in the UK recently called Broken Record and Fixed Streaming, of which I'm one of the authors.
Okay. So great. Well, thanks. So today, we're going for this panel. What we're going to be discussing is the Copyright Royalty Board, which is a 3-judge administrative law panel in the Library of Congress that is assigned the thankless task of trying to determine the rates at which creators should be paid for various licenses that are dictated by the federal government, right? So this is a board of judges, basically in the Library of Congress, but it's really part of the Copyright Office, and they determine some royalties for songwriters. Actually, a very important royalty rate for a kind of royalty for songwriters called a mechanical royalty, or for the mechanical license. I was wondering, Crispin, since you're on the board of a couple things, I wonder if you could just basically explain what a mechanical royalty is to the students.
Yeah, mechanical royalties, they started off from piano rolls on those old pianos that you used to get in Western movies. They go diddly-diddly-doo-doo and play themselves. And there was an understanding, I think, in the US Copyright Act of 1909 that some form of remuneration should go to the people who wrote those piano rolls. And so they set a rate at 2 cents per piano roll. And unbelievably, that rate, I think, stayed until 1976. When there was a new US Copyright Act, which then raised the rate to 2 cents and 2.75 cents. And then slowly, I think in 2004, there was the establishment of the Copyright Royalty Board, which started a slow journey to increase that rate to something which is not acceptable yet, but something which needs to be acceptable. The idea is that in every set of rights, in every recording, there is a mechanical right for the song. That I mean, I'm going back to real basics here. That is the basis of the publishing industry's economy. The question nowadays is the Copyright Royalty Board, certainly for us in Europe, the Copyright Royalty Board sets the rates, and those are the benchmark for the entire global market.
Well, technically, they only set it for the U.S.
Technically, they only set it for the U.S., but because, as we all know, the really large music corporations are U.S.-based. They may not be U.S.-owned, but they're U.S.-based. So fundamentally, that casts a global shadow, meaning that everybody else's rates are tethered, if not chained, to the rates set by the Copyright Royalty Board. So it's a real problem for us in the UK, and it's a real problem for songwriters because as the song becomes more and more prominent in digital distribution, TikTok, for example, that's the success of TikTok is based upon people lip syncing along to songs. Now that's it's quite easy to say that the song is worth more than 15% there, but that's about the rate we're set at. So I think there's been from the fantastic work of David and Rick and our various colleagues here, there have been numerous arguments about the correct rate for the song, and the correct rate for the song was previously based, arguably, justifiably, on the fact that the recording side was a manufacturing and distribution industry, but in the digital realm, there isn't very much manufacturing and distribution that goes on. So why the rates are still so low is a fundamental question, and we've been running a case in the UK where we believe that that's market failure, that there is not the ability to properly value the rights of a song. There is no free market for song rights because the value is set by the CRB. I've rambled there.
David, why don't you explain? You have a really good blog on what the Copyright Royalty Board is, where it came from, at least the most recent incarnation. And also you mentioned the two kinds of mechanical royalties that there are, right? Because separate hearings, right?
Yeah. So I guess to get a little bit of origin, even though I feel like David, you already were speaking to the origins of the CRB.
Right.
So the Copyright Royalty Board was created in 2004, and as David was sort of saying, it is a three-judge board, and so that three-judge board ends up being the one that ends up sort of determining the royalty rates. And as Crispin was sort of saying earlier, the work of David and others in this room have been sort of trying to push for a sort of a greater increase along those sort of mechanical royalties. And so actually, David, I'm gonna kick it over to you for 2 seconds to explain the differences of the two. The only reason I'm gonna do that is because after hearing the last panel, I'm going to trust you a little bit more than myself on this.
Well, okay.
So sorry to kick it back.
But you explain things so well in your blog. But I'll just explain it briefly. So as Crispin's noted, the mechanical royalty began, with sort of the piano rolls, and then the early. First the cylinder phonographs, and then the gramophone, which is the flat disc that we know today as vinyl. I think that's the way it really goes. There was a per copy royalty rate per song for the songwriters and the publishers. As we moved into the digital realm, there was a lot of confusion as to, are the streaming services making copies. It was finally decided that they are making copies and making songs available. So there would also be a streaming mechanical, but they're calculated differently, and there's two different hearings. And Rick.
I can interject one little thing here. With the streaming situation, there is a digital mechanical, and a digital performance right. Okay, that happened because at a meeting when we got all the people together to decide in Washington, because I remember this meeting well because I had the flu, there was the discussion about just making the stream a performance. And everybody in the room was like, this is it. This is our solution. Let's go home. I said, wait a second. If you make it just a performance, every songwriter in America will lose their publishing deal. And they said, what? And I said, yeah, this is why you need to talk to songwriters occasionally, because all of our contracts were set up so that we only recouped our salary from mechanicals. Okay? So if you make the digital streams only performances, we don't pay off the money that they gave us as advances for our salary, meaning that they'd fire all the songwriters immediately. So you'd have these great streaming services and no songwriters. And so then they said, well, how do we solve that? And they said, well, we resolved that by arguing about it for the next 10 years. So that's what we did. We went to court.
Okay. Well, David, in your blog I think you're asking whether, did the copyright royalty judges in some recent rulings, did they suddenly have a newfound liking for songwriters and stuff like that? Why don't you describe what happened and why you wrote that blog, okay?
Yeah, so the reason that I wrote that blog is just because earlier this year, so the Copyright Royalty Board in one of their more recent rulings actually actually did an increase on the physical mechanicals, which was the first that had happened in a number of years, which again I would sort of credit to a number of folks in this room that have been sort of fighting for this and sort of trying to make this push happen. And so the sort of argument that sort of, and I think I get now what you're sort of getting at, is that about sort of the increase in the physical sort of raised a really good question on the sort of the digital side as to what was being sort of spoken about just now, of if we can say that there should be an increase on the physical side, then why not on the digital? Because obviously I think as most folks in the room know, a lot of the mechanical royalties now are coming from the digital side, not just on the sort of physical, even though this is not to downplay the importance of physical, because over the last, I guess, 15 or so years, the increase of vinyl sales and sort of the persistence of physical sales, which folks may have in the maybe early 2000s thought were going to dissipate, are still here, and obviously many songwriters are still getting paid off of that. So you cannot just dismiss the physical and sort of say that, oh, well, those don't matter as much, but also, if we're going to say physical matters and physical can have that increase, then so should the digital.
Okay. So yeah, so we had an increase on the digital, on the physical side, and then there's a separate hearing and ruling or sort of settlement, I guess. I don't know if it's 100% approved on the streaming mechanical side. And currently, the rate it looks like the rate is going from 15.1% to 15.3% over the next 5 years, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe. All right. So why is that not quite right? So now we're talking about the streaming. Oh, and let me just say this. So there's a penny rate on a vinyl album per song, and it looks like it's going to 12 cents now.
12 point something.
12 point something cents, adjusted for inflation and stuff, right? It's still not, I think, 100% settled. But so that's easy to figure out. But on the digital side, the way the songwriter mechanical royalty comes about is that the streaming services are essentially told to put a certain percentage of their adjusted revenue into this pool, and then it gets split up. It gets split up among the songwriters and publishers, and that currently is 15%. But I can tell you're chomping at the bit here to jump in here, Rick. So,
okay, the problem is that, first of all, how many songwriters are there in here? Please, God. Oh, yes. So, first of all, you have my sympathies, you have my empathies, and second of all, I just want to say that the CRB sets our earnings, right? So that means we're living under state socialism. Let's make no mistake. The government sets a cap on how much we can make, okay? So you would think that songwriters would get a lot of leverage and a lot of leeway in talking directly to the CRB about how much they're going to allow us to earn, because we don't even get to go into the marketplace. It's what they will allow us to earn, okay? But the problem is that they have made it so incredibly complicated. I mean, when you look at what the CRB actually makes a decision on, it's not just as simple as, okay, well, you sell one physical copy, here's how much you make. Now there's like 15 different rates. There's a tethered streaming rate, there's a streaming rate, it is a list, a laundry list of rates.
Ad-supported, free giveaway, bundled.
Yeah.
So there's actually I think there's six separate mechanical
Right
rates.
now, tomorrow there'll be 7 or 8 or 9, because every time the services add some new feature, it becomes a new rate, right? And then that has to be adjudicated on and on and on. And every time we have to go in front of the CRB to fight one of these things out, it costs us millions of dollars, which in a lot of cases is more money than we make off of this obscure little new change in their business model, okay? So this became just mind-bogglingly complicated, okay? And until we can, first of all, address the fact that we're being paid under state socialism, but we're being taxed under capitalism. We need to. I mean,
our expenses are in the free markets, and our incomes in sort of a state
and
mandate.
We don't even get to income average. Okay, think about that for a second. When we have a hit, I mean, the songwriters' careers are not like this, right? Songwriters' careers are like this. 1 year, we make $200,000 or $300,000. The next year we make $24. Okay, and then the year after that we may make $20 or $25,000. We don't know, and we can't be sure. And it used to be that they will allow us to average our income over 5 years, so we could smooth out those bumps, right? So that we could have something like a normal tax rate. But no, they insist now on forcing us to have to pay 37% taxes the 1 year that we get lucky, okay? But they set a cap on how much we can earn. So I just want you to get some, as songwriters, some feeling for what we're up against just generally, okay?
Yeah. Well, yeah, yes.
And I mean, we there is the old argument was that songwriters would also earn from radio and broadcast, which we do. But the truth, if you look at even Daniel Eck's own, prediction, he says that
CEO of Spotify.
The CEO of Spotify. Sorry, yeah, he says that in 20 years the model is that linear will die and on demand will take over. Anyone who denies that that broadcast will become extinct within the next 20 years is the equivalent of a climate change denier. It will become extinct. So this is an incredibly critical moment for songwriters to be able to establish a fair value for their work in the streaming market, because streaming will be all that there is. And unless streaming adjusts and the law catches up with streaming so that it sustains the entire ecosystem of music, then the music ecosystem will collapse. And we're reaching a point where the ecosystem of streaming has been very publicly questioned recently. Artists and songwriters are not seeing the benefits of streaming. Streaming has scaled at the expense of artists and songwriters and performers. And the message is always kind of jam later. The message is, well, wait a second, if we allow this to grow the pie, then we'll all be able to eat from it. But that hasn't been borne out. That hasn't manifested itself. So we do need to establish, and we need the law to come in and establish a set of rights to ensure that copyright does what it's supposed to do. Copyright's intention is to not only to disseminate copyrighted works, but also to remunerate the creator of that copyright in order to incentivize them to go on to create more, and the next generation to want to be incentivized to go on and create more. But that's simply not working at the moment. So there does need to be some intervention or update of the copyright law, and the CRB is where it needs to start, because CRB was set up in a market judged on physical a physical market, and we are in a completely new paradigm now, and you cannot apply those old laws, the old world rules, to this new world market, or the 21st century music industry will fail. It's already failing the future. If you look at the amount of catalogue that's being listened to in 2019, it was 68% of music streamed was catalogue, and in 2021, it's 80%. Now, I know that there's an awful lot of catalogue, but the direction of travel is going the wrong way. It's somehow, something is not working. It's failing the future. And we need an intervention, and we need the Copyright Royalty Board to understand that they've just given us 12.1 cents on a physical, on a CD, a vinyl, and a download, which is a nice raise, but it's nothing like enough. But to give us kind of 3% more to 15% on a stream, when the costs are completely different, and the market and the model is completely different, is simply not sustainable. And that will be the only thing that has sustained the entire music ecosystem. Rant over, sorry.
Okay, that's good. David, can you explain who were the people that were were essentially submitted testimony and were participants in the hearing? Are you
Yeah, so it's just most of the folks that are submitting testimonies to these are the major trade associations, and there's to the point that I think that was just that Rick just spoke to earlier. It costs millions of dollars to be able to really even have a voice in these operations, because often it is sort of major trade associations like the National Music Publishers Association who are able to sort of afford to sort of speak in front of the board and being able to sort of actually sort of make and present their arguments to folks around these particular issues. So that makes it incredibly difficult to sort of a point that was made in the previous panel for smaller organizations, for smaller groups to be able to actually even have a voice to say in any of these sort of kind of topics.
So Rick, you're the head of the Songwriters Guild. So you guys were, of course, at these hearings, weren't you? You were allowed to be participants in the hearings, were you not?
No. Well,
this is a leading question,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, it gets a little complicated. Yes and no. We were, years ago, like back in the early 80s, the National Music Publishers Association realized that in front of the Copyright Royalty Tribunal, which is what it was called at that time, they were not really going to score any points because they were looked on as corporations, multinational corporations, not creators, not songwriters. And so when they're speaking for getting songwriters' rates raised, they were not the right messenger. So they reached out to the songwriting community, specifically, and I think not specifically, but partially because they were being funded by the songwriting community wholly from money that they were making, or at least 2/3 rather.
The National Music Publishers Association is like the RIAA that represents record labels. They do the same thing for music publishers, right?
Absolutely.
Generally on our side.
Yes, and our partners. But in this particular instance, and for years that we represented songwriters' rights together, okay? But in 2015, there was sort of a split between the National Music Publishers Association and the songwriting community over several different issues. But mostly they just wanted to kind of go their own way in front of the CRB. And so they chose one songwriting organization, it was a local organization, out of the entire universe of songwriters associations, and they said, this is going to be the songwriters, this is going to be the voice of the songwriters, as long as they say what we want them to say, essentially. And so...
that was you guys, right?
No, that was not us. No,
who was it?
Let's just say, we're not their favorite people, but we are part of.
You get the Christmas card?
No, yeah, but we still consider them our partners. Because 50% of the copyright is represented, or at least 25 in some cases, represented by the music publishers. So, what happens with them happens to us. So we are partners in that sense, but we were actually elbowed out of the room. That we were not allowed to get our message across, even in some instances where we were trying just to submit comments, the NMPA tried to block us from submitting comments. So yeah, we had some problems. We did manage to get those comments through, and fortunately, those comments were well received by the CRB judges, and they were cited by the CRB judges in unfreezing the mechanical rates, because the mechanical rates had been frozen from 2006 until now. They weren't giving us a raise. 2006 until now. I won't even talk about inflation, but we were going backwards, okay? And that one songwriters organization and the NMPA had decided that was okay because they wanted to talk about other stuff and they didn't want to spend the money fighting that battle because they thought they would lose. And we said, well, we can't afford not to fight that battle, even if we lose. We have got to fight that battle. And so MCNA, which is the Music Creators North America, our Canadian colleagues, and the Songwriters Guild and the Screen Composers, SCL, Screen Composers, went together and we filed comments along with George Johnson, bless his heart, and we got the mechanical rate raised. And it's still being talked about because we're still talking about side deals and things that go into this that we haven't completely figured out. Also, we need to figure out whether or not the cost of living increase starts this year when we're up 8%, or next year when we may not, because that 8% that we lost this year will completely undo the difference between 12 and 15, where we got a raise.
Right. So,
Can I add one more?
yeah, yes, of course, of course.
I'm led to believe that one of the bits of information that got the Copyright Royalty Board to reassess the freeze on 9.1%, but was because, which came from a piece of information from inside the NMPA, which was very useful. It was about NFTs. I mean, nobody knows whether NFTs are actually going to manifest themselves into a profitable market for music. But at the time, there was an enormous amount of excitement about this being the new way for, ironically, the very same sort of internet evangelists that were talking about artificial scarcity in copyright suddenly got really excited about scarcity again in NFTs. But that's by the by. But the point is that NFTs, when they were sold as musical NFTs, were accompanied by a download of a piece of music, and you could sell those NFTs for very many millions of. I mean, some of them were sold for millions of pounds to themselves, but in order to boost their crypto price of their crypto. But that's by the by. But the point is that if downloads had been frozen at 9.1 cents, potentially you could have sold an NFT for
$100 million.
For $100 million, and the
paid the
songwriters
songwriter.
would have got 9.1 cents. So I think the CRB suddenly realised that there was more at stake. This wasn't just about past markets of vinyl and CD, which one of my friends in a big record company describes vinyl as a merchandising item. Which is a shame because it's a lovely thing, but it's not the majority of the market now, and I think the CRB suddenly clicked that they can't accept a settlement because there is more to the settlement than it would first appear.
I want to back up here for a minute. Can anybody? So that's excellent, all totally fantastic. But can anyone here explain sort of what is this process that the Copyright Royalty Board goes through? Because I assume there's a room, and then different people come in and present papers and evidence. Did they speak? Can anybody comment on this here? David, Rick, anyone?
Well, I've testified a couple of times at the actual proceedings of the Copyright Royalty Board. And in those days, they had hearings. And the RIAA or whoever, they'd bring in their lawyers, and the tech companies would have their guys, and then we'd get up and we'd all duke it out in court. But in this latest, it's been my understanding, because we did not participate in this one, that it was mostly Zoom meetings, if there were any meetings at all, and largely done by papers being submitted.
Okay, and so so that happens, but then in order for by the way the federal government works, if they're going to make the Copyright Royalty Board makes a decision, they sort of have to publish it and open it up for comments. So I sort of don't want to, toot my own horn here. Maybe David could describe what happened after that, right? So.
Well, you don't want to toot your own horn, but I guess to what Rick was sort of saying, to give a little bit more, I guess, like to pull the thread, is that, like, yes, so as Rick was saying, it seems at one point there was more like sort of like actual sort of open comment where you would sort of be able to actually speak in front of the board, be able to speak in front of people and have sort of, I guess, more like dialogue, like a more clear dialogue. But as it sort of moved to, I guess, sort of Zoom, but also to more just actually just sort of direct comments, then it sort of becomes sort of on the more of an onus to sort of actually be able to sort of present an argument and present a case in those written comments. And so I guess over the last number of years, there's been sort of increased pressure from folks like David and other groups to try to actually like push in those comments to be able to actually like convey like more or less the issues that are on hand and be able to actually sort of speak more directly to those issues via these comments because they are not able to sort of speak directly to the board.
Yeah, and there's literally like a kind of a funky website like this, like where you can just, as a U.S. citizen, you can just kind of post your comments. I mean, you can talk about space aliens, whatever, as there's no filtering on it. But, hopefully it's people who know what they're talking about submitting comments that the Copyright Royalty Board would
At this
find
point,
helpful.
I want to take a moment and thank the people that did submit comments. I mean, Charlie Sanders, our outside counsel, did a fabulous job. Chris Castle did an incredible job. And of course, this man right here did an incredible job. I mean, we were supported by a group of saints, frankly. And if we didn't have that help, we wouldn't have gotten the raise.
So one of the issues that we're kind of working towards here is how do we improve this process going forward? Because right now, the way it works, the actual proceedings when you're in front of the judges, it's dominated by lawyers at, white shoe law firms. I don't know if you guys know that expression. It's probably 17 lawyers, representing one company. I don't know if it was exactly that, but you're going into the millions of dollars here. Just to sort of appear, right? So one of the I just need to know a little piece of the story here. So one of the things that happened over the last few years is this sort of gadfly songwriter out of Nashville named George Johnson. And I mean, somebody needs to make a movie about him. But he basically, the term, any of you ever heard the term jailhouse lawyer? It's like where, some inmates in jail and hopefully, has had so many appeals denied, but learned so much about the process. The inmate learns the process and starts writing appeals for other. That's what George Johnson did. He was a songwriter and he just sort of figured out, well, why can't I be at the hearings? Well, why do I need a lawyer? And at first it was kind of obvious because his filings were really, kind of chaotic and wandered off the topic, but he got better and better over the years. So we've had this guy, George Johnson, who's basically put his foot in the door and stopped these rulings from necessarily, just sort of being, quietly settled between the parties and no public comments and it goes away and stuff like that, right? So one of the things we're thinking about here is managing a longer table at the Copyright Board. How might we have sort of representation as songwriters at the Copyright Royalty Board without being really, really rich and having, lots of lawyers or having an enormous amount of time on your hands, like, say, George Johnson did, at the Copyright Royalty Board. How might we expand this process? And, we can't make the federal government do anything, but we can also make suggestions, and maybe these suggestions would be followed. Do you have any thoughts on this? Because I know in the UK you guys work pretty differently, but is there any valuable lessons that you've learned?
I think if I may, and I'm going to say that horrible phrase with due respect, which always means you're going to say something
Horrible.
rude.
Yeah.
So, sitting in front of me here is my friend Helene Lindvall, who is the chair of something called the EXA, which is the European Composers and Songwriters Alliance. Speaking to the kind of Monty Python, the people's front of Judea is over there, situation that you were having with the varying different groups of songwriters associations, and how different people claiming to the music industry has always claimed to represent the interests of creators, and in many respects they do. I mean, my friend Richard Burgess is there, and he's CEO of the independent, A2IM, which is the independent music group, and independent record labels. Many of them.
We also have the Susan from the RIA.
Oh, and Susan from the RIA. But there are many people in that enter into a relationship which is a partnership agreement, not an ownership agreement. And I think that's the future. But if the internet has had a profoundly devastating effect on the income of musicians, but it also allows us to organise. And I think the fruits of that organisation and the manifestation of that are beginning to take shape. So it is absolutely essential that there are creator voices at the table. It's as George Johnson's and your intervention into the CRB proceedings showed. Actually, when there are articulate and able creators, although I'm not doing a very good version of it myself at the moment, but there is always the voice of creators. In the UK, we've had a big parliamentary inquiry into the streaming economy, run by the Department of Culture Select Committee. In fact, there was a second hearing of that today, which went on, which you should all go and watch. But I worked in politics for a while, and there's a nasty phrase which is, politics is show business for ugly people, and politicians like to speak to other people in show business. Basically, they like to hear the voice of creators, and in the UK, we managed to get an extremely prominent group of voices. We got Led Zeppelin and the Beatles and the Rolling Stones and Kate Bush and Joan Armatrading and 200 other really significant acts to intervene in our process in support of some kind of reform of the streaming economy. And in the same way, I think, if I may, in due respect, there is a necessity to kind of group together, not actually form a kind of a union, because you can't form unions, but you can form a kind of trade body that is, or a council of the different trade bodies in America that would have a more prominent voice to Congress and legislation. And there's stuff that we have to do. It's not only about demanding a seat at the table rather than being on the menu. It's about organising ourselves, and we're in the beginning stages of that.
Aren't you a union? Maybe you should explain that.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about reforming the CRB process and making it easier, cheaper, faster, we could take the Shakespearean approach, and first we just kill all the lawyers, But I think that's sort of an immoderate idea, and I don't even know if that's legal at this moment. But I think that
you're going to get our YouTube channel taken down. But
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
But
that's
the
right.
reason I say that, I mean,
that.
I'm being facetious maybe, but I think the reason, basically, the point I'm trying to make is that the process has become so complicated and so expensive that it's practically impossible for a group like the Songwriters Guild to go in front of this body and carry out a $15, $20 million appeal of the rates. I mean, we just can't do it. And that's why we need to do something either about streamlining what the rates are so that we have maybe two things we're talking about in some way, so that we could be there for a couple of weeks and get it solved, and we could maybe afford that. But if this thing is going to drag out 5 years, and we're going to be filing innumerable comments and presentations in front of this CRB, we're not going to be able to do that. So we need to do some way, first of all, to lower the costs and simplify the process. That would help some, I think.
So one of the things I was sort of trying to get at, but so if you go and work at Starbucks, you're laboring, and you're allowed to collectively form a union and collectively bargain, right? But if you're a car manufacturer, like Mercedes or Ford or Chrysler or something like that, right? And you want to get together with all the other car makers and collectively bargain with car dealerships or the public and set the price for your cars, that's illegal. That shouldn't be allowed in a free market, right? Okay, so here's the weird thing. Songwriters are not really considered to labor, right? So because songwriters don't labor, we produce a good, it's actually illegal for us. We could be prosecuted for getting together as a group and setting prices. Like we would say, hey, let's get together. Let's make sure that we get, if we negotiate with Apple, one of the largest corporations on the planet, let's set our songs price to, each stream we get 10 cents, right? That's actually illegal for us to do, right? Now, the United States over the years has granted many exemptions to these laws. Like for instance, I grew up in the West with these huge farms that you see out west. You don't really see that so much out here. Thousands of acres of pecans or almond groves or fields of thousands of acres of rice and stuff like that. Because that's food, kind of an important industry, and farmers, important industries for the survival of our country, I guess. They're actually given exemptions from those laws. So like, for instance, a lot of food that you buy, the farmers get together and cooperatively into co-ops, and they essentially sell. I don't know the ins and outs of this exactly, although I did work at a farm as a computer programmer at one time. Go figure. But you're allowed to collectively bargain. So one of the issues is that we can't really get together and collectively bargain. I think Mary Raffensperger alluded to this with authors as well, too. So there's a lot of other activities that is almost like union activity that goes on. But one of the things I've always thought is we should just allow to actually have a union. We get the exemption, same exemption that colleges get when competing for students or when competing for athletes, or all the major league sports leagues, I believe, have anti-competition, are allowed to set prices and stuff like that. Songwriters don't, because it's very convenient for big broadcasters or big digital platforms that are among the biggest corporations on the planet Earth to have us weak so they can negotiate higher rates. But I think, David, you've been covering a little bit of some sort of organizing going on in New York. Can you tell us about that and what you know about it?
Yeah, so I'm going to say, so over the last couple of years, especially during the pandemic, I think there have been two new organizations that have come up trying to sort of represent musicians. This is usually, just to be very specific on the phrasing that they use the phrase musician, they do not use the phrase songwriter or anything like that. So one of them is called the Union of Musicians and Allied Workers. And again, the terminology, just to be specific, the Union of Musicians and Allied Workers is not a union. It is just sort of, don't even know quite what to sort of describe it beyond a sort of a group of musicians who have been self-organizing over the last couple of years. And then also in New York, there is another group called the Music Workers Alliance, which again is not a union, but is sort of a group of musicians who have been sort of coming together. I would also make the distinction that the Union of Musicians and Workers and the Union of Musicians and Allied Workers, a little bit of a mouthful. They mostly represent a lot of artists who I would say come from more of the traditional sort of indie rock background. And so one of the big artists of it is this man Damon, who used to be part of this band Galaxy 500, if you're sort of familiar with their work from the 80s, where the Musician Workers Alliance is mostly sort of looking at more classical musicians and sort of works in that space. So a lot of those musicians are folks who were either part of, we haven't mentioned it, but the American Federation of Musicians, which is sort of the long-standing American Musician Union. So a lot of folks in the Music Workers Alliance have been either members of or still members of the AFM. So the reason for the two organizations, in a sense, are sort of a sense of, I would say, failure, or I guess sort of a lack of the ability of the AFM to sort of incorporate a lot of these musicians and bring in these folks into sort of the work that they've been sort of doing. But David, to the point that I think you sort of are getting at, they've also, similar to authors and sort of other sort of, I would also say this as freelance writers. So like if you're a freelance journalist, you also sort of have this issue where if you are a freelance author and you wanted to like work for the New York Times and you were like, hey, I think that my rate should be this, and you talk to someone else, it's like, I also think my rate should be this, you would also sort of face the same issue of colluding and sort of price fixing that would be sort of, that would also fall upon songwriters. So what these musician groups have been sort of doing over the last couple of years is, one, just sort of starting out this organizing, trying to figure out what campaigns they can sort of fight around. So in New York State, actually there was I don't know if it was a bill or there was something that was recently passed in New York State that basically allowed for musicians or basically all freelance authors, or not authors, artists, so a very broad category, to be able to file to the state, hey, I lost this money because of COVID. So then you would actually be able to get up to $5,000 reimbursed on anything that you may have lost because of touring loss or other recording loss that you've had during the pandemic. So a lot of those two organizations have been trying to do organizing that sort of skirts around this issue that of songwriters of not being able to sort of come together in that way. But I think to what Crispin was sort of saying earlier, I think this sort of points to that. If there is not going to be sort of a larger push amongst maybe authors, freelance writers, and sort of and songwriters themselves to try to sort of get around that issue of sort of being able to sort of, I guess price fix would kind of be the phrase, I don't like that. If they weren't able to sort of like actually be able to like have like a say in their wages at all, then I think one of the other things would be for a lot of these groups to potentially, I say this, but I'm not one of these people, would be for a number of these groups to try to come together to figure out what is sort of the best tactic to sort of go about sort of attacking this particular issue without, again, sort of running into sort of these sort of broader sort of legal issues.
Can I come in there? Interestingly, in Europe, the European Commission has just passed a bill that I don't know the details of, which says that self-employed workers can collectively bargain, which could be really transformative. And you know, we live in a completely globalized world, and you know, globalization is a wonderful thing, but it's also the kind of, you know, the prowl for ever cheaper labor around the world, it seems, and so we have to kind of have some legislative control on globalization. And I think that the European Commission allowing self-employed workers to collectively bargain is a counter to that. It's a way of mitigating the potential but I'm very interested, and talking about globalization, you know, there needs to be a lot of sharing of ideas around the world at the moment. There are a number of fantastic solutions and a number of fantastic behaviors that for a globalized music world and a globalized copyright environment, we need to harmonize those solutions to create you know, a Goldilocks version of copyright and a Goldilocks music industry that will sustain the future. But maybe if Europe does manage to make it effective for self-employed workers to collectively bargain, that's something.
These are like creator workers, people who are creating like, you know, the problem with songwriters where you're creating a good, right?
I think so. I think
freelance writers are creating a good and then sort of selling it on to the platform.
And also the kind of the gig economy that in some respects is incredibly free for us all, but music, you know, invented the gig economy really. But exactly to what was said on the last panel, whether Airbnb is a huge benefit to Barcelona or whether in fact Airbnb is pushing out the people. So there needs to be balances that move in legislation in order to make sure that technology in AI, for example, whether AI should have a copyright or whether copyright needs to be a human deposition of some art. We need, we need to have those questions at the moment, yeah.
Okay. I should mention, and I guess I'm the one to speak about this, is that there have been a number of proposals in public comments submitted to the Copyright Royalty Board on how they might change this process, even though we sort of weren't exactly asked. And so one of them, that I put forward, I think other people have put this forward too, is the idea that there would be an ombudsman. Like this is sort of other government agencies often have an ombudsman, or maybe sometimes something like an inspector general that is independent of everybody sort of else there, and they're assigned to represent the interests of one group. So you would have like an ombudsman that wouldn't be paid for by songwriters, but would be paid for by the Copyright Royalty Board, or so they would be somehow, it wouldn't directly cost us anything, and you have like an appointed official. I don't know if it's a lawyer or somebody who knows about the music business or labor leader or whatever, an ombudsman that would be at those hearings and would take the songwriter's position. And then maybe it's a combination of all these things that we have to do, but that is one proposal put forward. You look like you're going to say something, Rick.
Well, I really like the idea of an ombudsman because it works in a lot of other areas.
Mm-hmm.
You can search it on the internet and see all the state ombudsmans for all the different organizations, and it seems to be popular. It seems to work. The problem is in the music business, who's going to be the ombudsman? Who's going to represent songwriters? I can solve that problem if it's a highly paid position and requires very little work. I would volunteer for that job. I would just want, yeah, that's the only problem. It's good idea, but how do you execute the idea? It's like the collective bargaining thing. I didn't say anything on that, but with songwriters, the trouble with our collective bargaining would be that there is the problem of ownership. Mm-hmm. Half of the songs are owned by publishers, and some of them aren't. Some of them are owned by songwriters. And then if you have to set up two bargaining rates, and then you end up with two rates for one song, it's going to be a bookkeeping nightmare and stuff like that. And I don't know how you solve that. So these are all good.
The other option is set the rate way too high.
Absolutely.
And then
bargain it
privately.
Down. Right.
Companies can bargain it down.
Yeah, they're doing it the other
that's
way.
My very
they're
unpopular opinion in the music industry.
I like that opinion, and you should be the ombudsman. That's all I'm saying.
But it's not necessarily that collective bargaining, that the right to collectively bargain would give you a seat at the table,
yeah.
Whether you are going to set the price or not. The fact that you had the right to join up together and consolidate would give you the opportunity to choose a representative and make sure that representative is, make sure that your sector is represented within the CRB decisions, because it's absurd that we had to rely on George Johnson's.
Who is an American hero?
Yeah, who's an American hero.
No
and then was followed up by all of the other American heroes in the room today. But it does demonstrate that that exactly demonstrates, and it went around the world. It demonstrates the power of the creator voice. It does demonstrate that creators can represent themselves rather than be represented by whoever, our partners in the rest of music.
Well, the only reason I would say that why the ombudsman should be looked at is because, without the federal compulsory license, which essentially collectivized songwriters' rights, sort of took these rights away from us in the digital realm, I view that as a taking. You can ask people, a number of legal experts who view that as essentially a taking, which is okay under the U.S. Constitution as long as we're correctly compensated. And so that's what the Copyright Royalty Board is trying to do. But And so since that was an initiative of the federal government, I feel like they should pay for our fees. Whereas if we were a union, we're collectively chipping in all of our part of our union dues to have representatives devote an effort to this. I see this as like, well, this is a little different because, in our case, there was actually a kind of taking. So the federal government has a responsibility to not compensate us fairly, but also make sure that we don't suddenly incur costs that we wouldn't normally have to incur without legislation. But that's my take on it.
David, could I ask a quick question on the ombudsman point? It's just that I want to get a sense of like for other industries, how I guess I'm just sort of thinking about like sort of like new things that sort of come up. So right now there's a lot of industry talk about TikTok, and there's sort of a lot of the sort of thoughts about NFTs and I'm sure in 3-4 years there'll be new stuff that we'll be all talking about. Yep. So I kind of am a little curious, like for other industries, how does sort of the ombudsman sort of take on sort of all the different feedback on sort of the new things that are sort of coming in?
Well, I think the ombudsman that I'm proposing is just simply to represent our interests on where the Copyright Royalty Board has authority, right? So hopefully TikTok doesn't get a compulsory license, because that would be a disaster for us, because they have video. So TikTok doesn't really get the mechanical compulsory license that the streaming services get, and it would be bad for the streaming services. It'd be bad for your company if TikTok had the same mechanical rate, because they're doing something different. They're basically, allowing people to make little movies, and that's usually left to private negotiation. So I would hope that we don't need an ombudsman for TikTok. But for instance, that would apply if there were other compulsory license that emerged, or that our ombudsman would be able to step in and go, well, okay, well this is as representing the songwriter's interest, I don't see where we're getting anything out of this, but under this current proposal or something like that. So it's not perfect, but I think the idea is to have this other, another point of leverage for us, right? So.
I mean, fundamentally, from our perspective in the rest of the world, it just seems completely absurd that the government sets the rate of a market, especially a government in a nation which prides itself on the free market. Yeah.
Cars and vans and hotel rooms and stuff like that. It would make sense. But you can't have us in the free market and the services.
Somebody else in something else. It is absurd, and it would be so fascinating to see what the value of songs would be if they could go out and value themselves properly in a free market.
George Johnson,
that hypothetically happens in Europe, but it doesn't, because our rates are chained to whatever the CRB decides. So those three people effectively decide the pay for songwriters the world over.
And to be clear, too, the copyright, we're kind of making it sound like the copyright royalty judges are bad, for us. I think they're really trying to do their job, and they've definitely kind of come in on our side in the last couple of years, right? But they're also framed in by what the law says, even like sort of the evidence they can look at. They recently did something really interesting. They added an economist. Right? One of their judges is an economist. They switched out an economist. So it's a very interesting space. Hey, so we got 15 minutes left, or a little more than that. Let's go ahead and open this up to student questions or participant questions and stuff like that. What will we start with? Let's start with Richard over here.
I don't have a question, it's a statement, but you talked about this idea of collectivizing, and we, along with the Artists' Rights Alliance, actually have an antitrust bill. It's called Protect Working Musicians Act, and the idea is that any group of musicians, and actually any small labels up to the size that the SBA defines as a small business in the record industry, could collectively negotiate any deals at all, and we would welcome every organization to participate in that. We think this is the solution that, antitrust is on its head in this country. I mean, since Bork.
It's used to protect the big
right. Well, I mean, Bork
against the workers, it's completely backwards.
Because Robert Bork said, as long as there's no harm to consumers, then it's not antitrust. Well, I mean, Google is a perfect example of that. Everything's free, so why would there be any harm to consumers? But we're dealing with monopsonies here, really, where they're crushing the vendors, and so I think we really need collective bargaining personally. So I mean, we would welcome any organization or any entity that wants to join us on that, and the more the better, really.
And you explain to the students who you represent.
Sorry?
Can you explain?
Oh, yeah, sorry. So HYM, we're the American Association of Independent Music. I mean, primarily we represent independent record labels. We have about 700 independent record labels. We represent about 38% of the market, of the entire recorded music market, by ownership. And actually quite a bit of publishing as well. It turns out that about 15% of our labels' revenues come from publishing entities, some of them as much as 90%, but on average about 15%. So, my view is, I know I'm on a panel later, so we'll talk about that too, but we're all in this together, we need to work together as far as I see it. So.
Sorry, can I come in on the antitrust issue? I quite agree with you. The whole consumer welfare test is just completely absurd in a day when you have got, there are 8 million people, 10 million people putting their work up on Spotify. 8 million of those are consumers. The consumer is and the creator are morphing into the same thing. It's impossible to say what is good for the consumer. Yes, it may be good to get your streaming at $9.99 a month, but that also denigrates the 8 million people that are using Spotify as a platform to they're consumer creators. So I think that the whole consumer welfare test is just completely obsolete at the moment.
So what I didn't cover this with you students, but just so we know what we're talking about. So, in the United States, it's not really illegal the way the laws have been interpreted to have a monopoly. But it is if it harms the consumer, right? So Google can have a monopoly, but since they're giving away everything for free, it doesn't harm the consumer. But and this was a change that happened at some point in the United States. How they looked at their competition laws, ways to create robust competition in the United States and stuff like that. And it's almost like they never considered the fact that what does it do to the producers if you have a monopoly? Like, what if you have like what the railroads did in the turn of the century was they would basically, well, if farmers, we're gonna buy your produce at this price, otherwise it doesn't get on our railroads and go to market and stuff like that. There were things like that. So it has to be a fundamental philosophical change in how the courts and the laws interpret sort of anti-competition laws. So we're up against a pretty complicated. This is a very complicated situation. Mary, let's get the microphone to you here. Hold on a second.
A couple points. First, on the point you just made, David, there is actually some reason for hope. We the Authors Guild, have been going to the Department of Justice for, at least 8 years now, to complain about Amazon, which has a disproportionate effect on the entire publishing industry, and it ends up, because it basically owns retail and publishing, and it in turn harms authors because authors get paid less. Then a couple years ago, Penguin Random House, Simon & Schuster got put up for sale. They're like 5 big publishers now. They're called the Big Five. Viacom owned Simon & Schuster. They put them up for sale. Penguin Random House, which is the biggest publisher by far, won the bid. And so it would have reduced the number of publishers to 4. Anyway, we argued to DOJ. They started an investigation, and we argued the same arguments we'd been arguing to Amazon, about Amazon all along. It was that if it's going to have an impact on authors, because fewer publishers there are, less likely you're going to get into a bidding war. Your advance is going to go down. The less authors earn, the less they can produce. The fewer authors also who make a living writing, and the fewer books you're going to have. So the good news is that the Department of Justice, this is the Biden Department of Justice, bought it. First time ever. They used our arguments in the complaint. They brought the case, and a couple weeks ago, the district court in D.C. Barred the merger on the grounds that DOJ complained about, and it was completely about harm to workers due to the monopsony. So it's called the monopsony when it's producers selling to a buyer.
A single buyer.
Yeah, single buyer, right.
Market
Thank you, Dave.
buyer.
Yeah, as opposed to a monopoly, which is in retail to consumer. So, so that's the good news. This administration really understands the relationship between the DOJ and the FTC, at least, and even the Department of Labor. They're also looking into this, the relationship between antitrust and workers, how much they can get done in the next 2 years, we'll see. I also wanted to mention that when I first came to the Authors Guild, which is now 8 years ago, and we've always, our whole 110-year history, we've gone to publishers to complain about things in their contracts. And more of us, but they don't have to listen to us because we're not a union, right? And it was frustrating. So we have a very active campaign going right now to get an exemption for all freelance creators to be able to collectively bargain. And I'd welcome everybody's join the coalition. Songwriters Guild is part of the coalition. We have now 15, maybe 19 groups that are part of the coalition. I think we've got a sponsor for our legislation. We first had just straight up antitrust exemption, like the farmers and the sports leagues. The way we've drafted it now is that so the reason employees can collectively bargain is that the National Labor Relations Act, well, it's not the only reason, but this helps. It expressly says employees can work together for their mutual benefit and collectively bargain, form unions, et cetera, et cetera. Our proposed amendment is to the NLRA, and it would say employees and professional freelance creators with obviously a defined term for that. So I just want everyone to know about it, and I hope you support it. We're trying to get grassroots support for it.
Okay, great. We have another question right here. So
it's more of a statement.
Oh.
Is that on?
Yeah.
Yes, that's on.
Oh, that's on? Okay, great. Yeah? Okay, awesome. I apologize in advance, but I'm going to put you guys on blast just a little bit because there are a lot of amazing women, creators that also submitted comments, and I just wanted, some of whom are in this room. Abby, my colleagues Roseanne Cash and Chelsea Crowell were a big part of that. It's not just you guys. Hellian, yes, absolutely. And I'm Erin McAnally. And Michelle has been so active in talking as well. So I just wanted to make sure, I think it's important that we model that for the students because it's already an opaque process. And oftentimes we feel like we're not invited to that table. And so there are ways to get involved. You can, that website that David pulled up, you can set alerts on it. You can find out what's happening on a day-to-day basis and get involved. So I just wanted to make sure that women knew that they were invited.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Hey, okay, so I have a question. So I'm sure a lot of people have seen headlines recently that like 100,000 songs are uploaded every single day onto streaming services. This is something that has greatly increased in the last 5-10 years, and it seems like it's only going to keep growing. And this is a beautiful thing in many ways. There's tons of DIY creators that have been empowered to get their music up on streaming services and take control over, you know, kind of their music careers in an independent way. But I think that, as you guys mentioned, streaming rates and how to track down your royalties and all this stuff is very, very difficult, even for people who work in the industry and are familiar with these terms. But I'm sure there are even some songwriters in this room who have released independently. So basically, I guess my question is, how do you reach DIY songwriters, educate them, and help them get a seat at the table?
That is the million-dollar question. There's something. I want to say, first of all those hundreds of thousands of songs that are uploaded every day, none are as good as my wife's songs. It's Janice Carnes music on YouTube. I just want to say, but anyway, not a prejudiced comment. And also the women, Roseanne, Michelle. I mean, unbelievable in this entire thing. And I want to apologize for not mentioning them. But yeah, how do we figure this out? I mean, Janice has got hundreds of thousands of views, and we're YouTube millionaires apparently, but we haven't gotten paid. You know, this is the problem. How do we establish a system where the independent DIY songwriter gets the recognition and the money that they deserve? And the Songwriters Guild is working on that right now, but we don't have a solution for that. We've been dealing with this for years. I think that, you know, Alien and the people, the entire global music community is coming together around this as often as we can, but we do not have a solution for that, and you're right.
Can I come in there? I mean, data, I think, is something that Helene is about to discuss. And we live in a technological world where 100% accuracy is pretty much 100% viable, and it's completely possible. You know, if Google can sell me a pair of Yeezys when I walk past a shoe shop, they can tell who wrote the song. But that is very much down to the creators also. Taking responsibility, and we need to have an education drive, and we also the big PROs like PRS, and they're beginning to do it, need to start to hand out identifiers. We need to have a kind of universal identifier that for all the songwriters and for all the musicians, etc. That is really commonly used and goes out from the point of creation. So you should never press bounce on something without having put your name in that piece of work. Just as you would never paint a painting without signing your name in the corner. You know, we have to get this into the mindset of the long tail, as it's now called, because the trouble is the long tail just disappears. You put those work.
It's there, we don't get paid.
Yeah, it just disappears, and then of course, you know, there are people that benefit from it disappearing because there are licenses for music, compulsory licenses for music. But if you don't know who to pay, then other people get paid.
It goes into a black box.
Yeah, it goes into
divided up by market share, which, you know, studies are hard. There's not really any great studies on this, but it seems as if some of that is independent artists that's going to the big rights holders.
There are studies in this.
Oh, there are?
PPL did a study on, and this is public knowledge. PPL did a study on the black box distribution, and it used to go by market share. It went 80-20 to the large record groups. But after the study, where it was expensive, I mean, that's always the argument, is that you don't, you know, it costs more to distribute a penny than it costs £1 to distribute a penny. But but PPL did this study, and the results of the study were 80-20 to the independents.
I will say
to the independent.
It was
So the black
complete
box
opposite.
was the
complete
independents.
opposite.
It has to be said that there's an organization now called the MLC, where you can go sign up and register all your works if you're a DIY artist. And some of that black box money is sitting there waiting for you if you'll do that. So
to claim the song.
To claim the song. So I should have said that. There is some chance to get that money. It's the MLC. Search it, and then go on that website and register your songs, because you may have money sitting there waiting for you.
We also need to pressurize the platforms themselves, because they you know, in their, when you upload something to Spotify or YouTube or TikTok, you should not be able to upload it without giving the name of the songwriter or the name of the artist, or that, you know, there needs to be a kind of minimum viable data set for anything that goes up online, because otherwise it will just disappear, and it disappears into either a black box in the music business or a black box in Google's business or Facebook's business or TikTok's business, and that's not a good place for the future.
Last question, Chris.
So,
we got 1 minute.
just to try to tie up those things, when the MLC regulations were being drafted, the Copyright Office had a study done of various practices at CMOs around the world, and one of them was how much money they spend trying to track down writers, right? The problem, and the reason why that study was pretty much irrelevant for the MLC, is that all those societies have one thing in common, which is that those costs would have ultimately be deducted from the royalties that were being collected. So when you do a cost-benefit analysis of what revenue you're holding versus how much it will cost you to find the payee, you look at it differently if it's going to ultimately reduce your or increase your operating costs that will then come out of the same royalties that you're collecting, or alternatively and cynically come out of your bonus, right? So the MLC, however, to Rick's point, is different, right? The MLC has its operating costs paid for by the licensees, the people who are using the compulsory license, which is predominantly the streaming companies. And to add to the irony of America being a free market system with a compulsory license, we not only do that, but we now charge people to use the compulsory license, right? Which just makes it even more Kafkaesque. So I would just point out that there's really, I wouldn't say it's fair to the DSPs to say, well, you must, pay any price to identify 100% of the people who are owed money, including the 5 pennies or dollar that's owed to someone who didn't get played very much. But you do have to expect that you'll be asked to pay more money than someone who is operating on a risk analysis or a cost-benefit analysis when they're going to be deducting the money from royalties. Right. And alternatively, just to add another point along those lines, the MLC has announced that it has an investment policy, right, where it invests in ways that are not disclosed, all the black box money and their assessment money that they get from the services that they haven't spent yet, right? And the difference, there are other CMOs that have an investment policy, but those CMOs use that investment proceeds to offset operating costs. I think you'll find almost uniformly, right? I don't know what happens to the trading profits at the MLC, and that's something that we should also, ask for disclosure on.
Okay, that's a fantastic thing. I'm gonna stop us right there, though, just because I know students have to go to their next classes. We can pick that up in your panel, perhaps, after this, because that is really fascinating. Great.
That was great.
Thank you.
We have lunch right out in the lobby for all of our panelists. We will have the Fireside Chat at 2:45.
Because I think you're pointing out the effective person royalty rate keeps going down. Does the same thing.
That's I guarantee you, like in the next few years, do you want to join their company? That's the thing. Like we started with him, like on this by listening to Jameson's podcast. I was like, oh, this guy can get us. Yeah, like I did the whole Jameson and they did like a podcast, like so for the first like half of us like first week was an opening spot at 41. We opened for them. That was like the first week. And so he just been getting us like private events and stuff like that. And then like somewhere halfway in between summer and then Jackson. And like we started doing like the actual interviews, just like yeah, exactly. People are getting into it. Just so people like know like what's going on. But like nobody's gonna be like I flew on last night. Arrived late and stayed in the van. We tried to explain that to him over and over. But he just doesn't seem to get it. So now we're trying to like just do our own thing. Yeah, he's such like a cool guy. He's a friend of the family. Yeah, exactly. Like he's not even paid. And so here I got one of them. So now he's going on to Jackson.
Yep. Hey, everybody. Hello. So, we have a very special keynote conversation sort of thing that we're doing here today. It's Chris Castle's going to interview, and I believe I got this pronunciation right, Mercuriadis. Yes, and we had Greek
not
food.
as easy as Lowry, but
yeah. And we have a Southern Greek food in your honor here, I think. So
thank you.
Part of the theme today. But Merck, of course, has I'm not going to go into his long history in the music business, but he's had a very long and interesting and very successful career. Of course, his most recent endeavor is the Hypnosis Song Fund, which he raised a little bit of money, maybe just a little tiny bit, and in the process, probably raised the value of every songwriter's catalog in the United States, certainly some of my friends. And he just has been a mover and a shaker in this world. And anyway, Hypnosis Songs Fund is a publicly traded fund in the United States. Well, it's very unique. It has, they own songs and get royalties. And because his fund essentially thrives based on whether songwriters thrive and get the correct royalties, he's been a key ally of songwriters here. So please welcome Mercuriadis.
Thank you. Chris, I know you've got like this amazing set of questions. Should I just say a few things before we get started?
Why don't you set the tone?
First of all, thank you all for having me. I've been to Athens once before to go to the 40 Watt Club and to see a band there that ended up going into the rest of the world. So you should all be very proud of REM. You should be proud of the B-52s as well, because we're very proud to have them at Hypnosis. But, you know, I am an artist manager, and I will always be an artist manager. And I created Hypnosis because over my years of managing artists, you know, I started in this business when I was in my teens, and I worked at Virgin Records, where David once was as well. And the bands that I worked with were really bands that were representative of what I call the post-Beatles world, right? Which is bands like Simple Minds, Orchestral Maneuvers in the Dark, Peter Gabriel, The Human League, Culture Club, in the sense that these artists were self-contained, right? You know, they wrote their own songs. They had very strong ideas about what their album covers should look like, what their stage shows should look like, you know, what things they believed in and what they didn't believe in, whether that was politically or charitably or whatever the case might be. They, you know, they had an ethos. And the job of someone like me was to believe in them and to make someone else and other people believe in them as well. Fast forward my life post Virgin Records, I'm a manager and I'm managing people like Elton John and Guns N' Roses and Beyonce and Iron Maiden and Morrissey, Jane's Addiction and Mary J. Blige, Nile Rodgers. I've been very, very privileged to work with the artists that I wanted to work with, and they all kind of fit that bill as well. But about 15 or 20 years ago, songwriters started to become a part of my practice. And this is kind of why I've given you that long preamble, is that when you're managing songwriters on their own, and this included Georgia's own The Dream, and people like Diane Warren and Justin Tranter, when you start to manage people that are just songwriters, you really have an amplified view of the disparity that exists between what songwriters get paid and what everyone else gets paid. Because, you know, if you're managing Elton John, you're looking at the money, right? And the money is made up of live income, it's made up of recorded music income, it's made up of publishing, it's made up of endorsements, it's made up of merchandise, it's, you know, a bunch of different income streams if you're doing your job properly that all kind of lead into one person, right? So that discrepancy between what the songwriter gets paid and what everyone else in this business gets paid is not so noticeable in those circumstances. But when you start to look at someone like The Dream and you see that he's writing these massive hit songs that are allowing artists to go out and play for $500,000 a night, $750,000 a night, $1 million a night, and all they're getting is their tiny little, you know, songwriter royalty, you start to go, hold on, this is rigged, right? Like, this is not just wrong, but it's rigged. And I spent a lot of time figuring out how I was going to try and do something about this, because even though I'd had a nice career and had had some success and money in the bank and, you know, kind of everything that goes with it, the people that I thought were responsible for this could come along and swat me like a fly and end my advocacy and my thoughts, you know, kind of right then and there. Because ultimately, when you really kind of look at the situation, what you see is that what should be the three biggest, and at that time was four, biggest advocates of songwriters, being the major publishers, who, by the way, would like to advocate, are not able to advocate because they're owned and controlled by the 3 or 4 biggest recorded music companies in the world. And on the recorded music side of the space, they're getting 4/5 of the money, they're getting an 80% gross margin, a 40% net margin, and in general, they almost always own those masters in perpetuity. Conversely, on the song side of the space, you know, the publishing side of the space, I call it the song side of the space because I refuse to be called a publisher, because that's a broken business that doesn't look after its own necessarily. But, you know, you've got 1/5 of the revenue, you've got 1/5 of the margin, and quite rightly, whether it's through good lawyering, you know, good management, you know, renegotiations, reversions, et cetera, the songs end up back in the hands of the people that co-created them. So it's not in the interest of recorded music companies to allow their publishing companies to advocate for songwriters, because they'd be taking away from their recorded music margin, right? And I became very certain that this was what made the songwriter the low man or woman in the economic equation, despite the fact that they were delivering the most important component, right? Like there's no business, there is no music industry, there is no, individual business for Universal, Warner, Sony, Hypnosis, whoever it might be, if it doesn't start with a songwriter. And if you push play on Spotify or Apple, it's because you like the song. If you buy the vinyl, it's because you like the song. If you go and see a band play live, it's because you like the song. And if you go and see Dua Lipa play live right now, or if you go and see Justin Bieber play live right now, if you go and see the world's biggest artists play live right now, they are almost all singing someone else's song, as opposed to that paradigm that I talked about before that I started in, where people were singing their own songs, right? So right now, you've got artists that are out there making 7 figures a night because someone wants to hear a song that was written by someone that's not in the group and that, again, is just getting their paltry songwriter's royalty as dictated by legislation at this point. So I wanted to do something about it, and I created, I was lucky that this coincided with Spotify starting up. And I'm not Nostradamus, but what I could see with streaming was that it was going to bring another part of, an income stream that we didn't have before, which was basically the general population, right? Because one of the great secrets of the music business prior to streaming was that the average person doesn't pay for music, right? If you look at our benchmark for extraordinary success, which is the platinum record, in the United States, that's 1 million copies in a country that has 360 million people in it. That ratio of 1 in 360 immediately tells you that the average person loves music, but they don't love it enough to put their hand in their pocket and pull out a tenner and pay for it, right? And what I could see with streaming was that it was going to bring the other 359 people to the party, not because they want a songwriter to get paid, or they want an artist to get paid, or that they want me to get paid. They want it because they'll pay for it because it's like valet parking. It's more convenient, right? It's a more convenient way to be able to consume music, and for $10 a month, you get everything, and you can consume it from whatever location you want to consume it in, and it's a price that's worth paying. So now, instead of having a construct where success is a platinum record, what success really is having 100 million homes in the United States that are paying for a music streaming subscription service, right? And you can see that success rolling in to every record company in the world. But where you don't see that success rolling in is to the songwriter that is, again, just to echo the words that I said a few minutes ago, the person that is responsible for us being there in the first place, right? And it doesn't matter what us is or where there is. If it's the music industry, it all starts with a songwriter. So what I did was I realized that in order to not get swatted like that fly, I needed to create a platform, a multi-billion-dollar platform that would give me the place to be able to advocate from, and for people to have no choice but to take me seriously about it. I've always been very careful to be very logical in what I'm saying, and to never say anything that someone can argue with, right? And someone, obviously, there's a very defined few people that make up that someone. But my message is really simple, which is that basic statement begins and ends with songwriters deserve to get paid more money and must get paid more money. And that's why I'm here today. It's why I'm aligned with Chris. It's why I'm aligned with Helena over there. It's why I'm aligned with Crispin. It's why I'm aligned with so many people in this room, is that we all believe that songwriters must get paid more money. So I think that's probably a good place to hand it back over to you, right?
By the way, Castle is writes a blog called Music.
Oh, that's it. I figured that he must have been up here all morning doing great work.
Well, the thing about a great advocate is that they can make you stand up and salute. So
thank you for being here, and I really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
So one of the things that we've discovered from the CRB proceeding, it's still going on, God help us, is that the whole CRB thing really just doesn't work very well, and we're going to talk about that in more detail later today. But to your point, I was impressed with the fact that there were really so few people on the publishing side who were actually paying attention. And there were a lot of people on the publishing side who seemed to feel like they didn't have a role to play. I mean, we have publishers who, like Abby North and people who came forward, mostly songwriters, but we had Abby who came forward to comment in the frozen mechanicals proceeding. But by and large, we didn't get any publishers who were very interested.
Well,
they certainly didn't come forward by themselves.
We've just had, some of you may know this, but in the UK, our advocacy and the advocacy of the Ivors has resulted in the Department of Culture, Music. What's the rest of it, Crispin? I always say sport. But basically, what we've been able to do is bring the government to the table to advocate on behalf of creators. And there were hearings that took place, 18 months ago, between 18 months ago and 2 years ago, that resulted in the government referring the dominance of the major recorded music companies to the Competition and Markets Authority. But in that evidence that was given, there wasn't a single publisher. The bosses of the recorded music companies all showed up and gave their evidence. And you can imagine what that was, right? Which is everything is business as normal, and we're doing great, and songwriters are doing great, and there's a high cost of developing talent, and all of the normal nonsense. Distribution costs a lot of money. You have no idea how expensive that person is that pushes, play on Spotify on Thursday at midnight and suddenly sends this music to, India and Africa and China and Australia and Canada and the United States and everything else. That's a very expensive person that you've got there. It's, just the typical nonsense. But not a single head of a publishing company showed up. And just to be clear, that is not a criticism of the heads of those publishing companies, because trust me, they would love to be in the room, and they would love to tell the truth. And they are the ones that are signing the great songwriters today, that are fueling today's great artists and everything else. So they would love to be getting their fair share of both, the ability to advocate, the ability to be able to be recognized for their achievements and everything else. But they are owned and controlled by the publishers. And just to give that some context, so I have two funds. I have a private fund, and I have the public fund that David was referring to. And the public fund is a FTSE 250 company on the London stock market, but trades all over the world. And it has 493 institutional shareholders that range from the Church of England to people like Investec and Invesco and Aviva and AXA and big pension funds. All of these funds have analysts, and they all have salespeople and kind of everything that goes with it. So if I take a company like Investec, where they are, if not the biggest, certainly the second biggest shareholder in Hypnosis, and there's a wealth division, and there's an asset management division, and there's an analyst division, right? The guy that runs the wealth division, that is one of the biggest shareholders in Hypnosis, he can't tell the analyst what to write about Hypnosis. If the analyst thinks I'm doing a good job, he'll write good things. If the analyst thinks I'm doing a rubbish job, he's going to write rubbish things, right? They have Chinese walls, they're regulated, and just because the guy from Wealth can't call up and say, hey, don't you know that we've got a big shareholding in hypnosis? You need to be writing nice things about hypnosis. No, they are free to be able to do what they think is in the best interest of their constituency, right? Music publishers, major music publishers, are not free to do what's in the best interest of their constituency because they're owned and controlled by the major recorded music companies.
Many years.
We can share.
Yeah, we can share. There we go.
There
Okay,
you go.
good.
Yeah, now you're on.
Years ago, I was in Nashville late night, and I was having a drink with a guy who was both a top session player and a top songwriter. And he said to me, when I play a session, I get double scale. But when I write a song, why can't I get double stat? And what he was really saying is, why can't I set my own price? I set my own price for my labor here. Why can't I set my own price when I write a song? And one of the things that I've been struggling with as part of our process with the latest rate setting is that what the compulsory license effectively does is values every song at the same price. Not too high, but every song is treated the same. Now, there's some, you can say that that's fair on a certain level, but it really isn't fair. Because when you go to sell the catalog, you don't value all the songs the same, right? So I'm just would like to get your thoughts on that. Like, could you imagine a world in which songwriters could freely bargain to set their price for their song based on what they feel the value of that song is and their track record and so on?
So I think that there's a first step that comes before that, right? And that first step is for songwriters to have a place at the negotiating table in the first place, right? I don't think that in the first instance it's about whether, Dan Huff or whoever it might be can get more, for their work than someone else. I mean, obviously, look, if you are Nile Rodgers and you're going to produce a record, you're going to get more points. You're going to get a much bigger fee than the kid that's just coming through, and he might be as talented as Nile, but he hasn't got the track record of success, right? So there's a very, very good argument that says that's where we end up eventually, right? But what I'm interested in the first instance, and this is going to take some time to get there, but it's very important, I'm interested in bringing songwriters together as a collective voice with only one goal in mind, which is that no negotiation should ever take place again that determines how a songwriter is paid, where the representation at the table isn't from the songwriters themselves expressing. I mean, there are a number of organizations out there, including the NMPA, that will point and say that they've got songwriters on their board, and that's all well and good. But that's a songwriter that is, and I encourage it, I'm not discouraging it, but that's a songwriter who is expressing his or her personal views and experiences, right? What I want is an organization, I call it a guild, someone else will call it a union, that has songwriters that are representing the consensus views of their constituency and that take into consideration whether you're Ryan Tedder on one end of the equation or whether you're the new kid that just arrived in LA from Texas or wherever it is that you might have come from to try to become the next Ryan Tedder. And that's vitally important. Chris alluded that he's, because my ears are pretty good, he's got a question about CRB coming up, but I'm going to just dive into it straight away, which is that, it'll surprise you, but I think my comments will make sense. I'm a supporter of the CRB4 settlement for one reason only, right? Which is that it will provide stability for a 5-year period at the highest rates paid in the US in the streaming economy. And in that 5-year period, our job is to revolutionize this how songwriters are paid and to take it out of government legislation and to put it firmly into a free market, right? And that free market, as I say, starts off with the songwriters sitting at the table representing the views of their constituency and ensuring that songwriters aren't just getting paid 15.1 or 15.2% or whatever it is, but something that is significantly higher than that, something that is fair and equitable relative to the role that the songwriter plays because, plays because, let's face it, this is insulting, right? If I sat down and explained to my, decent Greek working class parents that this is how songwriters get paid, they'd be shocked. If you went to your bank manager and explained how songwriters get paid, they'd be shocked, right? Doctors, lawyers, everyone that has some understanding of the economics of the world and what drives an industry and what creates value for an industry would be fucking shocked by how songwriters are paid, right? So getting out of CRB in the next 5 years and into a free market where songwriters are in control, because, and you've heard me do this before, but, I look to the Screenwriters Guild for a lot of answers, right? And examples of how the world can be different in an industry that actually values and understands who's providing value for them, right? So, in the Screenwriters Guild, they walk in the movie and film business, they walk into, the movie companies every 3 or 4 years and they demand more money for their writers. And, I wouldn't say that they're polite about it, but their points are well made, which is, it's really great that you've got, Denzel Washington, it's really great you've got Reese Witherspoon and all these wonderful movie stars, but if you don't have my script, there's no movie to make. And, you're not going to get my script until you pay all of my people properly. And they scream and they shout and they call each other names and they threaten to bring production to a standstill. And I've been telling this story, by the way, for years, so some of you may have heard it before, but at the end of the day, they figure out how to pay the screenwriters more money. And as they say in Hollywood, and this is the part that I love the most, everyone lives happily ever after, right? That's never happened in the music business, right? No one's ever walked into Lucian Grange and said, guess what, Rihanna's not getting these songs, not until you pay my people properly. I love Rihanna to death, but you got to pay my people properly, right? I don't think there ever needs to be a disruptive event. I hope there never needs to be a disruptive event because people, I think, are smart enough to understand that without the songwriter, you've got nothing. Ultimately, if you really get, if you're forced into really addressing the paradigm shift that is necessary here. But if that's what has to happen, that's what has to happen.
And it's also the other thing that happens with the movie business very often is that the actors are the first people who will tell you that they support the writers on a strike.
And
right?
And by the way, that would happen in the music business.
Absolutely.
Rihanna would be the first person to stand up and say, pay those people.
That's right.
Taylor Swift would be the first person to stand up and say, pay those people. Right? Beyonce would be the first person. Justin Bieber would be the first person. Harry Styles would be the first person. I've, tremendous faith in the artist community, but we all have to get on the same page because ultimately, we have a legal community that makes deals every day, Chris, that has allowed some of these paradigms to exist.
That's right.
Right? And that's part of the shift that has to take place as well, which is to take a position on what works for songwriters and what doesn't work for songwriters and to stick to that position.
And sticking to it is not always the easiest thing. I remember negotiating with an actor during a Writers Guild strike, and the first question that came up was, well, how are you making this movie if the writers are on strike? And then I got, this is a union household, right? See, I'm hanging up now, right? you know? I mean, this is, seriously, there's more support for this idea than one might think, right?
Oh, I think there's tremendous support for it. It's, you know, it's like anything in life, right? The people that work in recorded music companies are not bad people. In fact, they're great people, and they love music as much as we do, and they go to work every day and they do their jobs, and you know, the basic fact is that they're working within a paradigm that has existed for more than 50 years, right? 70 years, more. And up until people like us showed up and started saying things about it, David certainly a pioneer in all of this, no one ever thought, hold on, is this right or is it wrong? And the truth of it is that they're only just beginning to think about whether it's right or wrong at the moment. And as with any paradigm, you know, you have to break it. And I've had people over the last 5 years tell me that I'm crazy if I believe that I'm going to change it. But I see change happening every day because of what we're saying and doing. And I see record companies saying things from their own perspective that never would have been said if we hadn't set a tone and if others like us hadn't set a tone. It's only a small handful of us, but you know, this is a pretty harsh example. But 60 years ago, if you were a homosexual in the UK, you'd get hung, right? That doesn't happen anymore because people realize that was wrong and that human beings have a right to do what they think is best for them or what God gave them. And we don't do that anymore, right? So don't tell me that we can't change. If we can change that thinking, we can change any thinking, right? And particularly, as I say, when it's logical, and there's nothing more logical than songwriters deserve to get paid more money.
You know, another thing, all right.
Thank you.
Interesting, another thing that came to mind when you bring up the Writers Guild, you know, there's also a credit arbitration at the Writers Guild. And one of the things that we're going to talk about today, and one of the things that drives me absolutely nuts, you know, about the state of our business today is the credits, the lack thereof, and the disregard, the idea that well, you know, yeah, that's okay. I'm going to put out this track, and well, I don't know who wrote it, but I don't care. I'm putting it out because the song has to give way to the recording, right? And we're on the train's pulling out of the station with my release date, and I'm going, and whether I know the songwriter credits or not. That is not the way it works with the Writers Guild. Having been through a credit arbitration at the Writers Guild involving a book written by the Pope, where the Pope's credit was disallowed, I have a lot of faith, okay, to speak. You know,
that brings up
credit arbitration.
That brings up a lot of issues, really, Chris, in the sense that, you know, one of the things that we have a real issue with on behalf of the songwriting community is data, right? Because, you know, if you, it doesn't matter who you are, right? Whether you're, again, Taylor Swift on one side of the equation or, you know, Nick Cave on the other side of the equation, or whoever it might be, when your song goes up on Spotify, there's an ISRC code that is embedded in that metadata, and your song, every time it gets played, is going to get paid, right? May not be getting paid enough, but it's still going to get paid, right? The ISWC code, which is the corresponding code for songwriter metadata, does not go into Spotify or Apple or any other service. It would be such a simple thing if it did, because what happens right now, and this is going to give you the answer as to why the ISWC code doesn't go into the metadata, is that at the end of the month, Spotify is going to send the performing rights societies a list of everything that someone pushed play on. And those performing rights societies are going to take that list of songs, which, as you can imagine, must be a pretty laborious thing, and it's going to match them to the songs that are in their database. And then they're going to send a bill to Spotify for their share of that song consumption. And, on average, something more than 30 to 40% ends up in black box because people haven't been able to match it, right? There's human error that takes place every step of the way. And of course, black box gets shared by market share. So the beneficiaries of black box, and you know who they are, they love that system. So they're not encouraging anyone to ensure that ISWC codes are embedded in metadata. But yet, if you ask them to release the record without the producer contract in place, they would tell you you're crazy, right? Because they're, at that moment in time, they have real liability, right? But yet they won't wait, because their argument as to why they're not fighting for ISWC codes to go up is that it would slow the process down, that it's more important to put music up than it is to make sure that songwriters get paid, right? So this is the foolishness that we're dealing with, right? And they can, again, being somebody that is, as I have said a couple times during the course of this, careful to say things that people can't use against me, it's just nonsense, right? There isn't anything that anyone could stand up here and say about why ISWC codes are not included in the metadata that at the time of the recording going up from the get-go that can change my mind or that would be logical to anyone in this room, right? And this is a very, very important step towards getting any of this right, is that right now, even if you're a songwriter and you're getting paid your paltry songwriting royalty as legislated, you're still missing out on masses of income, even in that context, that low-level context, because 30 to 40% of people's money is going missing because it's just not being matched properly.
And there's no real downside in it,
Unless you're a songwriter.
Unless you're a songwriter, yeah. There's no real downside.
And then there's a hell of a lot of downside.
That's right. That's right. Well, there's an Austin songwriter who has Guy Forsythe has a great line in one of his songs. Great songwriter. Americans are freedom-loving people, and nothing says freedom like getting away with it. So
I mean, look, you have to have a sense of humor about all of this, but honestly, it's a very, very difficult situation, and the only way that we're going to do anything about it is by bringing people together with one goal in mind only, which is to get songwriters paid more money. There's a lot of other issues that are out there, and that could be exactly what you were talking about, which is the second part of the free market, where the Nile Rodgers of this world get paid more money than everyone else, which would be justified in itself. But first and foremost, we all have to be focused on songwriters in general being paid more money, and there being a baseline for how songwriters are paid. Beyond that, then the free market can go wherever. But there are a lot of other people that are out there that are songwriter advocates, and I applaud their intentions, but I actually spend a lot of time asking them to step out of what they're doing and to focus on this one thing only, because noise, right? If you're sitting there talking about being a 100%, or if you're sitting there talking about the fact that you don't like that some artists out there are asking for songwriting credits, all of these are very legitimate things, right? But what they do is create noise over and above the most fundamental aspect, which is that songwriters need to get paid more money. And the music business thrives on that noise because they can just sit back and say, look, these people don't know what they want, right? Like when they figure out what it is that they want, come and see me and I'll try and sort it out. So we have to dumb everything down to just being about one thing, which is that songwriters deserve to get paid more money.
And how do you think that works in terms of you were suggesting that the next 5 years of price stability from the CRB, which is a done deal now, it's going to happen, might be a transition to another model, right? How would you see that happening?
Well, from my personal perspective, it starts first of all with bringing this group of songwriters together that I've been courting over the last 2 years, 3 years, and the wider constituency to have a real guild. Now, you and I have discussed what that takes in terms of, antitrust exemptions and all kinds of different things that we're going to be following through on, but we have to have that guild in the first instance, and we have to start to advocate. There's no reason why, there's no one in the world that knows better how much money there is in this business and how to share it than the major record companies, right? They have to be a part of this solution, right? The DSPs have been made, even though they've saved the music industry, have been made to be the villains of the piece because they're squeezed by the major recorded music companies as well. And at the moment, you have one negotiation that takes place between the major recorded music company and the DSP, which is under NDA, so no songwriter has any information on why they're being paid, what they're being paid. We talk about this quite often, but right now, we're in the University of Georgia. If you work for this institution, at the end of the month or week or bi-weekly or whatever it is, you're going to get your paycheck, right? And your paycheck is going to have a stub attached to it, a statement, and that statement is going to say, this is what your gross pay is, this is what the deductions are, and this is what your net pay is that we're depositing in your bank account or giving you a check for. And if you take the net amount and you add it with the deductions and it equals the gross amount, then you're in pretty good shape, right? If it doesn't do that, then you've got some questions to ask, but if it does that, then you're in good shape. A songwriter gets nothing, right? A songwriter gets a statement every 6 months that just has billions of transactions on it, but they have no idea whether they're being paid properly or not. I managed a songwriter, she won't mind me saying this, Diane Warren, and Diane's very successful, has her own infrastructure, and she has people in her office that take, Diane is, I would say conservatively, 5'7", 5'8", and she receives a statement from her publisher outside of the U.S. only because she publishes herself administers herself in the U.S. that's as tall as she is, right? And she's lucky that she has these 4 or 5 people in her office because she can afford it that go through that statement. It takes them about 6 months to get through the whole thing, and they find hundreds of thousands of dollars every 6-month period, right? Without fail, right? The average songwriter can't do any of that, right? They don't even know where to begin, right? There's no business managers, for the most part, that are, scrolling through songwriter statements because songwriters can't afford to pay those fees, right? So you just basically get your statement at the end of the 3 months or at the end of the 6 months. You get the check, hopefully you're getting a check, right? And you accept it for what it is, but you have no clue, and you've got no idea what kind of a deal Universal, Warner, or Sony has made with the DSPs. You've got no idea whether you're being paid, per the agreement or not. I mean, there have been a couple of whistleblowers that have come out of the woodwork over the last 6 months to 12 months since our advocacy, really went into a different stratosphere with the DCMS, that will tell you that there are, clauses in recorded music agreements with the DSPs that force the DSP to raise the rate that's being paid for recorded music if they ever dare to raise the rate that's being paid for songwriters. Right? Which means that you're in an impossible situation. So all of that has to change.
Which is the idea.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
That's, someone didn't come up with that clause for good, right? For anyone's good but their own, right? They certainly weren't thinking about the fact that songwriters are at the core of our business, and we need to make sure that they're treated fairly and equitably.
Well, and what's interesting about your particular situation is that you have managed to get, I think, really for the first time I can remember, everybody sort of pulling in the same direction at your company, right? I mean, you've got investors whose return is dependent on the songwriters doing well, and the songwriters, you know, would like to do well, and so everybody seems to be
Well, this was all
on track.
I'm not sure how, how I did it, but it was all by design in the sense that all of my investors, whether it's on the private side or on the public side, sit in the shoes of the songwriter when we buy a catalog, and that is, the one thing that going back to your question of what happens, right, is that we've created a structure where what's in the best interest of the songwriter is in the best interest of the shareholder, and vice versa. I don't think any other company can say that. The part that is perhaps not so obvious on the surface yet, because it hasn't, the button hasn't really been pushed on it, is that we now have 493 shareholders, as I was saying before, on the one hand, and one huge behemoth of a private equity company and the private fund on the other hand, all of whom have one thing in common, right? Which is that, they've got three things in common. They like to make money. They now have the best interest of the songwriter at heart, and perhaps most importantly, they all have a tremendous amount of political clout.
Right.
Right? That will be brought to bear on what's in their best interest.
Right. And on that note, why don't we take some questions? Do you want to take some questions?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So, questions for Merck? Crispin Hunt.
Hand that man a microphone and make him sing a long pig song.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I mean, it's always inspiring to hear you talk and advocate on behalf of songwriters. My plan as a songwriter and as an artist and as a record producer and as a session musician, my feelings about the music industry is that the music industry needs to move to a place where the people who make the music are at least earning the equivalent to the people who sell it. And one of there was the conversation with, I'm worried about the kind of dividing and ruling between people. And there was I think it's important to work out that the publishing sector, perhaps because it's been contained, has been allowed to progress. It's been allowed to get to the point where songwriters get their rights back after 15 years. And a modern publishing deal is kind of usually gives 80 cents in the dollar to the songwriter. And also the Music Managers Fund tell me that 80% of artists are songwriters too. Certainly, I mean, my business is in co-writing, and whether the artist writes a lot or not, but we sit there and make this up together. So, I mean, for me, I think an increase in the value of the song would create a redistribution of wealth back into the pockets of, the mechanism is already there, back into, away from the people who sell music and into the pockets of people who make music. But, damn, where was my point going to go on that? We have, no, it's jet lag, I've lost it.
Well, just to comment on one thing that you said there, Crispin, one thing that is not always immediately obvious to everyone is that there is this massive paradigm shift, right? Where, when I started and I was in my own jet lag, perhaps inarticulate way, what I didn't say is that, 40 years ago, the power was the artist brand, right? So you could be an artist like U2. My career started at the same time as U2's. I knew them from the get-go, and I've loved them from the get-go. And U2 had this incredible run from 1981-82 until 1998, when they made an album called Pop, where everything was as good as or bigger than the last thing, right? And they just went from success after success after success. And I think that by the time they got to 1998 and they released the Pop album, they experienced something that any artist, every artist, in fact, that's ever had real success experiences, which is apathy, right? Apathy amongst yourselves, apathy with your record company, apathy with your managers. You know, everyone makes money and they get to a point where, you know, even the audience is perhaps a little bit tired of them. So, you know, if you go back and you listen to Pop now, Pop is a really, really good record, right? But at the time, it didn't do very well. But that didn't stop U2 from going out and playing, you know, 70 stadiums around the world, selling 1 million T-shirts, because the brand and the band were always going to be more important than any particular record, right? That era's gone now, right? We're now not in the era of the artist, we're in the era of the songwriter, right? And the point that I wanted to make is that there hasn't been a Billboard Top 100 album of the year, so, you know, one of the 100 best-selling albums of the year as determined in the Billboard year-end charts off the back of SoundScan, since 2014, Bob Dylan's last album but one, that didn't have an outside songwriter on it, right? So every album that has been released since 2014 to now, 8 years, that has been a Billboard, one of the 100 best-selling albums of the year, has an outside songwriter on it, right? And that doesn't matter whether it's Coldplay, and certainly, you know, Crispin goes back to the very beginnings of that band. You know, you couldn't have contemplated that Coldplay would have outside songwriters on their records. You couldn't have contemplated that U2 would have outside songwriters on their records, but that is it now, right? Like, we are now in the paradigm, and we've been in the paradigm of the songwriter since, I would say, you know, 2007, 2008. You know, we're 15 years into that paradigm, and that paradigm is going to continue for a long, long time to come, maybe forever. This is a business that now more reflects, you know, the era of Sinatra and Tony Bennett than it reflects the era of Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin or U2 or The Clash or whoever it is that might be your fit cracker, whoever is your favorite, right? And that puts an even bigger onus on songwriters being paid, because, you know, I started to say this at the beginning of the discussion, but right now you can go and see Harry Styles, and, you know, I hope, you know, I know Harry's making $750 a night if he's not making $1 million a night, and you're there because A, he's a great performer and he's a great artist, and, you know, a lot of people believe in him, as they should, because I think he conducts himself admirably. But you're there listening to songs that he's a contributor to, not songs that he's responsible for, right? And those other people that are in that mix, whether it's Kid Harpoon or whether it's Amy Allen or whether it's Tobias Jesso Jr. or whoever it might be, they're not seeing anything, right? They're seeing maybe some increased consumption on Spotify or Apple as a result of the tour. And all of this has to change.
Could I come back on one sort of thing? Do you think there is a, you know, as the narrative at the moment is grow the pie, that the DSP should, you know, they should charge more for streaming. It's been $9.99 since 2009, and they're just beginning to, but it's quite evident, because this conversation is going on and the world is taking note of this conversation. Do you think there is an argument, you know, if Apple Music has just put up their streaming service from $10 to $11, should that new extra dollar, seeing as you know, the recorded side of music is, you know, the three major labels make $23 million a day out of streaming, you know, should that extra dollar, it's an extra 10%, should that go to songwriters? And is there a conversation that we could have with the industry whereby they would do something out of the goodness of their hearts?
On a personal level,
sorry, I forgot.
On a personal level, I don't think that makes sense. I think what makes sense is for songwriters to get more out of every dollar, not just the last dollar, right? But I understand what you're saying in the sense that, is that a way of being able to make things, to address the imbalance? And no, no one will see it that way. What we need to be doing, Chris asked me a question, about, how do we get there in these next 5 years? And the answer is that I don't have the answers to all the questions, right? This is going to require people that are far smarter than I am to get to that place. But what I know is this, right, is that anyone, and I'm living proof of this, anyone that sets their mind to achieving this will help achieve it, right? And that's all that matters, right? Is that we're all saying and doing the right things, and then someone, I can hear like this old man that used to come to my parents' restaurant when I was a kid, and he would call people young whippersnappers, which seems like a very Georgia term, even though this was in Canada. There will be a young whippersnapper out there that comes up with some ideas that are very, very helpful along the way, because you need people like me, you need people like yourselves, you need lawyers, you need business people. And as I say, the one thing which I want to be clear on is that the recorded music companies have to be a part of the solution, right? Which is something that, I've always hoped that, as much as I might be a thorn in their side, that ultimately that people would understand that what I'm doing is coaxing a discussion that has to take place, because no one's going to stand up and say, "Gee, songwriters are being paid poorly. Let me give away 20% of my business." Right? You have to bring them to the party on that.
This is a major persuasion job.
Yeah.
Helene? Do we have any student questions, by the way? Okay, you're next.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for speaking, Mark. You say so many. I'm just sitting here nodding along everything you say. It is the era of the songwriter, is the era of the song more than anything. I think we can see that in streaming. And one of the services that has music everywhere that is a complete conundrum, and in particular for songwriters, but I think for everyone, is TikTok. Like, there is not one video on TikTok that doesn't have music. And yet, they've decided this weird kind of payment system that it's not per stream, it's per creation. And who, like, to me, who decided that? And who decided that would be a good idea? Certainly not the people who created the music. And I think more and more these kind of services, and right now it's TikTok, who knows what's coming after that, but it's like the music industry is like, 10 steps behind, like letting something like this just kind of like grow to the size that it is right now. So I wanted to ask you, what is your view on TikTok and how the payment, compared to streaming, streaming is almost like, transparent compared to TikTok.
Sorry, Chris, I'm going to hand it to you in a second. So there's a couple of things I have to say, Helene. The first is that one of the things that's really exciting about our business today, and that is the complete opposite of where it was, even as little as 5 years ago, is that almost all consumption of music is now paid for consumption of music, right? So that's a positive, right? The fact that the payments are anemic or perhaps even structurally wrong is those are issues that need to be addressed. But we're actually being paid, right? Which is like, as little as 5 years ago, almost all consumption of music was not being paid for, right? Even when you go to massive emerging markets now, like, India, China, Africa, et cetera, where, previously, culturally, people would go to the local bodega and they'd buy the bootleg CD or the bootleg cassette before that and pay $1 or $2 for it. We'd never see any of that money, right? Songwriters would never see it, the artists would never see it, the recorded music business would never see it. Now, all of those continents and countries are buying into streaming service, and you'd expect that Good Times by Chic would be getting played in Senegal, but you wouldn't necessarily think that Don't Stop Believing by Journey would be getting played in Senegal, and yet we're seeing money coming through for Senegal and from Senegal on Don't Stop Believing. So that's the first part of my response. The second part of my response is that there's a lot of shenanigans that are going on, and as we know, there's no transparency in these negotiations, and yes, there are NDAs and everything else. But what I will say is this, is that when we started Hypnosis, I say we because it's the royal we, that year, 2017 going into 18, YouTube had paid $2 billion to creators. 2 years ago, it had paid $4 billion to creators. This year, it's paid $6 billion to creators. Now, that's probably about $20 billion less than what it should be paying to creators, but it's still something that is moving in the right direction, right? And going back to a reference point that Crispin made, I'm definitely a big believer that balance between how hard we squeeze the deals versus the 500 million that we're at today, that's a very delicate balance. We want all of those people. When I was a kid, and I'm probably the oldest person in the room, bar maybe a couple of you, they used to put these stupid ads in the music magazines that would say, home taping is killing music, right? Which is bollocks, right? Like basically, if you gave someone a tape of a record and they liked that record, they went out and they bought their own copy of that record. If you gave someone a tape of the record and they just thought the record was okay, they didn't go out and buy a copy of the record, right? So it was kind of radio play of its own, but they wanted you to believe, the recorded music companies wanted you to believe that by taping something that you were somehow hurting their business. Now, as I say, out of convenience, we've got people to the tune of 500, and I think it's 87 million, having signed up to a paid music streaming subscription service. We want to get to those 2 billion paid subscribers, and we want to get to those 2 billion paid subscribers because once they're on board, one of the things that's very attractive for the songwriting community, on the one hand, even at the current rate of pay, but also really amplifies why it's so important to get it right going forward, is that music has gone from being a discretionary purchase to now being a utility purchase, right? The mentality is of the consumer is that $10, $11, $12, whatever it might be, something in that neighborhood price point, is worth paying on a monthly basis because, right now we're in a very high interest, high inflation environment, but what better value can you get for, to give your family sustenance than a Spotify subscription or an Apple subscription where you can listen to everything from, every artist under the sun, whether they're obscure, whether they're famous, whether they're new, whether they're old, whether they're black, white, gay, straight, whatever, it's all there, right? And for that money, you get tremendous value, and you're not going to see subscriptions decline in this, even in this very challenging environment, because when you're living your best life, you're doing it to a soundtrack of great songs, but equally well, when you're experiencing the sort of challenges that people have experienced over the last few years with, pandemic, up against it, going into high interest rates and job losses and, not being able to find a workforce that's then creating inflation and everything else, you take comfort and you escape with great music. I took some shareholders on the tube in London a few weeks ago at 8 a.m. in the morning, and I did it specifically because I wanted them to see all of these people that were traveling to work that all had headphones on, right? And the common misconception with music is that it's entertainment, right? And I don't believe that it is. I believe that music is nutrition, right? I believe that those people that have their headphones on the tube at 8 a.m. in the morning know that there's going to be a lot of shit thrown at them during the course of that day, and they're just getting their fortitude, right? They're getting their sustenance. They're getting what they need to be able to get through that day while they can. And this is what, in many ways, makes songwriters so important. And it's also what makes music and songs investable, right? Is that there is a predictability and a reliability that comes with great songs and and the work of great songwriters, because once these songs become a part of your life, they don't go away. Right? Like I've met maybe one person in my life that has said, "Oh, I don't like that anymore." Like most of the time, it's like, no, that's part of my DNA. Keep giving it to me.
One last question, gentleman here.
Did we get the
With the
student
hoodie?
question?
Yeah, it's a student question right there. Gentleman in the hoodie. Yeah, him. No. The guy, he was first. Yeah. Merck has a hard stop at 2 o'clock. So.
I can do a couple more.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be quick. So the main one that I had, I know we addressed this in class multiple times and stuff like that. But as far as songwriting goes, because music is such a collaborative process, and I know you're advocating for songwriters, are you being more specific in terms of, okay, I'm presenting you a song, and I'm that type of person, I don't want to get paid because I wrote this X, Y, and Z? Or are you saying more as a collaborative process that everyone involved should get paid more? Because I know it can be subjective to what is a songwriter, because for me, I just produce, but I may have a hand in what the person that writes does at a very minute part of the song, but I am still technically a part of the process. So as far as your what you're advocating for, what do you consider in your definition as a songwriter?
Well, the general, there's a couple answers to that question, right? So the paradigm, we talk about paradigm shifting. 20 years ago, a producer would not get a songwriting credit, right? A producer would come in, he would get his fee for producing the record, he would get his royalties on the recording, and if he genuinely wrote on the song, he would get a songwriting credit, but most of the time the producer would not be getting a songwriting credit. In today's environment, the producer almost always gets a songwriting credit, right? And particularly when you're looking at pop music, and hip hop and R&B, the producer's always in the mix on that, and I think it's fair, right? I think that those people, whether you're coming at it from the point of view of creating the beat, because now you're in an environment where previously, someone would go into the studio and there'd be a bass player and a drummer and a guitarist and perhaps a keyboard player as well and a vocalist, and those people would make music together. And sometimes it's, you take a band like Iron Maiden, who I worked with for many years, and the band each contributed songs, but they took individual songwriting credits. Then there are other bands where they had a collaborative songwriting credit, right? U2 songs are written by the 4 members of U2, not by Bono and Edge, right? And then there are other bands, like Journey, for example, where the individual members took songwriting credits so that they were credited as the people that wrote the song, but in fact shared the income from the songs amongst each other because they wanted to have fair, a sort of fair and equitable structure so that everyone was, kind of being paid on par with each other. So artists can do whatever they want and have whatever structure they want when it comes to that. when you're in a room like the one that you're describing and you're collaborating with people, the general rule is that it's an equal split amongst the people that are in that room, unless you have determined something to the contrary at the time of writing the song, right? So you can't have 4 people in a room writing a song, everyone believing that they're going to get paid the same, and then suddenly you turn around and say, at a later date, I did more than you did, and therefore I want more, or my words are I came up with my words have more letters in it than your words did, so I should get paid more, right? So it's just there are no, there are, Chris can tell you about the law. There are laws around this, depending on where in the world you are, but the collaborative process should never rely on the law, right? Just in the same way that when you go about your business on a day-to-day basis, you shouldn't be relying on a contract. You should be relying on goodwill and doing the best work possible. So it's important to be communicative, right? And it's also important for any songwriter that's in here that, if there's someone that's in the room that isn't contributing to the song, you should be very clear in the communication that, hey, you can stay in the room, but let's just be very clear that you don't have anything to do with this song, right? It's me, him, and her, or whatever the case might be. Communication is vitally important to the health of good collaboration, and I think that's probably the best advice that I can give you. Is just important to be vocal, and if you genuinely believe that you're doing something more than the other people in the room are doing, make it known at that time. And if that's a buzzkill for other people and they want to leave the room, cool, right? Like, you shouldn't be worried about that if what you're doing is great.
Yeah, there's a reason why split discussions are some of the most difficult that anybody ever has. But that's only because, I've always felt that it's only because people haven't been communicating well up to that point. So do we have any other questions? I think Richard.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Okay.
Please.
You sure? What you've done is amazing, Merck, and I take my hat off to you, and especially I think, as you said before, simplifying the message, I think that's really, really key. What I wonder is whether you would consider the possibility of simplifying the message so that everybody in the ecosystem could do better. Because, I run A2IM, the American Association of Independent Music, but my background is a studio musician, writer, producer, artist, recording artist. So I make money from all sides of the business. What concerns me is that the industry in 1999 hit about $14 billion, just from I'm talking about the US industry here. Last year, I think it was the RIAA reported something like $15 billion, which is the first time we'd really passed that number in 1999. Yep. But by dollar equivalency, constant currency, $14 billion in 1999 is equivalent to $25 billion today. So we're like 2/3 down, as it were, on that 1999 number. It seems to me that if we took your admirable message of an extremely simple mantra, but applied it to growing the pie for everybody, that everybody would be better off. Because you can't take that much money out of an industry and not have everybody suffer. I mean, songwriters are suffering, there's no question about that, and I support that. But artists are suffering too. I mean, I know artists just can't, they're struggling, they're really struggling. Obviously the huge artists, it's a winner-takes-all business, but artists that are starting out are really struggling. So I'm curious, if you would consider the possibility of supporting the entire ecosystem instead of putting all the emphasis on songwriters.
So the answer is the second, the worst paid person in the room is the songwriter, right? The second worst paid person in the room is the artist. And therefore, of course, there's a tremendous amount of advocacy that has to be done. I mean, I think that most people here, hopefully the students have had this as well, understand how a dollar or a pound of streaming income is split, right? So, you've got approximately 30% that is going to the DSP, and I actually think that, there's room for improvement, but it's not the material point, right? Like whether that improves to 27 cents going to the DSP or 24 cents going to the DSP, ultimately that's not really the material point, right? They do good work and they deserve to get paid, and we want them to continue to build their constituencies for us, right? For the creators, because they're effectively a store, right? They're not a rights owner. They're a store, and every artist wants to have good positioning and to have their music consumed and to get paid fairly and equitably, right? So the question is, which is really where materiality comes into play, is what happens to this other 70 cents that's there, right? And ultimately now with CRB3 having been ratified and CRB4 effectively being the same thing, you've got about 55 cents that's going to recorded music, and you've got about 15 cents that's going to the songwriters, right? Now the songwriters, there's 4, 5, 6 people on a song. There's their publishers. They're getting micro pennies on every dollar. The artist is being shafted by the record company, and they're being paid on a license rather than a sale. So instead of the money being split 50-50, they're getting the royalty on it. So, they may be getting 12 cents out of that, or 10 cents out of that, 55 cents. So, 45 cents plus out of every dollar is going to recorded music.
Well, but to be fair though, like the independents, most of our labels pay a 50-50 split profits deal, so they're not paying on a fixed royalty. But I think
that's great for your independence, though.
Sure.
But that isn't the case with most independents. Look at Domino and Fortet as an example.
No, I saw that. Right? Yeah. Look, the independent sector is big, and I can't speak to every contract that's done this for sure. But what concerns me is we're focusing on the pie and splitting it, but the incontrovertible fact is that the entities that have done the best out of the streaming era are the streaming services, and yet and we don't control pricing anymore. And if we combined our resources and force the streaming services to pay more, whether it involves reducing their margin, which is excessive, 30% is excessive, compared to Walmart survives on a 2% margin, and they've got 6 billionaires in that family. And if we, they could increase their prices as well. I mean, there was a survey the other day, it was published, I think it was Forbes or somewhere, where it said that music streaming is seen as the absolute best deal in any kind of subscription. So, it's just about growing the pie so that we can all do better.
Where we're in complete alignment is that artists deserve to get paid more money as well. Where we're not in alignment is that it actually isn't the DSPs that have done best out of streaming. It's actually the record companies that have done best out of streaming. That's my belief, and I'm sticking to it.
Well, I think the major labels have done well. There's no question about that.
And the independents have as well. I mean, one of the great fallacies in our business is that, and by the way, there are, to be clear, many great examples of people that ran independent companies and treated the artist in a way that was better than the rest of the industry treated the artist. But there are just as many examples of independent record companies that have just followed the paradigm of the major record company and don't treat the artist any better or give the artist any better terms than the major record company does.
That was true, yeah. I mean, I think less so today because, it's a competitive market and the independents don't have the kind of upfront money to spend that the majors do. But my point is that I think there's more money to be gained for everybody. That's all. And
No question.
I really respect what you're doing.
No question. I think this is where that balance that I was referencing before is very important, right? It's on the one hand, we want to get songwriters, and I start with songwriters because they are at the root of everything in our business. but I feel just as strongly ultimately about artists as I do about songwriters. We want everyone to be getting. Someone sent me some words to approve in my office this morning, and they used the music streaming bonanza as an expression, right? And that's what this is, right? This is a music streaming bonanza that, Richard, you'll know this, and other people in the room that are, of our age and have got a level of experience that perhaps younger people don't. We're one of the things that's inherent and why we're having these discussions is that there's systemic change in the way that people are consuming music, right? When I talk about, the customer having been 1 in 364 and now effectively being 1 in 3.6, that's massive systemic change, and the business is going to get more sophisticated, and there's going to be more money than ever before for everyone, right? The issue is not that, right? The issue is not for every student that's here, the one thing that I can tell you that I couldn't tell you 5 years ago, if you'd said to me 5 years ago that you wanted to be in the music business, I would have encouraged you, because I'm in this business because I'm passionate about it. I'm passionate about music. I'm passionate about songwriters. I'm passionate about artists. And anyone else that wants to be in the music business, I welcome you. But I couldn't look you in the eye and tell you 5 years ago that the best days of the music industry are in front of it, right? Today, I can look you in the eye and say, not only are you making a great choice, but the best days of our business are in front of it. The only argument here is about, is the money being shared fairly and equitably, and it's not being shared fairly and equitably with songwriters. And as I say, the second worst paid person in the room after the songwriter is the artist, so I'm all about that too. And on that note,
time to go.
Time to go, I'm afraid.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mark. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Likewise.
I appreciate it.
Oh, hey, mate, how are you?
We've got 91 years of institutional movement about what it's like to build a songwriter skill. I'd love to talk to you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, mate.
Abby North.
Oh, hey, Abby, how are you?
We were supposed to get together.
We were, exactly. In the
what role we play, but what I know is that you have to do that. All right, everybody, get your seats. 3 minutes till the next panel, okay? This is show business. We go on time, okay? All right, everybody, find your seats. All right, hello, everybody. Ready for our next panel? Hey, Thomas, to make sure all of our microphones are working okay.
Yeah, let's do a mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
I've got Merck, so I'm sure that works.
1, 2.
All right. All right, so welcome again back to the University of Georgia Artist Rights Symposium. So our symposium this year is the future of authorship in the Copyright Office. And this panel is a double stat, the future of the compulsory rates. So we've been discussing how songwriters are paid for many of their royalties and how and there's a number of compulsory licenses, and these fix the rate at which songwriters pay, the songwriter royalties. And so joining us today, of course, we have Chris Castle as moderator. Chris just interviewed Mercuriadis. We have Richard Burgess from A2IM. We have Samantha Schilling from Songtrader and IFAR. Thank you for joining us here.
Thank you.
And of course, Helene Lindvall, president of ECSA, which, if you don't
European Composer and Songwriter Alliance.
Thank you. All right. And I give it up to you guys now.
Thank you, David. Thank you. So we're going to cover really two broad topics today. One is the so-called frozen mechanicals experience at the Copyright Royalty Board in the most recent
rate setting for physical and digital, or for physical goods, and permanent downloads. And then we're going to talk a little bit about what I call streaming remuneration, which is another proposal for revenue from paid by the DSPs directly to performing artists, and including session players, which is a proposal that I made to the World Intellectual Property Organization, which versions of this are starting to get some traction in Europe right now. So we'll talk a bit about that and how it could get paid through neighboring rights organizations. So to the frozen mechanicals, we've sort of alluded to this before. The mechanical royalty for physical goods was first set by the Copyright Office in 1909 for piano rolls, and it was 2 cents. And it stayed, Congress set that themselves. They just, pulled a number out of the air. 2 cents sounds good. So that's what you guys are going to get. And they left it there until 1978. So through 2 world wars, a Great Depression, Elvis Presley, Count Basie, Louis Armstrong, the Beatles, all of that, 2 cents for songwriters. Everything else, kind of like this, songwriters, 2 cents. So there was a lot of heat on Congress in 1976, and the run up to the 1976 Copyright Act, which was the first major revision of the Copyright Act. There'd been some steps along the way. Sound recordings were brought in, various tweaks were made of the Copyright Act. There have been a lot, these things take forever, right? So it probably been under discussion for, 10 years. Probably started in the 60s. And then it finally passed in 1976, effective in 1978. And that increased the rate paid on physical, because that's really all there was at that point, from 2 cents to I'm going to say 2.5 cents, I think, was the first tier. But what they did then was they gradually increased the rate, because Congress, and if you look back in the legislative history, you can see this, Congress recognized that it had been that rate for a long time and it needed to increase. And so gradually that set us on a flight path to get the royalty back to where or somewhere close to where it should be. Where should it be? If you had adjusted the 2 cent rate from 1909 to 1978 for inflation alone, in other words, just to preserve the buying power of 2 cents, the rate in 1978 would have been around 40 cents. So songwriters were basically getting paid a negative interest rate, or a negative royalty rate, and still are. But we'll leave that to one side. So that rate continued to increase incrementally, sometimes adjusted for inflation with a cost of living adjustment, sometimes just increased, until 2006, when it was frozen at 9.1 cents, where it stayed for 15 years. And one of the reasons it stayed there was because there was the proposal, the settlement at the CRB was made by the publishers and the labels to set the rate at 9.1 cents, but also adopting a side deal settlement of something completely unrelated that was available to NMPA members only, right? So that went on in 3 different iterations. That model was extended 3 different times for 15 years until the most recent proceeding, when it was proposed again. And this time songwriters stood up and said, we're not going to do that. And thanks to people like Helene, Abby North, Aaron, a lot of people, or David, who's here, and a number of other people who wrote comments to the proposed settlement. The judges seem to have seen the better of that and rejected the settlement, at which point the major labels came together and agreed, based on some language that was in that rejection, to increase the rate from 9.1 cents to 12 cents, and with a cost of living adjustment starting in 2023. So there's back and forth about whether that's the right rate, should have been higher, maybe will be higher yet. We don't know because they haven't given us a final ruling on that rate, but that's the place it stands now. Now remember, this is for physical and digital downloads. And so in anticipation that this rate was going to get adopted, I called my friend Richard Burgess and I said, you know, this rate is coming. I think we're going to get it. I, of course, had no tangible reason why I thought that other than just finger in the wind, but I thought that that was what was going to happen. And I said, if it does happen, it's going to disproportionately affect your members. And Richard, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think Richard agreed with that and was actually very cooperative about it. But I don't think anybody was willing to move until the decision actually came down. And or at least until the settlement was rejected. So when the settlement was rejected, and then the major labels proposed a new settlement, A2IM found itself in a position of not being a participant in the proceeding, but having a decision made that affected their membership. And so when all this happened, Richard invited me to come up to Indie Week in New York and speak on the subject at a panel up there with a member, or with the general counsel from the NMPA and two of your board members, right? I think, yeah.
Right, yep.
And then I said, we're going to be having an artist rights symposium at the University of Georgia. And so here we are. And I wanted to extend Richard an opportunity to make his case about why or how that should have been handled, and what he would like to see in the way of addressing that royalty rate. So Richard, why don't you tell me if I've misstated anything and give us your point of view.
No, that was a very accurate and fair summation of exactly what happened, Chris. And I appreciated you calling me, as I appreciate everything you do, by the way. I think you're an amazing advocate for musicians, and rights holders in general, so I very much appreciate that. I think, a couple of things. One is, in full disclosure, we made a fundamental mistake. I'm going to say I made a fundamental mistake. We did not participate in that CRB. We should have. We didn't. We didn't see it coming. We'd never participated as A2IM, even before my time, in any of the CRBs that concerned mechanicals. And in the past, we've generally, it's generally assumed that the major labels' interests are aligned with ours. In this case, they were not. And part of the problem here is that if you look at the overall stats on physical goods, it looks like physical goods make up about 9%, 10% of the overall market, which is true overall. But I did a survey of our members, and I found out that physical and downloads do about 42%. They represent about 42% of independent label revenues, which is a huge disparity, obviously. And there's some pretty distinct differences between the independents and the majors that are not universal, but excuse the pun, but they're not across the board, but they generally hold true. And one of them is that independents, and I think Merck alluded to this before, They tend to have a lot more artists who write their own material. They don't bring in outside writers. The way the independents work a lot more is that they tend to trust the artists. A lot of times the artists make the albums themselves. They don't bring in outside producers. They certainly don't hire Max Martin or anybody else to groom the songs. It's a much more organic process. Again, it's not across the board true. I'm trying to avoid using the word universal again. But that is kind of the way it goes. So we were never really happy with the whole mechanical situation, and we're never really happy with the CRB situation. But, you know, it was kind of status quo, let it roll on. Big mistake. But so we filed comments, and, you know, I come from a background of being an artist and a writer, as I've said a couple of times today. And so, and when I took this job running A2IM, I said I'll never speak against artists and labels, or artists and writers or producers or musicians. And you know, I've held true to that, and the board has you know, supported me in that position, because the independents want to be seen as and want to be as artist friendly as possible. That is their sort of special sauce. That's how they are able to sign artists when, you know, a major label might be offering millions of dollars. The independents can't offer millions of dollars, but what they can offer is much more creative freedom. So the thing that really irked us, though, when this all came down, is that basically the whole system is broken. This is the only country in the world, as far as I'm aware, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, anybody else on the panel, but as far as I'm aware, it's the only country in the world that still has a penny rate. So, I mean, you know, I know the logic for the penny rate, but it really makes no sense at this point. Every other country uses a percentage rate. I understand the disadvantages, the potential disadvantages with a percentage rate, but on the other hand, you know, you would not need CPI and all those kinds of things to adjust, because as pricing goes up and down, then writers' royalties would adjust naturally with that, as do artist royalties now. So there are a number of problems for the independents. I mean, first off, you know, we don't control pricing, as I said before, and particularly with downloads, it's a real problem, because downloads are stuck at $9.99, and you know, if you get a 32% increase in the rate, which is what it was, plus CPI, that's a zero-sum game. That means the label's losing that money. That means the artist is losing that money. Now, we still supported the idea of the increase, though. We still said, you know, no, we think writers deserve more, and irrespective of whether we could, if hypothetically, if it were possible to move it to a percentage rate, we still think that the rate should be comparable. You know, we're not suggesting that writers take less. We're just suggesting that it move to a percentage rate, because it'd be a much easier calculation. We think CPI is really a stupid calculation, because, you know, we look at it this year, it's an 8% increase in the cost of living, but CDs now cost 38% less than they did back in the early 2000s. And vinyl costs a lot more, but the costs of making vinyl are a lot greater. And as I said before, downloads are they're stuck. I mean, we have no control over pricing whatsoever. So, you know, we'd really like to see, you know, the whole system just move over to more of the kind of the international system, as it were. And then beyond that, and I don't know if you want to get into this yet, Chris, but we think the whole CRB needs reforming, and this has been touched on some of the previous panels. It's really a broken system. It's so expensive that you know, we're not that small. I mean, we account for 38% of the market. We have, you know, we have a pretty substantial business as A2IM, but the costs of a CRB are beyond our reach. They can be anything from $10 to $30 million, and that's just a ridiculous amount of money, especially when you're dealing with what is now a relatively small part of the market. So I don't know if you want to. Do you want to get into the CRB stuff now? Or you want to
well, let me just respond to a couple of things, and then everybody else can speak. So on the let's first of all talk about the cost of living. Well, first of all, let me just say the idea of changing the percentage rate, or changing from a penny rate to a percentage rate,
royalty is beyond the, I believe, is beyond the authority of the CRB. I think that would require Congress to act, and one of the reasons is because it has been a penny rate as set by Congress for a very long time. We just saw in the West Virginia v. EPA case, the Supreme Court limit the ability of the EPA to make major regulatory decisions without guidance from Congress. And so I just, without getting into a lot of the legal
Oh yeah, no.
issues,
By the way, I don't think we think that the CRB can
Okay,
change it. But
okay.
we just if we're filing comments, we might as well say what we're thinking.
Right, yeah. So, and that's all fine. I mean, but I'm just saying, I think asking them or raising this with them is interesting, but it's not really on point, right? Because they can't do anything about it. But in any event, as far as the cost of living adjustment goes, which is something they can and have done something about, I would argue with you, and I argued with the majors about this too. I'll just tell you that this trickle down, you'll do better, or your royalty will go up or down depending on the market, which I think of as the trickle down royalty, is really not on point with songwriters, because that is a production side, that is a producer side, a supply side, if you will, calculation. And the cost of living is a songwriter side. In other words, it's an input into the product, right? Except that when you use the compulsory license, that is something which is a benefit to the record companies and the streaming services that takes away rights from the songwriter. And so the songwriter is prevented from quoting a price that takes into account their cost of living, because the cost of living is the cost of the songwriter living, not the cost. It's not the CPI. It's the cost of living to the songwriter. So the songwriter has no choice. And when the government sets a rate for 5 years, it's a bit unfair, I think, to the judges, and it's definitely unfair to the songwriters to say, well, on day one, you have to predict what the cost of food at home is going to be in 5 years, or what your utility price is going to be in 5 years, so that you can bake that into your calculation. The record companies can change their pricing, other than with respect to the download, and I understand that point, and I support you in that point. I would go to the services and argue with them about letting that price float. So I argue with you about the CPI, and I'm going to argue with the streaming services about the CPI too, as far as that goes. But that's the reason, is because the songwriter is prevented from adjusting their price based on the actual cost of their input, such as eating, driving, things like that, staying warm in the winter.
Point. I mean, my concern is that it could be a zero-sum game with the artists, especially with a lot of our labels, maybe most of our labels, being on a split profits deal.
Well, let me make a comment about that, if not to interrupt you, but since you bring it up, a lot of those split profits deals also require the artist side or the licensor, depending on how it comes in, to bear the mechanical royalties.
Some do, yeah.
So when you say it's a split profits deal, that's true, except that part of the charge back is a cost that the labels aren't bearing. So when you have a 50-50 deal, if that's the structure, then there is a zero impact on the label from an increase in the mechanical rate.
Yeah, I mean, so thank you for that. Look, the bottom line is that we support the idea of songwriters making more. The zero-sum game situation with the downloads is concerning, because downloads are on the edge. Mm-hmm. We still think that downloads are viable, and maybe they won't be after this. And I hate to see a format go away because it becomes financially unavailable. If a label determines it's not worth their doing downloads because because they're going to lose so much money from mechanicals now, then that would be a shame, I think. I hate to see any format go away, as long as it still appears to be vinyl. And actually, downloads went up a couple of years ago, I think it was, or last year. Who knows where they're going to go now? Maybe they're going to go away, but I don't know. I know bands that are still doing considerable amount of downloads on Bandcamp, for instance.
Right. Well, and what I would say to that is, I hear you, and these things don't happen in a vacuum. So if you did get to a point where it just was financially infeasible, for you to put out downloads, I think at that point you go to your bands or your writers and you just say, look, here's the deal. I can't pay you that rate. I can pay you this rate, but here's your options. Either you take my rate or I'm pulling the whole thing down. And, I bet a lot of people would probably be cooperative.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think any label likes to do that, though. Labels.
Well, nobody likes to do it, but you don't like to be cold in the winter either, Just kidding.
Yeah. It looks like Helion wants to say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah, no. As a songwriter, and somebody who did contribute to the CRB mechanical hearing, I think that mechanicals. What's important about mechanicals for us, it's also that it does affect all our other rate setting. If we accept freezing mechanicals, that indicates that we're happy with status quo right now, which we're clearly not, as you've seen from previous panels and the whole thing that we advocate over at EXA. So quickly, just EXA is the European Composer and Songwriter Alliance. So we have all the different countries in Europe have their own songwriter organizations. And each organization will send people in all different genres, like classical, jazz, pop music, to our meetings when we have big conferences, and we will discuss what we want to how we want to proceed and what we want to lobby. Obviously, streaming is a big one. We've talked about mechanicals, and for us in Europe, as Crispin alluded to earlier too, we are very much affected by what's happening in the U.S. The companies are, whether they're owned by American institutions or not, all the record labels have their headquarters. Well, the major record labels have their headquarters here. Sure. So I think with hence why the mechanicals are actually, there are plenty of reasons why the mechanicals why the physical rates were so important to us.
Right.
And we do understand that with indies, we tend to have more in common with indies than with the majors, because we all operate on a shoestring.
Exactly.
And our lives are affected a lot more by these rates. There are not all these kind of ancillary incomes that can come from with a major label. And when it comes to having a percentage versus a penny rate, I can kind of see that, well, we need to have just a minimum at least across the board where,
I'm sure that would
and
I'm sure we could do that.
Yeah. And I think this is our concern always, even with the percentage rates on the streaming side, because the one thing we can look at with labels is that labels are, they're in the music industry. A lot of the platforms are in the data industry.
No question.
So they are not necessarily, like the price of a subscription is not always the most important part for them. It's 100%. How many subscribers they can get.
Well, that's the big problem. The price of subscription is not what's important to them. It's about the data.
Exactly. Yeah. So for us, having a percentage, if the price is crap, is not going to help us. Yeah. Or if the price is nothing, as a lot of the services have. And for songwriters, then having our rates set on that level is not helpful at all.
Well, I want to say one other thing, and I'll say this, and I've said this to the RAA and the NMPA. We were not happy about the fact that this deal was just done and we were not part of it. We assumed there'd be some conversation with us, because there usually is, and there wasn't really. It was just kind of like, oh, here it is. We're going to take Strickler's, comments and jump to 12 cents and then add CPI, and there it is. You're stuck with it. Like I said, we should have participated. So it's our own stupid fault. But we do collaborate with the NMPA and the RAAA a lot. In areas we agree, and this is my mantra, is that we should all be working together. The majors, the independents, the publishers, the writers, the artists. We should all be working together, because we're all in a worse situation now than we were previously. That is my belief. And I think if we all work together, we'd be much better off. But I appreciate your openness to the ideas. And to Chris's point about the CRB not being able to change to a percentage rate, I mean, we realize that our comments, as you know, the way these things work, I mean, you don't know whether anyone's ever going to listen to your comments at all. But at the same time, you want to make points that at least set you up for a conversation in the future. And I think that's really what underpinned our comments.
Just to kind of comment on that too, like a couple of comments on the cost of the copyright of the CRB. Though in Europe we don't have, which is, as Crispin was saying as well, it kind of always baffles me that the kind of capitalist capital of the world is treating songwriters as if it was the Soviet Union. But meanwhile, I come from Sweden, which is, a social democrat. Well, it was when I grew up, a social democrat country, and we don't have a CRB setting. We actually have, negotiations happening on a regular basis. Nobody is kind of stipulating. The government is not stipulating to us a rate. So, the CRB, we are where we are with the CRB, but I agree with Merck that in either way is not helping songwriters in this sense, in particular when we have on the other side, and now I'm not talking about you, but with the DSPs and the major labels, we have big corporations on the other side that are operating in a free market.
Exactly. It makes no sense.
And can I also just quickly say, I'm really happy to see all these students here. I'm just really, really excited, because I know this is a complicated business, and it's sometimes it's like, I work in this business, and as a songwriter, it's like your head explodes when you're trying to figure out how you get paid. And I think it's so important that people like you are kind of learning about this stuff so that we can make this a more functional industry, really.
I think that's an important point. I know Samantha wants to say something, but I want to say that's my goal. My goal is to squeeze out the friction in our industry. And by the way, I started out as a musician. I never wanted to know anything about any of this stuff. It's just that you realize after a while, if you don't start learning about this stuff, you're going to totally get screwed. And so I don't know, Samantha, you want to say something?
I was going to bring the perspective for Latin America, because we also don't have a CRB in Latin America. And Brazil, for example, which is one of my biggest clients when it comes to working from the neighboring rights perspective, the writers and the publishing side. The government doesn't really get involved. The regulations come from ECAD, which is in essence all of the 7 CMOs combined, making rules and regulations that they vote on it so that they can apply and protect the writers. So the writers actually get to choose what percentage they want of the 100% pie. So if you want a writer to have a higher percentage than the publishing, you're able to negotiate that on top of the percentage statute that is established by ECAD. So it's very interesting to see how the US has been establishing or not establishing these rates compared to even what we like to call third world countries, where are actually protecting the writers to make sure that they get paid. One of the challenges on the neighboring rights side that we faced a few years ago was getting the American performers paid, because in Latin America, we don't recognize work for hire. So you can't, in essence, hire a composer and then expect that the composer is going to give away any or any part of the copyright or everything. They have to retain something. So that was put in place to protect the integrity and the income for the writers, which, by the way, Netflix is trying to change that by bypassing ECAD and going directly to the composers so they can use the same formula that they use in the US and Europe, where it's all work for hire, you get one fee and you walk out. For a hot minute there, they almost had their way, but we were able to allow the songwriters to have a voice and fight to have that back-end income that is so important. But nonetheless, the American performers were having a hard time collecting because in the US and Europe, they do sign contracts as work for hire, and the Brazilian government didn't recognize that.
Just to comment on that, because I was literally just in the EU Parliament talking about buyout contracts with Netflix and Disney and all of that. And actually, in Europe, most countries have a moral right to give a moral right to songwriters and composers. And the moral right gives you the right to always be associated with your work. You cannot have a complete buyout in most European countries. And on top of that, we now have the copyright directive, which all of us fought for years. And even though I'm Swedish, I live in the UK, and sadly, as you may know, the UK pulled out of the EU. So even though we got the copyright directive in the EU, UK writers are not benefiting at the moment for that. But with the copyright directive, there's a clause that says that there has to be fair remuneration for songwriters and composers, and with that, actually, again, the buyouts it's not compliant to have a buyout because you're not going to get fair remuneration in the end. So there are many things in the copyright directive that can help us. Secondly, with that particular clause, it also means that was the one that helped us be able to do collective bargaining. It's just kind of come down from the European Commission. They've said, okay, I know that you're not supposed to do collective bargaining, but we realized with the copyright directive that you got to be able to know, have a sort of knowledge about what the other composers and songwriters are getting paid, so that you can negotiate together in some way, shape, or form. So I think as U.S. songwriters and composers, you might think, what does that have to do with me? Apart from that, if you have your records played in Europe, it would really make a difference. It's also because what happens in Europe can affect what then happens in the U.S. So if you look at, for example, at the GDPR, which is the privacy data privacy rules in Europe, they have shown that it's not impossible for these tech companies to actually respect the privacy of people. So that in turn can help U.S. citizens to implement similar things. We've also seen with the Article 17 with the copyright directive that has limited the whole fair use, so that actually YouTube had to come to the table and do a negotiation, whereas before they usually just said, well, either we tell you what you're going to get paid or you're not going to get paid at all because of fair use. Now, in Europe, they can't do that because of Article 17. And just to finally say what a difference that made, one of our German members, the songwriters and composers in Germany, told us that first of all, as soon as it was implemented, the copyright directive, YouTube were on the phone to GEMA, their version of ASCAP in Germany. Said, okay, let's talk rates. Let's sit at the table. The rates went up by 50% overnight because of that. So there is, there are things that we can do to
And
organize.
when these things happen, when these victories happen, basically what it requires is for there to be a rejiggering of the economics, and yet life goes on, That which would have been impossible the day before suddenly is possible the day after. It's an amazing thing, But to your point, Samantha, one of the things that you're making me realize is that there is absolutely no protection whatsoever at the CRB for songwriters. There's none. I mean, they're there. I mean, you're really at the mercy of the judges. The judges have been, as fair. I think they've been pretty fair lately. I wouldn't say that if you go back and read some of those decisions from the past. I don't think that was always the case, but I think the current crew that's there has been pretty fair, but not because they have to, right? It's not because they have to be. It's not because there's a law that makes them be that way, or it's not because there's a policy that people have adopted here in America, where it's all supposed to be the way it is, But there's something to be, and this gets back to the songwriter ombudsman idea, right? Is that if you did that, and the moral, all these things should be telling you that there are other countries that value their, and we're going to come back to this, but there's other countries that value their creators a lot more than we seem to do. Yeah, right. Yeah, as someone who was in a French band for a long time, I can tell you that's absolutely true. But there's there's moves yet to be made, and this is sort of what Merck was alluding to. There's moves yet to be made that won't be made tomorrow, but need to be set in motion. And this idea that there's that a songwriter could get more, than a 50-50 split because that's the best you can hope for here. With the publisher getting 50% and the writer getting 50%, the idea that could ever change is kind of a foreign concept because that's for Americans because that's really baked into.
It is, but not on the master side though, because the
No,
master
no,
side,
no,
yeah,
no.
God forbid. But however, the master side, 41.7% goes to the label, 41.7 goes to the performer, and 16.6 go to the non-featured artists, session musicians, and everybody that. Somehow is involved into the creation of that sound recording, but nonetheless, there is still a little bit of that protection that you don't see. And by the way, this doesn't happen throughout the entire region. If anything, we have some problematic countries like Peru that has decided behind the scenes that any synchronization does not earn any back end, mostly because the song now has become part of the audiovisual. And I found out that by actually knocking on the copyright's office door and asking, where's the money for my clients? What's happening here? And they're like, oh, here's this 20-page letter that we don't pay. And we're like, wait, when did this happen? So this is not for every country, but nonetheless, there are countries in Latin America, at least, that are looking to protect the writers and making sure that the giants, whoever they are, don't come and swoop their income away.
Well, and you raised the point about the non-featured musicians. One of the things that we tried to address at WIPO, right, with this paper, was the problem of non-featured musicians really not participating in interactive streaming at all, right? I mean, yeah, there's a little tiny contribution that in the U.S. Gets made under the collective bargaining agreements to a very diffuse, union fund, but there is no per play, unlike non-interactive, right, where there is. But on interactive, which is Spotify, and Apple and Amazon and services like that, right? There's no royalty paid to the non-featured musician. And so one of the things that we proposed is that the non-featured musicians and the featured musicians, featured artists, get a separate royalty paid by the streaming companies. Now, this is done in Spain, and this is done in Hungary. And a version of this story has happened in France, although it's being paid off the label side, against my advice. Shows you know how much clout I have, but with the French, but the you know, the point is that we drive as musicians, you know, we drive fans one way or another to those services that allow them to tell, you know, collect data, you know, do a lot of other things in the background where they make money, and also drive their stock price up, right? Because let's not kid ourselves, these people are really in business for the stock price. What made the head of Spotify, you know, a billionaire, is not revenue, right? It's the stock.
Supposedly they're not profitable.
Yeah, they're not
supposedly.
profitable. Yeah, you know how it is. You know, it's like they're not profitable with their 36 floors of World Trade Center. You know, they're somehow they don't make enough money because, you know, they give people 2 weeks off and they've had 2 different billion-dollar stock buybacks. But they don't have enough money to pay those royalties. You know, it's just not in the cards. So, you know, one of the things that we were trying to do at WIPO was at least get this idea on the table. I mean, we don't want to open up any treaties. We don't want to change any licenses. You know, we don't want to expand the compulsory licenses. This is just straight payment. And we called it streaming remuneration. Now, people will argue about whether that's even something that can happen or, you know, whether it's advisable. But you know, what is not advisable is that session musicians are gradually getting, you know, ground down further and further and further, because there's a big difference between not making enough money and not making any money. Okay, and if all you're getting is scale payment to do the session, that's not helping you, right? In, you know, later in the year, and it's not helping you when you watch that record, you know, get a lot of success. So the way we figured this out was that payment would be paid by the services to the CMOs who already had a billing relationship with the musicians. Now, do you think that's feasible, or what's your view on that?
Yes, but now we're going to run into an issue, ta-da, that a lot of this data will require the labels to verify that the ISRC is attached to that sound recording, and then with that sound recording, you have your session musicians, and they don't do that, which then makes our jobs as agents extremely hard, because not only we have to get that data contractually or whichever possible way we can gather that data to go back to the label and say, this is our session musician, we have to collect on their behalf, but we don't have the verification from the label to allow the CMO to pay the session musician. Usually then we have to go to Discogs, Wikipedia, Spotify, like we have to go back to the source, because the label's not doing necessarily what they're supposed to do, not to their fault, it's just, it is what it is. But then we go into this cycle, this vicious cycle, and we can't collect because the data is just broken. And we have actually tried to see if we can fix that through one of our data partners, Jaxta, who then, okay, so we were able to get the ISRCs from Jaxta, which is fed by the labels, but we were not able to get the ISRC directly from the label so that we can match the non-feature performer to that ISRC. So again, we're trying to find shortcuts to get to the data when in reality, if we do go through the CMO, that's great, but then we have to have the full data set, which is again missing because it's not being supplied by who originates the ISRCs.
I feel like you know, welcome to the publishing industry right there. And I think, you know, because again, it's about minimum viable data on anything that is being released, as was said on a previous panel. Yeah, I just think that we have to, you know, yeah, we can have the carrot, but we do have to have the stick in some way, shape, or form. And right now, it's like, you know, I always use this analogy when I talk to policymakers. Like if you go to Tesco's or, you know, whatever the supermarket is where you live, then, and they sell an egg sandwich. They have to have the ingredients on that egg sandwich. They're not allowed to sell an egg sandwich without having every single ingredient on it. And it's not the responsibility of the supermarket to know what's in that egg sandwich. It's the producer. And in our case, the producer is the record company.
Yes.
So they're the closest to the sources that have actually created the music. And I'm not saying that songwriters and producers can kind of swear off any responsibility in this, because they're pretty crap at keeping logs of what they do or discussing splits. But if we have a minimum viable data requirement for a release, everyone would have to shape up. The artist can't release the record if you don't have that information. The record label can't release that record. Then we'd actually fix this broken system. And I know we have a panel after us about metadata. And for being a songwriter, I'm such a nerd about this, because I realized that at least 30% of the money that I should get paid, I don't get paid because of this. So, and when it comes to the performers, I think also the problem here is that because the US has not had a neighboring right for broadcasting,
Right.
There has not been a tradition of actually taking notes or recording, no pun intended, who the performers on a record is, who are the session musicians, who are the, all the people that are involved in a record. While in Europe in particular, I know in the UK, the PPL is actually really good with this, even though they also have issues with getting the correct data sometimes. But they do actually get all the recording information from the record labels when something is released in the UK, because everybody knows if you're played on the radio. Yeah, we have a similar thing to you, but it's 50% goes to the labels, 45% goes to the featured artist, and 5% is distributed amongst the session musicians. So it tends to be a little bit better. On the songwriting side, it's still a mess.
Yeah.
Well, and from a label perspective, and Richard, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this too. I mean, when I worked at a label, what we would do is we would require the record producer to deliver all the song splits and all the publishing information and all of the, if there were any samples, which we didn't have too many of because we were more of a pop label, but any sample information, as well as all the session reports, right? That was part of the producer's delivery obligations. Now, some producers didn't like having to deliver the song splits because they had to have those uncomfortable conversations sometimes because, believe it or not, right down to the point of recording, sometimes there was no understanding about the splits. But that was in a time when you had 2, maybe 3 writers, and you didn't have 10, right? Or 20, which you have now. And I understand that there'd have to be some flexibility on that, maybe. But we did not release a record if we didn't know who to pay. We did not release a record if we didn't know who to pay. So what we would say is, producer, deliver us the credits. Artist, don't look so smug because you're next. You're not getting a release date. You're not getting paid your back end until we get all the information that we need to put out the record. And then that way, we ended up having, at the time, I wouldn't want to say the lowest unmatched rate in the industry, but that's what I was told. And guess why? Because we knew who to pay. We knew who to pay. Now, we did not collect that data with the idea of passing it on to somebody else. But I think, in retrospect, if we had some sort, even if it was just a spreadsheet, if there was some agreed upon standard to send it out to a third party, like to you, we could have done that. We could have collected it all. But when I started on the representing music tech companies that were licensing from the labels. One of the first deals like that, catalog-wide deals like that, I did. I won't say the name of the label for what will become obvious reasons, but I said, "Where's the publishing? I need you to give me the publishing data." And they said, "Well, we don't do that." And I called the head of business affairs and I said, "Why can't I get? Come on now, why can't I get the publishing data?" And he said, "Well, you know, Chris." I said, "No, I don't." And he said, "Well, we may not have it." I'm like, "Are you telling me that the reason that you won't give me, just give me what you have, okay?" "Nope, can't do it." I said, "Is it really that bad?" He said, "I didn't say that." Right? So, so I mean, this is the other problem, is that not everybody has the willingness to put the foot down to make people give them the information, and then they don't want to admit that they don't have it, right?
Chris,
When they send it over.
My opinion is this goes back to the DSPs, because I produced primarily in the 70s and 80s and through the mid-90s, and you could not put a record out, as you said, without having all the information, because it had to be printed on the jacket and or on the CD cover, whatever. And if 90 days before the release date you did not supply, as the producer, you didn't supply every piece of information, that record was not coming out. In fact, on the 90th day, you lost your release slot, and nobody wanted to lose their release slot ever, so you delivered it. But when we went to digital, I was on the producer engineer wing steering committee for the Recording Academy at the time, and when iTunes launched, we went to iTunes and we spoke to Robert Condrick there, and we said, "Look, we really need to make sure that credits are involved, in iTunes." And his thing was, "Nobody cares." And we said, "Well, but it's great marketing, I mean, people buy records because this bass player played on, or that background singer, or this drummer, or whatever. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about that stuff." So, I mean, the problem's really been a digital problem, in my opinion. And if the DSPs would actually make it a criterion that you couldn't put a record up on the like they have a whole set of criteria that you have to deliver,
Right.
and if you don't deliver it, you don't get up on the service. But it doesn't include credits, and I think that's something maybe we could all jointly work on.
Exactly. Back to the egg sandwich. But can I also say, like, when it comes to independent labels and songwriters being the artists as well, as somebody who works quite a lot in dance music, EDM, there's a lot of the time that the artist is not the sole writer. And I would say, and a lot of those records are independent records, independently released records. And when you work and this also comes to the whole split discussion, working in dance music, that the splits are hardly ever like even, like, three people in the room split it evenly, because it goes out the door, and then when it comes out, sometimes I haven't even been notified that it's come out, which is actually illegal, because they do have to have the approval of everyone. I see people on the that are supposedly co-writers that I've never met. I don't even know what they added, because it sounds pretty much like it did when it went out the studio, and all of that when it comes to credits, that is still an issue even with independent labels.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying the independents are. I don't think I'm differentiating between the independents and the majors here, but prior to digital, you had to have the credits, and somebody had to approve them, usually the producer. But and to Chris's point about difficult conversations, the easy way to solve a difficult conversation is, this record's not coming out unless you give me these splits.
Right, yeah.
Thank you.
That's exactly what, and that was something that resonated with the artists. It's like, yeah, am I going to pay your money? Okay, well, I don't have any coming anyway, and I don't make any money off records. So what? Well, I'm not going to give you a release date. Oh, yeah. Well then, yeah, we better get right on that. So, just as an aside, with all these writers and the lack of credits, if anybody ever gets nominated for an Academy Award, I can't remember
if it's 4 or 6, but there's a limitation on the number of writers who can get the Academy Award for Best Song. And whatever it was a number that started with, it was only 1 digit, right? So if they're not,
Well,
I cannot wait until the day comes when they have to revisit that rule, because it's coming.
thank God Uptown Funk didn't win.
Yeah, right, yeah. So, well, but to this, one of the problems that I've been seeing in particularly in Latin America, or really any country where English is not the main language, but when you look at the streaming charts and you look at the Billboard charts, like Spotify's global top 50, and you look at the Billboard top 50, there's an awful lot of symmetry between those two.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
And then you look at the Spotify top 50 for Brazil, right? Let's say. And I think every track on there is in Portuguese, right? But that doesn't mean that those English language tracks aren't getting played.
Correct.
And because of the way streaming royalties are calculated, I bet that you're getting, I mean, what it looks like to me is that a local artist has to beat out everybody in their own language, and then they have to take on everybody in the Anglo-American sphere if they want to make any money, and then
Of every record that's ever been released.
That's exactly right. Because there's no such thing as catalog anymore, right? I mean, there was a time when you used to cut things out, right? And you wouldn't go into, when you released a record in physical, you wouldn't think, now I'm competing with myself for every record I've ever released, ever in the history of the label, right? So I better go in and fight for that shelf space at Tower Records. That wasn't what happened, right? And you would eventually cut things out. If it sold less than 1,500, except for instrumental, jazz, and classical, it would get cut out after 2 years, right? But no longer. So now you have to fight the catalog, you have to fight the language, and you have to fight your language. I mean, am I right?
You're right. Absolutely. Yeah.
Right.
And what's interesting with
can't
that,
be good.
right?
No.
What's interesting with that is also because it gets back to one thing that we bring up and we brought up with the DCMS hearings in the UK, is the dominance of the 3 major labels and how they then also can dictate to a certain, well, we don't know exactly what the deals are like because it's all covered by non-disclosure agreements, but it seems to be very major label dominated, and this is something that I guess you could speak to as well, when it comes to certain playlists and what is being featured on these DSPs. And when it comes to languages, this is also something that is a big problem in Europe, and countries like France, who are being very protective of their local repertoire, are fighting hard to protect their local output. But of course, because of the way that DSPs and work and how the music industry work at the moment, there is a big dominance of Anglo-American repertoire, I would say, in international as well. Yeah. And because streaming is such a kind of like self-feeding beast, it becomes like the Drakes of this world, who's a Canadian artist actually. But the Drakes of this world can kind of be at the top of the list, or the Ed Sheerans can be at the top of the charts forever, because the more something is streamed, the more it gets on playlists, and the more people are going to stream it again. And then what you get is there's that dominance, and then the dominance of the catalogs that are the number ones as well. So it's very, very difficult for new artists to to break through there and try to break through and kind of establish a career, because it's on the lower end of it, it's such a big turnover.
Well, and to that point, as streaming becomes a replacement for radio, right? Which I think we can probably all agree that it inevitably is going to be. The point at which it crosses over remains to be seen. But if streaming is a replacement for radio, broadcast radio in a lot of countries has got local content rules, right? I know it's true in Canada.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's probably
Absolutely,
true.
yeah.
And in France, I'm
yeah,
not
France.
French, but it is. I keep bringing that up, but they're really, really protective.
Yeah, they do. I have to say, part of this problem is the feedback mechanism of charts, because charts are a feedback mechanism, and this is a conversation we have with Billboard a lot. And I have to say, there've been good conversations, but I'm not convinced we get there. The question is, what are you measuring these days? It used to be that, the Hot 100 was singles, and the top 200 was albums, and now it's all these equivalents. So you don't even know what you're seeing. And one of my complaints is these album equivalencies. They say, well, 1250 streams is equivalent to an album. Well, do the math. Just based on what Spotify pays, a 0.347 of a penny, something like that. If you multiply that out by 1250, you don't get to anywhere near the price of an album, and yet that's 1,250 Spotify streams or Apple streams or whatever will add up to the same as a vinyl album or a CD that's sold. That makes no sense to me. But the thing that really irks me, and I've had this conversation with Billboard a lot, but there's no moving on it, and I believe I know the reason why, is that the Hot 100 still has radio in it. And radio is pretty much a meaningless medium at this point. There's payola still, and it doesn't produce any income for the industry. And I personally believe the charts should be income based.
In the UK, it produces like I would say, if you have a single on the radio, that's the only way you're going to get paid as a songwriter.
No, that's very true. I used to get like £60 every time one of my records was played on BBC One, when BBC One was the pop station. It's not now, is it? But
yeah,
it is still is okay. But in the US, it pays nothing.
Let me just ask Samantha. So, would you see? I guess it would be the government in Latin America establishing local content rules for streaming playlists, like particularly for enterprise playlists or algorithmically derived playlists that the company itself is creating?
Not the government, no. No. Definitely not the government. They don't really get involved as much. But I've heard stories. I've heard stories of the Spotify playlist and who has access to what, and labels buying that, and and some internal wars over those very popular Latin playlists, but not the government.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there was an interesting move, which I think is still going on in Canada. A couple of years ago, there was a bill that was never did get through, but was designed to extend the jurisdiction of the Canadian Radio and Television Commission, which does set the local content rules.
That's still happening.
Is that still happening?
Yeah.
They're going to extend their jurisdiction over streaming, and I mean, you talk about a freak out. And Spotify had this filing where they said, well, we support Canadian music. We don't need to be told to support Canadian music. Two of the biggest artists on Spotify are Canadian.
Justin Bieber
and Drake.
And Drake.
And I thought, what about The Weeknd? You left him out, right? But anyway, so do we have any questions? Anybody have questions for the panel? Any student? Hold that thought, Crispin. Any student questions? No? Okay. Crispin Hunt. Can we get Crispin a microphone?
There we go. But that was a absolutely fascinating panel. Do you going on about the ability or the inevitable replacement of broadcast by streaming. And talking, I mean, I was in the European Union last week talking about your idea of equitable remuneration within streaming, just to ensure that songwriters and performers get some, money in their pocket rather than having to recoup on, as the value of broadcast disappears. I know in the States there is no value of broadcast for performers, but that needs to be put right. My point is that the upsetting thing for performers is that they seem to now be in a stage where they don't want exclusive rights, because the exclusive rights are waivable and get taken from them. The exclusive rights are not as valuable as unwaivable, neighbouring rights on it, because admittedly the making available right, if you look at WIPO, was intended to be an exclusive right for performers, but of course it's waivable. So the moment you sign a deal, or if you're a session musician, if you sign a musicians union contract, you waive your making available right. So you only get, so it turns into a work for hire. Not the same for artists, but so could you talk a little bit about whether, we've reached a point, because of the fragility of the entire copyright system, and now the sort of exposure of the fragility of the live industry as well. Live playing tours doesn't make any economic sense anymore. You can't say go and sell T-shirts and do gigs, because T-shirts and gigs aren't economically viable any longer, because diesel costs too much. At what point do we think, I'm not interested in a kind of sordid expose of the music industry. I'm interested in a kind of solutions that can find some, a way through to sustain the ecosystem. So what am I trying to say? Where is, do you think that unwaivable rights really are the answer? And will that damage the exclusive rights that, when the conversation that we've been having about songwriter exclusive rights, when we go, no, we've got our exclusive rights, but if we have to wait for 3 judges to set the rates for the entire world, we might as well have equitable remuneration rights and unwaivable ones. So will that damage the future of copyright? Will that, the whole idea of this is my right and I can have it, if we've reached a point where actually the people who are making those copyrights are preferring to give up their copyright, their exclusive right, in favour of something unwaivable? If that's a bit of a ramble, but you get me, Chris.
Well, I would say that there's an economic reality to that, right? So if you're holding the rights, if you have unwaivable rights, and by not waiving them, you make less money, right? Or somebody will have to pay more money. There's going to be a lot of pressure, right? That's going to be created by that. Personally, I think that things like song buyouts, right? There's a number of different issues floating around now that are going to lead to reconsidering what can be waived and what can't be waived. But at the same time, you have to ask whether there's a legitimate economic reason. I mean, I personally think a lot of this buyout activity is generated by lawyers who just want to see what they can get away with. I don't think there's a really good economic reason for why, somebody is asked to waive their rights. I really don't. I'm just not believing it,
I think that also comes back to the whole collective bargaining and compulsory rates, as where we've got in the title of this. Is like if you're not able to say no, which is is such a big problem. It is the main problem for songwriters in this country. How can you get a good rate if they're going to use your music, whether you say yes or no? because we don't have any right in that sense. And I do know that some licensees will kind of go and even be instructed by their lawyers to say, well, as long as you kind of, you don't say that you don't want to license it, you say you want to license it, and then you just talk and talk and talk, but you don't set a rate. Then you can kind of like, and if you're a tech company, if you accumulate enough users, then you got the data, and maybe you can sell your company, and then it's up to the next person to actually finish that licensing, which was like the whole YouTube ethos, and that's how it all started. So I think for songwriters to have equitable remuneration, because I always come from a songwriter. Obviously, you're talking about performers, but performers can be in a similar situation to us with that, where if you're not allowed to actually operate and negotiate in a free market, it could just be a race to the bottom.
I mean, I think, I was a studio musician for more than a decade, and we never had. This was in the UK, and there was no equitable remuneration. You got paid a session fee, and it was negotiable. There was a standard fee, and you could get more than that. You get double scale, triple scale, if you were in demand enough. And I think the problem is, and I've said this, a number of times over the past 24 hours, that we've got to make sure there's enough money in the system, because doesn't matter, we can keep slicing up this piddly little pie that we have in different ways, but all it means is that you just got more people that aren't making enough money at all. And I really believe the problem is that we're just not getting enough money from the DSPs at all. I think their margins are too big. I think 30% margin, and Spotify's reporting more than a 30% margin now, too high. And, like I say, Walmart survives on 2% margin. And these DSPs, they're zero marginal cost entities. I mean, they write a piece of code, and that piece of code works day after day, week after week, month after month, and year after year. It's not like you've got somebody having to pick up a box of records and move it from here to there and put it on a truck and send it across the country. And they don't have those repeated costs. Once they build the thing, it kind of keeps running. Obviously needs maintaining, but that's it. So I think, a right that doesn't pay you anything worthwhile, worth having is not worth having. We're in a winner-takes-all business. Obviously, there's always the Ed Sheerans and the Adeles and the Drakes and so on that are making good money. But a lot of that, I don't know if you saw that breakdown the other day that was in, it was a magazine called Dice, I think it was, and there was a breakdown of hip-hop and R&B, and it showed the different levels of income. And there were 5 people on the top row. 3 of them were billionaires, but none of the 5 people on the top row made their money from music. And music was where they built their brand, but it was, let me think, it was Rihanna, Jay-Z, and Diddy were the 3 billionaires, but they make their money from products. So I think that kind of made me sad, really. And as far as I know, the only music billionaire, the person who made his money from music, is McCartney, Paul McCartney. And even he kind of makes it from products too, because he owns a lot of publishing, not just his own publishing. So I think somehow we got to get this industry back to where everybody in the ecosystem can make money from making music.
But I mean, Goldman Sachs predict that by 2035 or 2030, the global streaming market will be worth $50 billion a year, which is which is about twice what it is at the moment. If we hit that, that's not very far away, 2030. I mean, it may be optimistic for them, but the trouble with Goldman Sachs is that their predictions, whether they're realistic or not, tend to become self-fulfilling prophecies.
But they're talking in aggregate as a problem. They're not talking. The thing is, it comes down to like how much is Helly M making. I'm not active as a musician right now, but if I was active as a musician, how much would I be making? And it's that middle level. The top people are doing great because they've got brand identity and everything. Universal's making $2 billion a year, so they'll be making $4 billion a year or whatever by then in surplus, and that's fine. If you can aggregate enough copyrights right now, you can make a lot of money. The question is, can any one musician, writer, artist aggregate enough copyrights in a career to actually make a living? And I'm questioning that. It's a very, very small percentage of people who break through.
We got a question over here.
Yeah, and we're going to have to wrap up here, but I got one. No, I'm just.
Yes.
So hypothetically, if, the rates kind of, when it does come to a song, were kind of, universal across, like, globally, do you think that would make a difference with kind of working together, sort of, intertwining different countries and kind of making sure everyone sort of got paid equally and fairly all across the board?
What do you mean? Like, if
if the rates were all of the same globally to get paid within songs?
Well, I think that won't happen because obviously in the free market there has to be local negotiations. There's also obviously in different what $10 is worth in India or Indonesia is different from what $10 is worth in the U.S. I think that, but if we're looking at the percentage, that I think to even like echo or comment on what Richard was saying, not only is the DSP making 30%, but that's like twice what the songwriters get to share between each other. So for us, growing the pie when we get 15% makes no difference. We make, we calculated how much we made. This is very difficult because everything is covered by the NDAs, and every time we get a royalty statement, every stream is worth something different. So it's difficult to say how much you get paid per million streams. But we managed to kind of do an analysis of a song, like how much you would get paid if you wrote a song by yourself and you had your own publishing. And it was for Apple, and this is in pounds, so which is almost the same as dollars right now. It was $980 for Apple Music. It was $490 for Spotify. That's for 1 million streams. And if you've written 100% yourself, and it was £125 for YouTube. And if you've written with 2 other people, which is quite rare, but let's say you've written with 2 other people, that means that you make about £100 per million streams as a songwriter. Now, if we grow the pie by an extra pound, that's gonna, for me, like 10%, that means I make £110 per million streams. That's not gonna make any difference. We need to kind of change the parameters of how we remunerate creators in particular, because we are at the bottom of the pile.
All right, well, I think we'll call it there.
Thank you, students. Thank you, panelists. Really, really appreciate it. Take a short break, and then we're going to have one more panel. I know the other class is showing up as well. For some reason, I was thinking that particular panel, but that was very nice for you to be here. So. Sorry, I remember. Yeah, you were all over it. So. I was kind of using the organization. I mean, it's been great.
All right, we'll be starting in a minute. Hello, welcome back to the University of Georgia Terry College Artist Rights Symposium, the future of authorship in the Copyright Office. And we got another panel here, and I've actually been telling people that this panel is actually the panel, you say, what one thing could you change right now that would help, would fix things for musicians? This is actually the panel that will do that. This is the panel that's going to save the world, okay? But no, really, I gave you all a couple lectures introducing you to what we're discussing here. But over the course of the day, there's been a lot of mentions of metadata and how essentially music gets uploaded to the streaming services, or labels put stuff out, and labels generally try to get know who owns what before they put stuff out. And just because of some of the quirks of how the digital music business was built, people weren't really prepared to collect that data, and although they should now. But this panel's going to address metadata, matching, and claiming at the MLC, among other things. We have the esteemed Abby North as the moderator, North Music Group. And I'd also like to thank Abby for, during the summer of COVID, essentially creating a virtual internship for many of my students that lost their real life internships, and I appreciate you doing that. Aaron McNally, who's a songwriter,
advocate more than
Yes,
activist.
I know, but I'm not
like
saying
being
your.
an
Is your?
activist.
Have I been saying your name wrong?
It's McAnally.
McAnally.
It's a confusing
Sorry.
spelling.
Okay. Okay. Sorry about that,
No
but I
worries.
just looked at that. I was like, oh, okay. Helene Lindvall, who was on the last panel, but she's metadata is literally her middle name in Swedish. It means actually in Swedish it means something like a beautiful daughter or something like that. In Old Norse. No, actually middle. Helene actually gave me a great introduction to metadata years ago. But anyway, and then Melanie Santa Rosa from Spirit Music. And we were just so happy to have you all here. And I will let you take it away because I know you know what you're doing.
Are we on or we're not on? Am I on? I'm
You're
on. But I need to eat the micro. Oh, wait, not eat it, just get close. I'm going to bring it a little closer. Hi, everyone. Students, thanks so much for being here. I realize it's late in the day. And some say metadata is dry, but we're going to make it super, super sexy. Yeah. So my panelists, as David mentioned, we have Melanie, Aaron, and Helene. And I think you all sort of, well, no, they weren't here for your first one. So I'm going to have each of my panelists give a little background on who they are. But for me, so I'm primarily a music publisher, but generally I manage rights. So both sound recordings and
Battery outage.
Recordings and compositions. And I
Always at music conferences, there's something going on with the mics for some reason.
I know, right? But this really is my opportunity to sing. No. Okay, so yeah, so I'm a music rights manager. I work with sound recordings. I work with music compositions. Started with older copyrights and families who control the copyrights, and then built a catalog that includes a lot of those works, but also a lot of film and TV works. I would say, with all of it, the metadata is crucial. And when the metadata either is wrong or absent, we don't get paid. So for me, I've been COVID kind of gave me that opportunity to actually meet all of these women on this panel and many of the people here and talk a lot about metadata and work to sort of make the situation in particularly music publishing better. So now, Melanie, tell us about you.
I'm Melanie Santarosa. It says I'm at Spirit, but I actually left about a month ago. I'm at a new company called Word Collections, but I can tell you a little bit about my background. I started my music career in performing rights, and I was working at BMI. I was there for 10 years working in the international department, and Abby is absolutely correct. Metadata is important. It's been important probably for the last 22 years of my music career, and it's always been an issue. After that, I went to Spirit Music Group and was on the publishing side, dealing again with metadata and all the challenges that it brings. And most recently, I joined Word Collections, and we do digital royalty collections for musical works and spoken word clients or comedians, literary works, those kind of things.
And one more thing I forgot to mention, I'm on the board of the Los Angeles chapter of the AIMP, the Association of Independent Music Publishers. Melanie
is on the New York chapter.
Yeah. I also work with the Songwriters of North America, and then also with IFR, which is the Alliance for Artists and Rights Holders. And Aaron.
And I am actually on the Operations
That's
Advisory Committee for the Mechanical Licensing Collective, or the MLC. And the Operations Advisory Committee is the one committee at the MLC that involves songwriters, publishers, and the DSPs.
Yes.
Awesome. I'm Erin McAnally. I was born into the music industry, and I did everything I could to run away from it. So I studied English and then politics, and studied in China and Cambodia and Thailand, kind of all over the world, and then got sucked back into the music industry. So my dad's a songwriter and artist. My mom ran his publishing company out of our house. I was sort of steeped in this growing up, which informs a lot of what I do now. I'm also married to a songwriter. His father's a songwriter. I'm a songwriter now, so it's kind of all over the place. But for the past 5 years, after working in production. I've worked for major labels, kind of all over the place. I started working about 5 years ago with an organization called Artist Rights Alliance, and we do, my colleague Chelsea Crowell and I do education and grassroots work on the sort of ground level, making sure that artists can represent themselves in these conversations.
Thank you. And Helene?
Yeah, so I'm Swedish by birth, grew up in Sweden. I'm a songwriter and artist. I've always worked with music. I started as an artist, moved to New York when I was 20, lived in New York for 6 years and kind of worked as an artist and a singing waitress was my first job there as well.
But not Hooters, right?
Sorry?
Not Hooters?
Not Hooters. It was triplets, actually. But and then I moved to London, and that's where I got my first publishing deal with one of the majors. And I started writing for other people. I had never written for other people before, and I was just bitten by the bug. And because I got to know all these amazing songwriters that you wouldn't be able to pick out of a lineup that had created the soundtrack to so many people's lives. And so I've been signed to a couple of major publishers. I'm independent now. I also then started writing a column for the Guardian newspaper about music rights. That's how I got to know quite a few people. I think I got to know David through that. And funnily enough, suddenly everybody in the music industry wanted to be my friend because they wanted me to write about their particular issues. So the major labels came to me, the publishers came to me, the DSPs came to me, and they all said what their issues were. And through all of this is when I really realized that metadata is so important, and I wasn't getting paid what I was supposed to get paid because of the complete mess that metadata is. And I started working with a company called Audley, which was backed by Max Martin and Björn Ulvaeus, two pretty big Swedish songwriters. If you don't know, well, Björn was in ABBA, and Max has pretty much written every song in the universe. No, but he's apart from Paul McCartney and John Lennon, he's had the most #1 on Billboard, and he's probably going to pass John Lennon because it's not like John Lennon is making much new music
That we know of.
that we know of.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I've always what's gotten me about songwriters not knowing about metadata. If you say, oh, we're going to have a panel about metadata, no songwriter is going to show up. But if we have a panel about how you get paid and credited correctly, then they're going to show up. So I think a lot of it has to do with how you put it. So now, anyway, I'm the president of the European Composer and Songwriters Alliance, which is like an umbrella organization for the songwriter organizations in Europe.
Just to that point, when we started doing the kind of webinars with SONA, the Songwriters of North America, one of the things we found was that it's not the money that songwriters find sexy, which was really surprising. It's the credit.
Yes.
Songwriters want to be known for what they've written, what they've done. And when we learned that, it was a little bit easier to make it more interesting or attract more songwriters, I think. Okay, it's late in the day.
We like getting paid too. But.
We like getting paid, yeah. So we're going to play. Well, actually, first we're going to talk about what is the Music Modernization Act. We're going to just do sort of high level because I know that David's gone over this with you, but Erin, what's the Music Modernization Act?
Sure, I'll take that. It passed 4 years ago this past October, right? Is that 4 years? 2018?
That's right.
Yeah,
Yes.
and it solved a few problems, a couple of which we'll sort of breeze over. With the Classics Act and the AMP Act, it sort of shored up some issues that were happening on the digital performance side on radio for artists and producers. And then it also, that's the Classics Act and the AMP Act, and then the Music Modernization Act itself does a myriad of things, but it does affect performance royalties. We're not going to talk about that today. Today we're going to talk about how it affects mechanical. So we've heard this, I know some of you are new to the room, so I'll back it up a little bit, but we have heard that conversation about when streaming started, they decided that a stream would be partially at least a mechanical royalty. It would be due a mechanical royalty. So when that started, and there was no blanket license for that, the digital service providers were having to go out and individually license this, and they were having to find people. It was not an effective way to do it. So the Music Modernization Act sort of creates the space or the existence of what would become to be known as the Mechanical Licensing Collective. And that Mechanical Licensing Collective was responsible for creating a database funded by the digital service providers that would allow for that blanket license to happen and allow for all this data to be sort of transparent and in one place, and so that everybody would be operating from that sort of status quo. What else did it do? Oh, it gave the writers and publishers the right to audit, which they had not had in the past. What am I
72?
forgetting?
Do you want to talk about?
Oh, the Classics Act?
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
just the other rights that were included, maybe.
Yeah, sure. So the Classics Act, it sort of shored up an issue that pre-1972 there was no federal coverage for copyright. So it was this catch where people who for sound recordings, yes, sorry.
Songwriters got paid.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. So the performers weren't getting paid. So some of the most important works that we have in the United States those people were not being paid for performances on digital radio, particularly. So it sort of covered that up and created that. And then there was an issue with producers and engineers and their ability to basically submit letters of direction directly to Sound Exchange to collect on digital performance radio.
Yeah. Thank you. And so Melanie, Aaron mentioned Mechanical Licensing Collective, but can you give us you're our inside voice here. Can you give us a little more information?
So as Aaron was explaining, the MLC, or the Mechanical Licensing Collective, came out of the passage of the Music Modernization Act, the MMA, and the problem that publishers have had historically is licensing the DSPs. And there was a period in time where the digital services would basically serve notices of intent to the Copyright Office, just saying they had all these works, but they couldn't identify who the copyright owners were. And so as copyright owners of various works, we were not getting paid directly because the digital services would say they didn't know how to find out who controlled what portion of what copyright, who the writers were, or anything like that. So out of the MMA came the Mechanical Licensing Collective, and the Mechanical Licensing Collective is responsible for the digital licensing of the digital services, the mechanical licensing, on a blanket basis from January 1, 2021, going forward. So up until the MMA was passed in 2018, they had to create the Mechanical Licensing Collective, and then they had to get set up ready to start operating on this blanket license that they were going to issue to all the digital services and basically pay out on. So the Mechanical Licensing Collective just collects money from the DSPs and then passes it along to the copyright owners on a blanket basis.
So, thank you. Can you, anybody who wants to fill this one, what is the Harry Fox Agency? Anybody want to take that?
They were the agency in charge of distributing physical mechanicals from the time that was set in 1909. And then they were also distributing streaming when streaming started.
Some digital mechanicals. There are other agencies that act as aggregator for certain digital services. So Harry Fox primarily did a lot of physical mechanicals. So if you wanted to do license work or cover something, you needed to get a mechanical license. You could go to the Harry Fox Agency's website and request it from them instead of going directly to the copyright owner. Or you could use their website to find who the copyright owners were, you know.
And now?
Now the Harry Fox Agency is the data vendor for the Mechanical Licensing Collective.
So they effectively run the inside. They run the back end. They run the data. They are the databases, and frankly, they are the data set. So in fact, it seems like we've got Harry Fox on the back end, and then we have the Mechanical Licensing Collective on the front end. So on the front end, the Mechanical Licensing Collective has created some tools. And we'll talk about those. But first, we're going to, I didn't warn my panelists that we're going to do this, but they're all good friends of mine, and I hope that they're willing to be a little creative here. Melanie, you're a sound recording.
Yes, I'm a sound recording.
What is your identifier?
My identifier is the ISRC.
Okay. And Aaron, you are a composition. What is yours?
I am
Or
the
what
IS
are yours?
I am the ISWC.
And what else in the land of Harry Fox and MLC?
Oh, the MLC and HFA identifier number.
So there's an MLC and HFA song code. So Erin has two kind of hats that she's going to wear as a song. Remember, Erin's a song. She's a composition. So Erin sometimes is an ISWC, the International Standard Work Code. And that's for most of the world. That's for most of the societies that are members of CISAC, which is the Confederation of Societies, PROs. But then also, there's a thing called, it started off as a Harry Fox song code, and this was created by the Harry Fox Agency, and it pretty much lived at the Harry Fox Agency. The rest of the world did nothing with it. So now we have the MLC, with Harry Fox as its back end, or its
And the MLC work number happens to be the HFA work number.
Right. Now, Melanie's a sound recording, and she knows this, which is going to play in this. Melanie, the sound recording, knows what her song identifier is. This is good. Okay, so Aaron is the ISWC for most of the world. And then in the United States, pretty much, we can say specifically, within Harry Fox and MLC, she is this MLC and Harry Fox song code. Okay, now, I am a party. So I'm either a writer, or I'm an artist, or I'm a publisher. As a writer or a publisher, I'm an IPI, an International Party Identifier. Also a CISAC thing, right? CISAC, the parent of the societies, the global societies, PROs, MROs, right? So performer, I am an IPN. That's my International Performer Number. And that's issued by SCAPRA. So these are important things, right? Because as a songwriter or publisher, I'm an IPI. When I perform, I'm an IPN. They're all me, right? There's another one, which is called ISNI. So ISNI is an identifier also for parties, right? So here I am now, the International Standard Name Identifier. It's an ISO standard. So I'm an IPI, I'm an IPN, I'm also an ISNI. So, Helene.
Now I'm curious, what am I going to be?
What is the most important identifier? I want to get paid as a songwriter, as for my song. What would you say? What's the most important identifier? Or what are the most important identifiers?
I mean, I would say that all of you are equally important. And I'm not saying that.
Thank you.
No, but actually, I mean, I would say the ISNI is probably least important to me. Like, I would say, obviously, the IPI number. The IPI number. Without the IPI number, I'm not going to get paid. But without an ISWC, I'm not going to get paid. And if the ISWC is not connected to the ISRC, I'm not going to get paid. So all of these are actually really important. And I think that one of the things, most songwriters, if you ask most songwriters, they wouldn't know what their IPI is.
Okay, so that's one thing. If you're a songwriter here, how do you find your IPI? So you join a performance rights organization like ASCAP, like BMI, and when you join, they automatically assign to you this International Party Identifier, the IPI, and you will find it within your portal or the portal at your PRO. Okay, so Melanie, you're a sound recording. And the MLC says, hey, we've received a report that a sound recording has been streamed.
Okay.
Okay. How do I know which Aaron is in your sound recording? Aaron is the ISWC
I know she's the
and the
ISWC
HFA song
and the
code.
HFA song code.
Yeah.
So this is where metadata is very important, because as a songwriter or a publisher, when you are actually registering your works with your PRO or with the MLC or HFA or whoever else you're delivering that data to, you have to give them your song metadata. And what is useful to any CMO, PRO out there is that that song is associated with a recording, the ISRC for all those recordings. If you've got 25 covers of a song, each cover has its own ISRC, and they need to be associated to that work. That information needs to be delivered. Now, when you deliver that information, there needs to be a connection. However, the MLC has created some tools because sometimes the connection between the ISRC and the HFA song code MLC work number is not there. And so they've created a matching tool, and they've created some other tools to facilitate the association of the ISRC and the MLC song code.
Okay, so now, when the MLC was launching, there was so much conversation. This is a song-based collective, right? And so what we kept hearing was, okay, songwriters, you have to join. Songwriters, we have to get you an identifier. Songwriters, you have to register not songwriters, self-published songwriters, because a songwriter actually can't join the MLC. They must be a rights holder. So rights holders, we're gonna switch to that. Rights holders join the MLC, get your identifiers. Rights holders, you have to register your works if you want to get paid. But the part that wasn't really being discussed was the fact that, a song, yes, it's the beginning, but the thing that is the most easy to track in the universe is what? What do you think? I would say it's the sound recording.
The ISRC.
Yeah, exactly, the ISRC.
Okay, so
because that information is given or provided to the digital services by the labels, distributors, and these services then have to report the usage of those recordings, the ISRCs, to different parties, the MLC being one of them. Sometimes some digital services have direct deals with publishers, so they would report to them directly. And then because there's the performance component on the digital streaming, they also report them to the PROs as well. So they are always reporting the sound recording metadata.
You want to say something?
No.
Okay, but I want to come to you about this. So Melanie said that the thing that the DSPs have, the identifier that they always have, is an ISRC. How would we make it so that the song and its parties could be identified? What's a way that this DSP what could be changed?
Oh, what can be changed? Yeah, not what is in the current
No.
system.
What could we change to make this better?
That, as I mentioned in the previous moment, that you cannot release a record without having an ISWC. That is, to me, is the simplest way of solving this. It doesn't, even if you haven't decided on the splits, which, in these days happens a lot, at least have an identifier that like a song identifier that travels with the ISRC from the start. So we don't have to do this convoluted way where the DSP just kind of does a big data dump to all the PROs, to BMI, ASCAP, PRS, all the PROs in the world, all the publishers in the world, and say, you send us an invoice for what's yours. I mean, apart from the cost of the admin to try to do that, it is never correct. How can it be correct? It's like, nobody's going to under-invoice. If anything, they might over-invoice, and sometimes people don't know what they own, and it just becomes this mess where the DSPs then gets invoices, and I've heard this from people who are kind of working on that end in the DSPs, that sometimes they just kind of will hold on to the money until people have sorted it out, and
and sometimes they'll hold on to it for a while, and then they distribute it according to market share. But I mean, it could, like, this is actually why I got involved with metadata as a songwriter. It sounds like the driest thing ever, but
No, we're making it fun.
yeah, no, yeah, but you know, it's like it felt to me like I opened the hood of the car, and there's like no engine in there, but there's like a whole bunch of cables that are kind of just hanging out of it, and I know how to put that engine in and just kind of connect them. And why isn't anybody else kind of doing this? And of course, then when I dug deeper, it's because of some people it benefits to not as somebody, actually, I think it was Chris that said, certain people in the industry, one thing that they're more afraid of than piracy is accuracy. And it was the major labels he was talking about, but I know he's sitting next to RIAA, so. But so I realized that maybe, there wasn't an incentive for some people because they weren't actually losing money. And the people that are losing the most money are, of course, the creators themselves, the songwriters themselves, and they don't even know that this is going on.
But I think that part of the problem is also the fact that the ISWC is probably one of the things that gets allocated last when it comes to the metadata. So
It also shows up the least in reports. Like
and there's challenges with the way ISWCs are allocated. So if you've got a work, you're a writer, you're a BMI writer only or an ASCAP writer only, and you have a BMI publisher, you'll get an ISWC. You'll see it after your work is registered because they go and submit it, and then they get the ISWC allocated. But when you actually register it, you might already know the ISRC and provide it to them or know who the performer is or have release information already or it's already out there. So, and then split works get even more complicated because in the US we have multiple performing rights organizations. So it's not easy to get an ISWC on a work that's half BMI, a part CSAC, and maybe a little GMR here. So at the end of the day, while the ISWC would be probably the most important identifier along with the ISRC, I think the biggest challenge is that it's not an important point or metadata point that people are focused on and trying to obtain in advance of actually registering or releasing something.
But I think that's something we can change. I think
Yes.
that's, I think it's already happening. I was having a meeting with CSAC last week, not CSAC with an S.
CSAC.
CSAC.
Yeah, there's CSAC and there's CSAC.
Yeah, and they're actually, they're saying that they're, now, in theory at least, are able to issue an ISWC within 24 hours.
Yes.
And I think that what I found also when I kind of looked under the hood, I felt like the ISRC and ISWC are like the ISRC. The ISWC is too regulated. Like, there are a lot of people that don't have an IPI number. You can't get an ISWC if you don't have the IPI numbers of the people who created it. And if you live in the UK and it costs you £100 to join PRS, and you're making grime music, and you're gonna make if you make £100 for 1 million streams, and you have 50,000 streams, you're actually losing money by joining the PRO. So you're not gonna have an IPI number, and then you're not gonna have an ISWC. But so that already there creates a problem. ISRC, however, is not regulated enough. Like, people are issuing ISRCs it's going out of fashion. And working in electronic music, the amount of times that the same recording has multiple ISRCs.
Let's talk about that really quickly. So who assigns the ISWC?
CSAC.
CSAC.
CSAC are giving them out
Via
the
CMO. So you have to be a member of a CMO, submit the registration, and then this CMO requests the ISWC to be allocated to your work.
So then who assigns the ISRC?
People who are ISRC managers.
Yes.
So you can, when I became not an ISRC manager. In the UK, PPL can kind of allow you to make your own ISRCs.
so to speak.
Wait, not exactly make your own.
No, not make your own. No, I mean, obviously, you can't have somebody else's ISRC, but like they say, oh, well, what's the name of your label? And then maybe make, the first couple of numbers or digits so that it kind of matches your label. And then you can do 0001 if you're not going to release that many. Yeah, you do a sequence of them. So you are kind of making up your own, but they have to kind of be registered with PPL. But then you have the digital distributors, and this is also another fault that I find, like with the kind of TuneCores and the DistroKid and of the all the CD Babies of this world, there's a lot of the time not enough information for the people releasing records of what they need to do. So a lot of the time, they will kind of issue an ISRC, the distributor will, but they won't tell you that actually you need to kind of have all this other metadata with it. And so you're kind of already there missing a lot, and a lot of the releases that are going out are going via these distributors.
Okay, so there's one thing I want to bring up. Another metadata, would you say a track title is metadata?
Yes.
Yes. Would you say an artist name is metadata?
Yes.
How about a writer name?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
100%. How do you know about the song credits? When you go onto Spotify or wherever, you have that option to click song credits to see who wrote something, or they now create those songwriter pages. The only way they can create that is by knowing who wrote the song, to tell you that this person wrote 500 songs, that you may not have realized that they wrote all that music.
So if I know an ISRC, what other information can I automatically know? What do I know? If that's an ISRC, let's say that I can look at isrc.soundexchange.com and I can search by identifier for an ISRC. What will I learn?
Performer names.
What else?
The label,
What
the
else?
release date, the UPC, the version type. There could be a remix, different versions out there, acoustic, different names that the artists go by, because you've got a featured artist. They might be listed second. They might be listed as the primary. There's different iterations of way artists are listed. Whether or not something's been re-released, because you might see a different date of release on something.
So in a lot of ways, these identifiers, they're not just identifying something, they're actually bridges to a whole bunch of other data, right? And so that's when I asked what is the most important, well, if I want to get paid at the MLC for a stream of a recording that embeds my song, I really need to know what that recording is. In my opinion, in fact, the ISRC is the most important one from a priority. If I don't know the ISRC, I definitely won't know that my song was embedded in it, and I definitely won't get paid. Okay, so we talked about this, what I just said. Okay, if I don't know the ISRC, then I can't know that my song is the one that was recorded. What do we call that process? When I, at the MLC, identify the composition that is in the recording, that has been recorded in that recording. What do we call that?
Well, you would have to use the matching tool at the MLC. So the matching tool is a tool that the MLC created because they recognize that there are recordings out there that they can't match to MLC compositions because some of them have the same titles. Some of them may have the same writers or co-writers. They need someone to actually make the match for them, tell them that this recording belongs to this song. And so the MLC created the matching tool, and it's available. It's, I think, in people's MLC accounts, or I don't know if it's publicly available, but it's available out there to actually go in. You can type in a song title. You can type in an artist. You can, if you had the ISRC, you could actually put in the ISRC, and they will tell you within the matching tool whether or not they have money to be allocated to that recording, and whether it's subject to the blanket license, which is recordings used after January 1, 2021, or part of the historical unmatched, which people may have seen the 424 million that the DSPs had unallocated, and they have now passed on to the MLC for matching. So anything prior to the beginning of the blanket license, there's 424 million out there to be allocated amongst unidentified recordings.
So we talked about the MMA and the Music Modernization Act, and in that bill there was a requirement for this matching, that the MLC, whoever it might be, would create a portal, a matching portal, that would allow rights holders. I don't actually think that it is publicly accessible. I think you have to be.
I think you have to be a member. Yeah.
So this matching portal is accessible within the rights holder or members portal. And how do you search? Like, how do you use it?
I mean, when it first started, it was a very basic search. Like, you could only search by title, ISRC, recording artist. They've made improvements to it, but you can type as much information. However, the information that is within the tool or the portal that you use is the information provided to them by the DSP. So if the DSP has no writer and the DSP only has the artist, or they list, or the title is, it's a recording, various artists, that still doesn't help you. It's the information that the DSP has. And for the most part, the reason why it's unallocated is because no one can make a match between that song title or that track title and the sound recording. So you can search by title, you can search by writer, you can search by artist, but with songwriters, they have different versions of their names. They may go by pseudonyms or any other kind of name. So you could take a song and you might be searching for any version of a songwriter's name or an artist's name, however it's reported by the digital service. And then it gets challenging when you get into, foreign titles and foreign characters that might not display accurately within the tool.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So what is the possibility of having like audio recordings within this?
So that's how you search. When you actually do the search within the tool, you can see a whole list of recordings. It'll give you the ISRC, the title, the artists, if they're songwriter reported.
So you can listen
and
to
within there, you can actually open the set of recordings, and you can see where the unallocated money is from, whether it's from Spotify or it's from Apple or if it's from Amazon. And there's a link to the recording, and it also provides the metadata that the DSP provided. And for the most part, you'll see there's no songwriter usually, but you can actually click on the link, listen to it, and verify that it's actually your song. Then from that point, you have to match that recording to your registration at the MLC using the MLC work code. So you have to have the song registered at the MLC before you can actually make the match through the matching tool. So you might be able to find your recordings in there, but if you never registered your works at the MLC or you're not listed on the MLC registration, you're not going to be able to make the matches on your songs.
Or if you're not a member of the, can I just kind of
Please,
like
go ahead. Yeah.
where this whole thing kind of falls apart for me is most songwriters are either signed to a publisher, so they would not be able to be a member of the MLC, or some of their works, maybe maybe they're with a mechanical society in another country.
Yeah.
Like I used to be with the MCPS in the UK. Most of my catalog are with different publishers, and they're with publishers that I don't really have a relationship anymore. Like, one is a very big publisher, and if I would contact them, well, first, if I contact them and say, could you go into the MLC database and kind of change something or go into this matching tool, because I can't even access it, they wouldn't be bothered, because I'm not like at the high end of their earners, and I'm not even signed to them, so it doesn't matter as much. So I've always said that the person who cares the most about my songs is me. The person who knows the most about my songs is me, because I was there when they were written. And yet I have very little opportunities to actually fix all these kind of metadata problems, and it's not just an MLC problem. It's across the board.
It's across the board, yeah.
And I know that a lot of the time when there is clashes and whatever is because it's multiple registrations. These days, because hardly, as Merck was saying earlier, hardly any songs are written by one writer. It's more than
except for Diane's.
Yeah, exactly. But there's like, I think there was, right now in the top 100, it's gone down from 5 writers per song to 4 writers per song, and they might not be from the same country. They might be with different PROs, and you already everyone is going to go to their particular publisher, and their publisher is going to register whatever their truth is. And that's where you get all these
or they
problems.
have no publisher at all, and they're just copyright control, and they
Yeah.
have no way to identify themselves because all their co-writers know them as a producer name or a DJ name or something along those lines, where there's no identifier telling you that DJ Aaron is Aaron McAnally. This IPI number, back to the metadata part.
Can I speak to that really
Yes,
quickly?
please.
So I've had some, the conundrum of being a songwriter, especially a songwriter who's had multiple publishing deals. I help a lot of legacy songwriters with this. It is a real conundrum because you may have access to the data in some way, but then you have to go to these publishers. It's a very frustrating process. I have found the MLC to be helpful in providing that information to songwriters, and I want to encourage songwriters to reach out to member services and ask for your data. Provide them with your IPI, provide them with your name, provide them with alternate names. Get every amount of information that you can about your catalog, especially if you have multiple publishing deals. And then it is it shouldn't be your job because the publishers should be doing it, but to hold them accountable to fix the information.
But one thing I will add to that too, to just make it even more kind of complicated, is that you might fix it, or I might fix it, or not me, my publisher might fix it with the MLC, but it might still be wrong with another mechanical society.
Yes,
and I don't know, and this is why so the bigger publishers say, well, this is why you need to sign with us, because we have access to all these different CMOs, so we can make sure that the registrations are correct in every single territory.
And they really do that too, right?
Yeah.
But also, back to the point about the fact that the information is not out there. The MLC does, want to try and help songwriters find their information, and so they also take information about prior publishing deals. But there is also, they have the bulk data feed where you can get access to their database. There's also, they publish the top 1,000 unmatched songs each month. And so you can take a look at that list or get a subscription to it, and they'll send you the top 1,000 unmatched songs for that month that stream that month, and look to see if any of your songs are in there. When I was at Spirit, we found songs in the top 1,000 unmatched, and we were surprised because we thought it was matched. But it provides you with the ISRC in there, and so while we registered the song with the MLC, somehow the ISRC wasn't associated with our registration.
There also could be 10 different ISRCs for different versions of a release. Okay, so that's the matching portal, and the MLC is not the only society in the world with a matching portal, but they are. There has been a real emphasis here because of the Music Modernization Act to have a working or a highly functioning matching portal. There's another portal that also was created as a result, or because it was dictated in the Music Modernization Act, which is the claiming portal. Aaron, do you use the claiming portal? No. So Melanie, do you want to talk about that?
The claiming portal is similar to the matching portal or the matching tool, but the claiming portal is where they have unidentified or unallocated shares. So Erin could be a writer on a song, and she didn't put her self-administered publishing entity in there, so she's not reflected on it. She can go into the claiming tool, see that her share is not allocated, and make a claim to it so that it's properly associated with what they already have at the MLC. So when you look at the public search at the MLC, they display the shares. you'll see they'll show what percentage of the shares are known, and then what you want to see is 100% known by the MLC. Everybody's share is claimed. There's no conflict, no overclaim, no underclaim. But you might see a song and see 75% of the share is known, which means that 25%, the MLC doesn't know who that belongs to, and they are trying to figure out who that 25% belongs to so they can eventually pay them.
So let's say it's a work that you control. Let's say you control 75%, but you know who that other 25% belongs to. Can you just go in and add that information?
No, because it's not authoritative, because it's not my information. Whoever's that information is needs to make the claim for it.
Okay, so we might know the information, but we can't deliver it. And that's not unique to the MLC, to be clear. But it seemed like an odd, scenario to me. I'd really like, if I know, I'd like to at least be able to give that information to a society. They can kick it back. They can not accept it as authoritative, but it sure would help to create a 100% picture.
But it's possible that the information that you provide is actually not accurate.
Absolutely.
Because it could be you spell the person's name wrong, or you actually don't know their full name. You've got the writer's name is Robert Smith. Which Robert Smith could it possibly be?
So what's better? Incorrect data or missing data?
That's tough.
Sorry? Yeah.
I said that's tough.
I think, I mean, like missing data, at least then you kind of know that you need to
You
like,
can still
not
get paid. You
distribute.
can't there's a good chance you can't recover your money if there is incorrect data and they paid it to somebody else.
Yeah.
That's what you don't want to happen, because there is no real mechanism. I mean, if something was paid, like you've got a successful song and they identified the wrong writer and they paid that writer, $50,000, and then they realize it's the right person, how do they get that money back?
So I'm gonna take a real life example of something where, something that happened to me, and then I heard when I posted on social media about it, I found out that it had happened to several other songwriters. So first of all, I used to be a member of STIM, which is a Swedish version of ASCAP, or BMI or whatever. And because I was signed out of Scandinavia, that's what my publisher said. Even though I was living in the UK, I signed up to STIM. And they were collecting for me. Then I lived in the UK for so long, and I thought, okay, I should be a member of PRS. So I joined PRS, but I still wanted to be a member of STIM for the Nordic countries because I have some songs in Swedish, and so I wanted them collected at source. And this already, then I didn't realize at that point that I really kind of like made my metadata really difficult, because a lot of my music was signed to Universal, and Universal had done a digital, they have their digital rights administered by SSM, not via PRS. So, and that's for Anglo-American, by the way. It's only for Anglo-American repertoire.
Pan-European licensing.
So I became, outside of the Nordic country, I became an Anglo-American writer. I was still a Swedish writer in the Nordic countries, though. And so whatever I earned digitally outside of the Nordic countries was being administered by SSM. Because of
SSM is the French PRO,
the
or
French PRO.
Version of ASCAP.
Exactly. So, and then now I thought that, metadata just travels. Like, when I became a member of PRS, whatever was registered with STIM, it would match exactly with what I had at PRS. And then I had a release, and I, for some reason, actually went in and looked at the PRS registration. And while the publishing was with me on the Swedish registration, in the UK with PRS, somebody, an independent publisher had gone in and claimed my publishing. And this was a song that had been released, fortunately, just recently. So I reached out to PRS, and I said, I've never even had a meeting with this publisher, and they've gone in and taken 50% of my publishing. What do I do? And they said, you got to reach out to that publisher and tell them to correct it. And I'm like, well, to whom? And they gave me a phone number. So I called the phone number. And fortunately, it was like a publisher that was decent. And they said, oh, by mistake, when we bought the publishing company or that publishes your co-writer, by mistake, we took your publishing as well. It's funny, it never works the other way around. But so they said, but here are screenshots. We haven't collected any money yet. And so then they went and changed it. I just thought it was really weird that they could go in and take my publishing without me not even getting notified. Mm. And yet I could not go in and change it back because there's a level of like, I've just thought about this when you were saying reliability. They think that this publisher is more reliable than I am. And when I posted on social media, one of my co-writers said, look, that happened to me with a song I had out with Britney. And
that would be Britney Spears.
Britney Spears, yeah. And somebody went in because the publishing had kind of reverted back to me, and this publishing company went in, and by the time I realized it, they had collected 19 grand. Mm-hmm. And he was not as lucky. He did not get that money back.
But that's also a metadata problem, because if you've got, this can happen with catalog acquisitions, especially on legacy writers who've written songs a while ago and they may have sold a portion of their catalog to someone else, or it's changed hands over the years and the metadata hasn't caught up with the changes in there. And so someone thinks that they acquired something that they didn't, or someone doesn't realize they acquired something that they should have. And so, it poses a interesting challenge in trying to resolve all that.
I mean, the thing that's so striking to me, it's not that I don't know this, but these stories, songwriters have just so little authority or power to do anything in definitely a mechanical rights organization, but even a performance rights organization. And Samantha Schilling would like to say something. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Give the microphone, because otherwise they won't hear it on YouTube. So
come up here.
Yeah, it is a party.
Is it on? Yeah.
But you have to dance as you come up. Where's the bossa nova?
I know, right? So I thought this was an interesting conversation because I have run into this issue quite a lot in Latin America and Brazil. So one of our songwriters had a situation where he was not properly taking the publishing and the neighboring rights on his sound recording and publishing. So we made a claim with ECAD, which then was able to go in. ECAD is the entity in Brazil that represents all of the 7 CMOs. So anything that you want to make a claim to, you can basically make that through the CMO, who then escalates it to ECAD. So in essence, our songwriter who wrote the theme song for Woody the Woodpecker was not claiming the entirety of their sound recording and composition. And ECAD went in, accepted our claims based on the contract that we had for the client, took the money from all of the other composers that were claiming ownership on the song, and over time now their royalties are being, in essence, locked, because that money was paid back to our client, and now they have to, the other client, the other writers, have to pay back to the CMO that money that was in essence paid to them with interest back to the writer. So there are mechanisms out there. It's just like in Latin America, they figure out their ways to protect the writer in certain ways. It's just that we don't hear about it because we are so focused in the European market and the US market.
I think all songwriters should move to Latin America.
I would not recommend that.
Or France. Thank you, Sammy.
Yes, thank you.
Well, so just
for many reasons.
For many reasons, yes, including the food. So like I'm hearing all these songwriter stories, and you know what it says to me is songwriters, you really need to stay on top of your metadata, right? You have to know as much data. You have to maintain records of. Go ahead.
Because I just want to say one thing, because it's also about that because your metadata can change without you knowing it. So here I'm very solution based. I mean, I'm not just here to kind of complain, but no, the being solution based. One of the things that I actually said to PRS was because they actually, bless them, the membership said, okay, what can we do to fix this? Because I wrote an article about it, so then suddenly it was kind of escalated upwards. And I wrote the article to just alert all songwriters, go and look at your registrations. But so they said, what can we do about it? And I said, look, all I want is to have some sort of alert anytime that any of my songs, that there's a change in it. You don't have to say what it is. You just have to say, look, something has changed with this song.
It's like the credit report thing.
Go in and have a look at it and see if it's correct. And maybe even do have a red and a green tab so I can tick, yeah, that's correct, or no, that's not correct. And at the time, I was told, well, there's so many catalogs that change hands all the time, we can't do it. And I said, but my bank will kind of alert me anytime I spend more than £50. And they have a lot more clients than any PRO. And surely in this day and age, there must be a way to just have an alert like that, because this metadata, even if you think you have it correct from the start, as we've now realized, things can change. There might be changes at another PRO, and suddenly there's a conflict, and nobody gets paid.
And it's not just at the songwriter level. On a publisher level, too, it can happen where you think you registered the song correctly, and then the next thing you know, you're looking at your statement, and for some reason, your share is less, and you're trying to figure out why. And then you reach out and find out that they somehow merged two songs that have the same title, and there happened to be one co-writer that was common in between them. And so the society took it upon itself to merge the works because it believed that they were the same work. And then you have to try and explain and prove what you originally submitted and get everyone to agree that they're not the same work to separate them. So it becomes a very tedious process in trying to get anything fixed.
Can you do that in the portal?
No. You can't merge. I mean, you can't merge works.
Can you communicate?
No, you can't communicate at all either.
Can you?
You don't know who the discrepancy really is with, because it's not like it's showing you a discrepancy in there, and it's not.
How do you find out?
Oh, the MLC has a dispute resolution process. They have their own dispute. They have multiple. They have 3 committees: the Operations Advisory Committee, which consists of writers, publishers, and DSPs, and we're providing advice and on how the operations of the MLC should operate and the way statements should be reported. But they have a dispute resolution committee that came up with the dispute process, and they have an unclaimed royalties committee that deals with the process of how to distribute the historical royalties or anything they currently have unclaimed. There's a dispute process. The dispute process is basically the MLC emails you, asks you what your claim is, even though you may have already claimed it, and then they write back to you and the conflicting party with a 30-day notice telling you that they've received a claim from this party, and please provide your supporting documentation in accordance with their governance rules, blah, 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 and then it may or may not get resolved.
Okay, but wait, what happens if you don't receive the email?
And is that an automated process? Like it is a Sound Exchange?
I don't think it's an automated process. I don't really know. I'm not on the dispute resolution committee. I wish I knew how it actually worked. But I've gotten several emails where, they're asking us, or we are either the counterclaimant or we're the original party asking us to provide our supporting documentation. It gets a little frustrating because it's like, I gave you my supporting documentation to tell you that we administer the catalog. Why do you need it again? What else do you need?
It's funny because you're on the operations committee.
I'm on the operations committee, yes.
Okay, so I want to, there's so much. I mean,
We could
okay,
talk about we could
there's
talk
one
about
thing-
metadata and just even all of this for days.
Well, yeah, we could. Okay, but there's Aaron, I would love to talk about your experience because Aaron's been doing sort of tracking and registrations and claims, right, on behalf. So how's that been working for you? Like, what is your process as you're doing that within the MLC?
Like I said, when I'm representing a songwriter, I'm reaching out to them with the songwriter on copy, giving all the data that I can supply, any publisher names that I know would be associated with the songwriter, and then they're running reports. I think ostensibly this is going to be more automated at some point. Do you know, like that's a question that I have, because I thought from the law that this was going to be forward facing, kind of like BMI and ASCAPs, and searchable in that way.
I believe that's their intention. I
That's
mean,
okay.
like right now they definitely have like a missing composers list that's public out there, that's outwardly facing. So you can see writers that they're trying to get in touch with. How they're trying to get in touch with.
How do we get that?
Oh, how do you get that?
Yeah.
It's on the it's actually on the MLC's website. I found it by accident
You
earlier when I
found
was
it by
looking
accident.
earlier when I was looking up something,
Huh.
but they have the information out there. Sometimes it may not be very easily found, but it's with any CMO that you deal with. They do have, writers that they're looking for that they may have an unknown address and they don't know how to get in touch with them anymore. They make the information public and you can look for it, but you have to go to each of these individual places in order to look to see if maybe your information is out there or,
So
similar with other things.
like Sound Exchange does it. Like,
Yes.
do you have whatever? Okay, so Aaron.
Well, I think it's important. So there's a lot of missing information is what I'm finding overall. There's a lot of missing information. There's a lot of duplicated information that then locks the songs. Nobody's getting paid for it. So I'm seeing that a lot. But I think the troubling part is that I think about like the way my parents ran their publishing company out of the house. There was like there was a big filing cabinet next to the Nintendo, it's like all this paperwork or whatever. And that paperwork is what's in this database now, right? And my mom was really good at it. And so my dad's is really clean, but a lot of people, not pointing fingers, but some people weren't as good at it. Some people had board interns that were entering the information incorrectly. It is a house not built on solid foundation, and it's crumbly information, right? And so I think go ahead.
Yeah, no, because maybe that's what you were going to say. That comes back to who are the people that are going to be most interested at this particular time to fix this.
Yeah.
And it's the creators themselves.
Yes, exactly.
And they are the ones that do know who most of the time, unless they were too high, like who they wrote it with.
Yeah.
So then they'll.
Depends on the drugs.
Yeah, exactly. But so they'll at least be able, and so they can go in and just look at their songs. I think that would, if we could do something to kind of clean it. There's like two things I think from my view as a creator is that we can do to kind of help this along. Like historically, just make it accessible for creators themselves. It doesn't have to be like I change it and that's automatically like, okay, money flowing to me. But that I can see it, I can change it to what I say is my reality. And whoever else is involved in that registration will get a ping or something and say, look at this. Do you agree? I think the simplicity would be like, yeah, green, red. Take that, snap. That's really easy. Going forward, and this is why I've worked with Audley, which is now called Sessions, and there are other platforms like this where we just need to educate creators, not just the songwriters, but the producers and everything, that we need to kind of apply the first of all, carry with you. I mean, with Sessions, you can actually kind of input it very easily. You don't have to remember your IPI or anything. You register it once, and then that will be attached to everything you work on. But if you don't have that, if you don't use Sessions or whatever, have it in your cell phone. Like have
song split sheet. How you've agreed to divide the shares.
Yeah, well, which is what they have but what happens a lot is you don't agree at the time, or as was said in an earlier panel, is like you think you agreed,
And then
but
something
you have a
changes.
different understanding of what that agreement was. And then what you have is like you have discussions on WhatsApp, and you have a discussion between your managers on emails and all these different things that are not kind of connecting in any way. And instead, like to have a hub where you can kind of have that discussion, everybody can see if somebody gets added, you again have this kind of like, yes, that person was in the studio, I say yes, or like, yes, we split it this way, say yes or no. If you say no, you have to come up with a new kind of solution or a new kind of proposal of what the splits are. But to get songwriters and producers used to that, that is like, if you don't do that, you are not gonna, most likely, you're not gonna get paid the money you're owed.
It should be part of
and
the
it happens to
creative
even
process.
big-
It should be part of the creative process
Yeah.
because it's your business and that's how you make money. And you can't say that you're missing out on money if you didn't do everything that you needed to do in order to make sure that you get that money.
And you know, with the caveat that I've done that many times, and then I hand it over to the label, and they, I don't know, they throw it in the virtual garbage can, and I look at, you know, the DSPs, and it still says the artist produced and wrote the song themselves.
Yeah. Ladies, this has been a pleasure. We're not quite done because we're going to do questions, but I really do want to thank my panelists for being so brilliant. I was very, very lucky to have them.
Thank you, Abby.
Thank you.
We did so well that they haven't. They know everything now.
Their heads have exploded.
But here we go. I'm going to first go over here, and then I'll go to you next.
Thanks. Hi. So one of the points that was made is that too many songs get released without an ISWC associated. Is there any mechanism for a record label to apply for an ISWC so that the record label can plunk that number right into the metadata and the song doesn't have to sit on a shelf while waiting for an ISWC to be assigned?
Not at the moment.
But my understanding, so there is a movement now. So the works registration standard has been Common Works Registration, which has been a CISAC, the C, not the S, CISAC initiative. Works registration, it looks like, is moving over to DDEX. So
What is DDEX?
DDEX is the Digital Data Exchange. It has sort of more traditionally been on the sound recording and distributor, or sorry, DSP side. But in this movement, I believe there's a good chance that there will be a mechanism at some point for a label to at least acquire some kind of identifier that says, like, it may have no other data other than the fact that it's a composition that is embedded in this recording. It can be part of it can be provisional, whatever we want to call it. Point being, it has there's a a name or a home or an identifier or whatever. And so I think that we probably are heading that way.
Yeah, with the ISWC allocation and resolution service, right now it's only available to CMOs because they're the ones that actually issue it. But they are planning to make it available to third parties so that they can resolve some of the metadata issues that they have. I don't think we really know how it'll work in practice, how they'll get access to it, because right now it's very limited to CMOs and who will be responsible for, facilitating that for third parties. But they want to get there because the digital services know that it's an important metadata point as well, and it will help them in reporting.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it would be awesome if we could all sort of play the same sandbox, truly.
I think you just answered the question, Melanie and Abby. My question was, what's the relationship, if any, of all this metadata to what we call copyright management information that might appear, for example, on a YouTube video, so that you could know who wrote the song or what the label is. There's so much missing copyright management information. As you know, Maria Schneider has filed a lawsuit against YouTube for this. It's there and it disappears. It's never there at all. And people wonder, who owns the song? Who would I contact if I wanted to get permission, right? But I think you just answered the question that these are separate things. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, YouTube is a sort of different. Like if I'm distributing, if I have a sound recording, and I would like to distribute it to the world, and I'm talking about digitally, I'm going to probably use the same distributor, aggregator, whatever, to deliver the data, and hopefully that data includes not just sound recording information, but also the composition, the writer, the publisher, etc. Right? I'm going to use one entity to distribute my sound recording everywhere. There isn't a standard among all of those recipients, right? So what I call my sound recording, like whatever, Abby's Best Song featuring Helene, it's going to look different. Featuring feet, in parentheses, the data is going to look different from DSP to DSP. What gets delivered to YouTube, and it has to be conformed, there has to be mapping to, from that, right, from that distributor's kind of metadata template to whatever that platform's, back end is. So that's one thing. But separately, like, if I'm delivering to YouTube from a CMS, right, that from a content management, speaking of, right, if I have access to a CMS account and I'm delivering data about a sound recording, I'm not giving a whole lot of information. I don't have the option to provide much information about the composition, right? So the way for me as the composition owner to get that data to YouTube is to have a composition CMS and have the right to that composition and then deliver the composition data.
But
They're very discrete.
But they don't use that to populate that information.
Right.
And so as a publisher, or you provide the information, the writers and shares and everything that you control. ISWC, if you do have it, ISRCs for the recordings, you do give that information to the label. The label then passes it on to a distributor or distributes it to the DSP directly. They may have provided it to the DSP or they may not have provided it to the DSP. There have been times where I've had writers who their credit is wrong. They are completely left off. They're like the one person left off. Yep. And it was a sample usage. That was the first thing that was cleared. And it was the hardest thing to get fixed at the DSP because they won't take a publisher trying to correct the credit on behalf of their writer, even though I have a sample agreement or anything like that. They needed it to come from the label, and trying to get the label to update a songwriter credit. They've moved on already to like the next 5 songs. Yeah. So it took months to get, one DSP just to fix something.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I think Christine had a question.
Chris, here you go.
Hi, I'm Kristen. I work at Billboard, and I had recently done a story about YouTube and some fraud that I caught on there, and that, 2 men ended up stealing $23 million worth of royalties from artists and songwriters. Depended on which song, they would steal either on the sound recording or the composition, mostly Latin artists. And I was wondering if you guys could speak to when metadata is done incorrectly, how that could lead to fraud, or how that could kind of open the door for actual bad actors, not just accidents, to happen.
I think that a lot of those things is when there's missing metadata. So it's like, you could crawl crawl YouTube and see where, if you have enough access, to see which videos don't have anybody claiming the songwriter share of royalties, and that's when those actors can kind of insert themselves and say, go to YouTube and say,
it can happen on the PRO and MRO basis too, because ASCAP, BMI, CSAC, HFA, MLC. They have public-facing databases. You can search for songs. So it creates the opportunity for someone to look up a hit song, and if they don't see it immediately registered, you've got bad actors out there who will say that they wrote the song so they can collect all the money because they know that it's currently active and it's number 2 on a chart or something. It's also up to the organizations to identify those problems and try and nip them in the bud before they actually get out of hand.
Are you speaking specifically of YouTube, or are you speaking generally?
Honestly, generally, I've heard that
I
it
think that
happens on
was
all
YouTube.
sorts of platforms, but YouTube is what I'm most familiar with.
So one of the things that's happened is there have been settlements in the music business. And along with these settlements come spreadsheets, right? And publishers are supposed to be going through those spreadsheets and claiming. The problem is, if the wrong person gets their hand on that, they can see what's not claimed, right? So you asked, is it wrong data or missing data, I think. If you have access to one of those lists, and including like the MLC, like we have these top 1,000, like if you were the wrong person, you could be like, that's mine, that's mine, that's mine. The thing is with YouTube, is it tends to be less kind of moderated. I mean, it's so much easier at YouTube, generally speaking, to make a claim and have nobody question your claim than it would be maybe at another, let's say, a PRO or an MRO. So I think that's part of why we see it at YouTube, but also the fact that if there's a settlement and there's the top 2 million works, top 2 million unclaimed works or sound recordings, and you have access to that, there's nobody who's going to stop you. Or thus far, what happened is nobody has stopped anybody from making.
And you've got other companies or third-party companies in the case of the YouTube issue that they're being told by someone else that they control that share. That company is not questioning whether or not that person has the right to that. They're not asking for an agreement. They're just saying, I control these 10 whoever songs and I have 50% of it. They are not actually going back and trying to verify it, whereas, there is some sort of registration process at the CMOs. It's not perfect, but you can actually prove chain of title eventually along the way, whereas if you've got outside parties who are going into CMS to make the claims, they're just going in and making claims on behalf of all their clients, and they're not actually vetting the data.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is that and this is not specific to YouTube, but it's relatively easy when you're working at a massive scale, to make mistakes. And when you make mistakes, you end up often collecting other parties' money. It happens at, it's difficult sometimes to get that money back if you collected it.
I'll tell you an example, which is was such a mind-boggling example that we found even like with oddly, because Bjorn from ABBA, who you can imagine, I mean, he's him and Benny, the two songwriters at ABBA, are two of the biggest writers that Universal Publishing has. They have both their masters and their publishing with Universal. But when it comes to the metadata, so and most of those songs are just written by two people. Once in a while, a third person that has kind of worked on the lyrics or something like that. And the amount of registrations that with different ISWCs, with different writers on, that exist for ABBA songs is mind-boggling. And you'd think, I mean, also because there are so many versions, so many cover versions of it. And if it's like, in Brazil or in like another territory, and Universal might not have kind of like kept their eye on all those territories. Somebody adds themselves. There's like registrations of ABBA songs with like people that we've never heard of.
But that could also be because a lot of times people think works are in the public domain. They create their own arrangement, think they can add themselves as an arranger without getting permission to arrange the work, translating a work. But the ISWC problem is also because it wasn't the actual international standard for a while. The ISWCs were being assigned by each individual CMO originally. So certain works do have multiple ISWCs out there because PRS may have issued one, ASCAP may have issued one, BMI issued one. So one work has 5 ISWCs, and that's why they're trying to do the resolution service. So there is one prevailing ISWC that identifies that one work.
Just a quick fun fact of that, but since we're talking about ABBA, Dancing Queen has ISWC #1.
Oh, that is really cool. I have to. This has been my pet peeve since the MLC database has launched. We get these artist direct artists. They distribute via TuneCore, via CD Baby, right? Whether it's ABBA, whether it's Unchained Melody, any covered song, and what you will find is artists who don't know the difference between, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, don't know the difference between a recording and a composition, put their own name as the writer, and then they assign admin rights to TuneCore, to CD Baby. So that entity becomes the publisher. And that was one of the first things we had to do, and I still have to do at the MLC, but everywhere, not just MLC, everywhere, is go through and say, that's our, that person's not the writer, they're not the publisher. That's not the writer, they're not the publisher. It's a constant battle.
We had to do the same thing, and I would email TuneCore, CD Baby, and be like, I think this is our song. I found it on this streaming service, and I've listened to it, and it's actually our song. Can you verify that they wrote it, or is it a cover and they didn't realize that they needed to come for a mechanical license?
Yeah, that's and I don't think it's nefarious. It's just a pain in the ass.
A lot of it is education.
Yeah.
Going back to educating songwriters, anyone who's involved in the music ecosystem should do their education and due diligence to know what they need to do in order to avoid pitfalls and make sure that they get allocated properly.
I also want to give a shout out to the potential of standard technical measures for all of this.
Well, folks, hey, I really appreciate you coming, and I mean, we could go on and on about this, and that's the standard technical measures. Another thing. Thank you so much, students, for attending this. Thanks you for all of the panelists who traveled from all over the world to come to our University of Georgia Artist Rights Symposium. And let's do this again, okay? Thank you.
Thanks to you. We really appreciate you.
I'm on the operations advisory.